Chapter 1. The son of the emperor cast aside? Father, these 7 imperial marriage decrees, shall they all be rescinded? In the realm beyond realms, within the Imperial Court, the imperial scion, Ye Xuan, placed the 7 golden invitations before him. A cancellation of betrothal? Upon the throne, the Emperor Ye Xuan's majesty surged. For the sake of that mortal woman from the lower realm, you would forsake the unions of the 7 great imperial clans? During this tribulation in the mortal world, I encountered Yunxi. Ye Xuan rose, his gaze resolute. Though she is but a commoner, unlike the imperial daughters, I shall marry no one but her. Ye Xuan, filled with rage, laughed instead. What a passionate fool. So, you intend to accept that wager? Indeed. Ye Xuan's aura of a quasi-emperor surged forth. If within 3 years, Yunxi is willing to marry me, then you shall permit her entry into the imperial clan. Very well. Ye Xuan waved his sleeve, an imperial pressure overwhelming the entire palace. If she truly does not mind your worthless mortal form, what great fortune shall I bestow upon her? Thank you, father. Ye Xuan knelt in reverence. Humph. A glint of cold light flickered in Ye Xuan's eyes. Tomorrow, you shall enter the eye of the return, endure the 9 thunder tribulations, and be cast into the lower realm. This shall serve as an explanation to the 7 great imperial clans. The following day, countless dignitaries gathered as the imperial scion Ye Xuan's celestial form was shattered, plummeting into the mortal realm. In the lower realm, in the northern territory of the wild state, at the foot of the Qinglan sect, within a dilapidated wooden house, Ye Xuan donned the crimson wedding attire he had prepared long ago. It had been 3 years since he was cast down, his celestial body rendered useless in this realm of scarce spiritual energy. 3 years prior, he struggled through countless hardships with a body weaker than that of a mortal, ultimately locating Yunxi, who had moved to the northern territory of the wild state. Ye Xuan revealed to Yunxi that his family had fallen into misfortune, and his innate talents had been extinguished. From henceforth, he was a mere mortal, capable of growing old together with her. Yunxi, at that moment, appeared momentarily perplexed, but said little more. Ye Xuan was deeply touched. He remained by her side, attentive in every way. Yet, 2 years ago, Liu Yunxi's innate talents awakened. Her flowing cloud physique dazzling during the sect selection, leading the sect master to take her as a direct disciple, proclaimed as the Holy Maiden. Today marked the day of their promised marriage from 3 years prior. If he could endure today, he would win the wager against his father, bringing Liu Yunxi back to the upper realm, never to part again. Ye Xuan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and approached a water basin, splashing cold water upon his face. The reflection in the water revealed a pallid, yet handsome visage. Though the past 3 years had been arduous, they were worth every moment. After tidying his appearance, Ye Xuan departed the dilapidated house, embarking on the rugged path toward the Qinglan sect. The day before, Yunxi had sent a message through the inner sect disciples, urging him to attend the Qinglan sect today. Despite her status as the Holy Maiden, she had not forgotten their marriage agreement, warming Ye Xuan's heart. As for the disdainful glances from the inner sect disciples, he chose to ignore them. The mountain path was treacherous and arduous for his frail body. He walked intermittently, sweat soaking his clothes. Along the way, he encountered numerous cultivators heading to the Qinglan sect, some riding luminous magical tools, others galloping on spiritual beasts. Upon witnessing this struggling mortal, they cast astonished and contemptuous looks his way. TSK. So now even the most unremarkable can attend the Qinglan sect's ceremony? Observing him, one could surmise that even a gentle breeze might topple him. Alas, today marks the joyous occasion of the sacred maiden of Qinglan sect, so why concern ourselves with this mere mortal? The murmurs were unrestrained, and although Ye Xuan heard them, a cold smile played upon his lips, for these individuals were blissfully unaware that today, Liu Yunxi's momentous affair was to wed him. Mere mortal? What of it? After today, he shall still be the scion of the emperor. At long last, the grand gates of Qinglan sect came into view. The gates stood wide open, welcoming a throng of guests, the atmosphere vibrant and bustling. The disciples stationed at the entrance diligently checked invitations. When it was Ye Xuan's turn, he announced Liu Yunxi's name. The disciple paused, appraising him with a peculiar gaze, then let out a scoff. Oh, so it is you? The senior sister has instructed me. Follow me. The mockery in the disciple's tone was unmistakable as he led Ye Xuan not to the gathering of esteemed guests, but rather to a peripheral entrance. Here, stay put. This is what the senior sister specifically requested. He sneered, turning away. Ye Xuan remained rooted in place, gradually engulfed by confusion. This did not appear to be the rightful place for a wedding, and the entire process felt amiss. Perhaps Qinglan sect had its own designs. Ye Xuan shook his head, then retrieved a peachwood talisman from his robe. This talisman had a twin, the other held by Liu Yunxi, crafted from the ancient peachwood during his time in the higher realms. It was this talisman that had awakened Liu Yunxi's divine aptitude 2 years prior. At this moment, the high platforms on either side began to fill with guests, and the conspicuous Ye Xuan instantaneously captured the attention of all. Who is he? On the day of the sacred maiden celebration, he dons festive attire? He appears nothing more than a commoner. What is he doing standing there? The derisive laughter surged like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on drowning Ye Xuan in disdain. Yet, he merely placed the peach talisman back into his sleeve, lifting his gaze towards the peak of Qinglan's sect. I wonder how Yunxi has prepared for today. She must look splendid. Boom, boom, boom. At last, the resonant sound of drums and bells echoed from deep within the sect. A cadre of elite disciples descended gracefully from the shrouded peak, taking their positions along the main avenue of the plaza. Soon after, an ethereal figure materialized before the peak. Clad in radiant red, she was a vision of unparalleled beauty, her flowing tresses cascading like a waterfall. Liu Yunxi. Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled. Though a year had passed since their last encounter, Liu Yunxi appeared even more resplendent. Most importantly, she, too, had donned wedding attire. Yet, the star-like Liu Yunxi merely stood there, amidst the clouds and mist, gazing down upon Ye Xuan at the far end of the plaza. Her expression was indifferent. With a single glance, she resolutely averted her eyes. The coldness in her gaze sent a tremor through Ye Xuan's heart, leaving him feeling alienated. Just as he grappled with this bewilderment, another figure emerged beside Liu Yunxi. He exuded an extraordinary aura, his presence akin to that of a dragon among men. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, and upon spotting Ye Xuan, disdain and contempt were evident upon his face. What struck Ye Xuan with astonishment was the realization that this individual, too, was adorned in a dragon-patterned wedding garment. Xiao Chengfeng, the holy son, and Yunxi, the holy maiden, truly embody the unparalleled brilliance of the Qinglan sect. Their love story shall undoubtedly become a celebrated tale in the northern region. With a 5th-grade spiritual body talent, Xiao Chengfeng is on the verge of transcending the heavenly gang realm, bringing forth a double blessing. Indeed, his ascension to the heavenly gang realm will certainly enable him to triumph over the prodigies of the Zixiao sect at the upcoming sect conference, elevating the Qinglan sect to a first-rate sect. In an instant, the square erupted with the admiring voices of the guests. Xiao Chengzi, finally united? Yet at that moment, Ye Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. What does this mean? Here in the Qinglan sect, 3 individuals clad in wedding attire have appeared? Yunxi, since everyone is here, it is time for you to make a decision, remarked the sect leader of Qinglan, her eyebrows raised in a commanding manner. The former's gaze reluctantly descended once more towards Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, today marks the day of my engagement with Chengfeng. Her ethereal and icy voice resonated throughout the Qinglan sect square. You and I shall henceforth have no further ties. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Ye Xuan. Chapter 2. The Imperial Daughter. If you do not marry Ye Xuan, I shall. No further ties? Ye Xuan remained silent, surprisingly feeling no sorrow within. Instead, he found it amusing. In that moment, he comprehended why Liu Yunxi had summoned him here today. Yet, it was clear that only one day remained. Was it truly for this Xiao Chengzi that Liu Yunxi had betrayed him? Ye Xuan stood still, yet the expressions of the Qinglan sect disciples grew increasingly displeased. Ye Xuan, it is clear that Yunxi has articulated her sentiments. Your paths diverge like clouds from mud. It would be best if you relinquished your foolish hopes. The leader of the Qinglan sect spoke coldly from behind Liu Yunxi, her imposing presence palpable. Standing beside Liu Yunxi, Xiao Chengfeng wore an arrogant demeanor, asserting, Yunxi was merely young and naive when you deceived her. With me here, she shall not be misled again. Ye Xuan, Liu Yunxi also frowned and spoke. How long do you intend to persist in this entanglement? It is impossible for us. Chengfeng treats me well, and today he shall transcend to the heavenly gang realm. Together, we shall embark on the path of immortality, ascend to the imperial dynasty, enter the sacred lands, and reach the realm of saints, knocking upon the gates of heaven to ascend to the upper realms. And you are but a mortal. Initially, she had indeed harbored feelings for Ye Xuan, for he had achieved the spiritual sea realm at the tender age of 16, promising her an escape from her lowly mortal identity. Yet, 3 years ago, Ye Xuan's talent had utterly vanished, extinguishing her hopes. However, heaven showed her mercy, as she unexpectedly awakened a rare divine body talent and became a holy maiden. Xiao Chengfeng's lineage and talents far surpassed those of the former Ye Xuan. How could she possibly make a wrong choice again? What a statement of severed ties. Ye Xuan shook his head. Mortal, ascending to the upper realms. In that moment, the last glimmer of hope within Ye Xuan dissipated entirely. If they were to wed today, Liu Yunxi could directly become the emperor's consort, entering the realms beyond, the realm of saints. He, Ye Xuan, was born for the realm of saints. At last, Ye Xuan merely issued a faint scoff, casting a glance over the multitude atop the high platform before turning away towards the sect's entrance. He found himself bereft of words, for these individuals no longer warranted his discourse. From the moment Liu Yunxi betrayed him, he, Ye Xuan, had reclaimed his status as the prince of the Imperial Court. As he observed Ye Xuan's figure gradually fading from view, Liu Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief. Had Ye Xuan persisted in his entanglement, she would have had no choice but to disregard the bond they had forged over the years. However, the icy and disquieting gaze he cast just prior to his departure was unlike anything she had witnessed in their years of acquaintance. Xiao Chengfeng chuckled derisively, wrapping his arm around Liu Yunxi's waist, whispering, "My dear, do not concern yourself. He is merely a worthless mortal." The leader of the Qinglan sect nodded in satisfaction, preparing to announce the continuation of the grand ceremony. Hold on. Just then, a crisp voice resonated from the direction of the mountain gate below the plaza, echoing throughout every corner. "If you do not marry Ye Xuan, I shall." The voice, though not loud, distinctly reached every ear present. The entire Qinglan sect plaza fell into an abrupt silence as all guests, including the sect leader, Xiao Chengfeng, and Liu Yunxi, stood momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed upon the source of the sound. Ye Xuan, who had reached the edge of the plaza, found himself pausing involuntarily, for the voice bore an inexplicable familiarity. Finally, someone can speak. A youthful voice, filled with exasperation, erupted within his mind. Moreover, it felt as if a seal within Ye Xuan's body had been violently shattered. Threads of thunderous power blossomed from deep within his dantian, coursing through his almost withered meridians. His dormant Nine-Thunder calamity body, which had lain silent for 3 years, began to show signs of awakening. Who? Ye Xuan inwardly examined himself, only to discover a shattered 9-tiered tower suspended deep in his dantian, with a small figure made of light sitting atop it, hands on hips. Who? Is it your father or mother sent to clean up your mess? The tower spirit rolled its eyes, exclaiming, "If your parents hadn't sealed you with this tower, only releasing it upon your defeat in the wager, would I have been trapped for 3 years? Had my parents arranged all of this?" Ye Xuan's thoughts surged. What else could it be? Do you truly believe the emperor would be so cruel as to subject his own son to such torment? The tower spirit scoffed. "Let me tell you, returning to the outer heavens is not an option for you now. 3 years ago, those 7 girls, who followed you into the return to the void eye, all descended." What? Ye Xuan's heart trembled. The 7 imperial daughters he had rejected had also come to the lower realm. Indeed, she is one of them. The tower spirit nodded. At that moment, Ye Xuan hastily lifted his gaze towards the mountain path of the Qinglan sect. A streak of flowing light gradually approached from beyond the plaza, revealing the figure of a woman. Clad in a simple white dress, her beauty was breathtaking. Her demeanor as cold as frost and snow. Though her complexion appeared slightly pale, it could not overshadow her unparalleled grace. Is that Chu Wan'er, the holy maiden of the Xiao sect? What brings her to the Qinglan sect? Ye Xuan pondered. Had she just proclaimed her intent to marry that mortal? Ye Xuan, who had been spurned by Liu Yunxi. In an instant, the assembly exchanged astonished glances. The Xiao sect, the sole first-rate sect of the northern region, has dominated for centuries. Although it has gradually fallen from grace, it remains, in name, the foremost sect of the northern region until the Qinglan sect's ascension to first-rate status. At this moment, the expressions of Qinglan's sect leader and others turned exceptionally grim. Chu Wan'er, a name that had surged to prominence, had emerged 3 years ago with extraordinary talent, achieving half-step Tiangang 2 years prior, overwhelming her contemporaries in the northern region. Unfortunately, her cultivation stagnated for reasons unknown, leading her to enter seclusion with her master, the sect leader of Xiao, never to be seen again. Yet today, she had surprisingly emerged from her retreat. At that moment, Liu Yunxi furrowed her brow, having only heard whispers of Chu Wan'er's deeds. Now, she realized that Wan'er's beauty and presence surpassed her own, stirring feelings of envy within her. Meanwhile, Chu Wan'er remained oblivious to the murmurs surrounding her, her gaze piercing through the crowd to land squarely on Ye Xuan, her cool, azure eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions. Young man, she is one of the 7 imperial maidens, the daughter of the Chu clan. Her family, though modest and lacking the protection of supreme imperial artifacts, braved the storm of the return to the void with sheer strength. The imperial blood within her nearly extinguished, her foundation damaged, resulting in her current state. She has waited for you for 3 years, investing far more than that Liu Yunxi. Descending with a physical body? Ye Xuan's heart quaked at the mention. No one understood the perils of such a descent better than he. The small tower continued. Your celestial body has begun to awaken. But to fully realize the perfected Nine-Thunder Tribulation celestial body, you must find those 7 imperial maidens, fulfill the marriage pact, and merge your imperial blood. Your father is in the twilight of his reign, and the Imperial Court is unstable. You must consider your family. Ye Xuan had become a devil. Yet he had never considered his father's plight as he approached the end of his imperial reign. At this moment, guilt washed over him. Ye Xuan, would you marry me? At this juncture, Chu Wan'er, suppressing her excitement, slowly approached Ye Xuan. Her azure eyes remained fixed on him, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Is this for real? Has Chu Wan'er lost her mind? Though she has made no progress in her cultivation during her 2 years in seclusion, she is still a holy maiden of a first-rate sect. Why must she marry a mere mortal? Confusion enveloped the guests in the square, who were at a loss to comprehend why Chu Wan'er would engage in such folly. Xiao Chengfeng clenched his fists tightly. He too had once been infatuated with Chu Wan'er, yet she had never spared him a glance. Now, this waste of a man, Ye Xuan, had no right. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Ye Xuan, silently imploring him not to acquiesce. I will marry you. Ye Xuan had no reason to refuse. Whether out of respect for Chu Wan'er's unwavering affection or for the sake of his own family, the Ye clan. Chapter 3 Liu Yunxi. Ye Xuan, can you cultivate? I will marry you. Ye Xuan's voice resonated throughout the square, eliciting cries of despair from countless talented individuals. This young man actually agreed. Chu Wan'er, this flower, had been planted in a pile of manure. Chu Wan'er, today marks the betrothal of the holy son and holy maiden of our Qinglan sect. What do you mean by overshadowing this occasion? The esteemed leader of the Qinglan sect gradually regained her composure. Her visage a stormy hue as she suppressed her indignation to speak. They had just expelled Ye Xuan, and now Chu Wan'er stood forth, openly slapping the Qinglan sect's face. Your words are excessive. Wan'er comes bearing an invitation, and Ye Xuan is neither a disciple of your sect, nor has any ties to Liu Yunxi. My matters with him do not concern your sect, do they? Yet, Chu Wan'er, with an impassive demeanor, cast a nonchalant glance at the Qinglan sect leader. Neither obsequious nor arrogant. You. The leader of Qinglan's sect was momentarily rendered speechless, her countenance growing even more ashen. Observing her master's discomfiture and Chu Wan'er's haughty demeanor, Liu Yunxi's jealousy and humiliation surged forth uncontrollably. Chu Wan'er, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? Ye Xuan is merely the refuse I discarded. You have picked up my castaway and treated as a treasure? She linked her arm with Xiao Chengfeng's, as if finding her greatest support, continuing to mock. When Brother Chengfeng transcends his tribulation and ascends to the celestial realm, he will undoubtedly trample your so-called prodigy of the Xiao sect underfoot at the sect conference a month hence. At that time, we shall see what qualifications you have to flaunt as a saintess. Though she was unaware of the connection between Chu Wan'er and Ye Xuan, she dismissed it with disdain. She had investigated Ye Xuan more than once, discovering that his foundational path had collapsed, rendering further cultivation impossible. Even if Ye Xuan regained his talent, he would still pale in comparison to Xiao Chengfeng. However, upon hearing this, a scornful smile curled on Chu Wan'er's lips. Xiao Chengfeng, he is hardly worthy of being compared to my brother Ye Xuan. She could not be bothered to engage in further verbal sparring with the two. Turning her gaze to Ye Xuan. Brother Ye Xuan, let us depart. Ye Xuan, already weary of the confrontation, nodded slightly and naturally took Chu Wan'er's hand. Descending the mountain together. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Chengfeng was consumed by fury, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, his jealousy and rage seeking an outlet. In the next moment, he soared into the center of the square, his aura surging dramatically, summoning the thunderous tribulation. Liu Yunxi trembled, her face a mask of fury. The Xiao sect's cloud vessel glided steadily through the clouds. Inside the cabin, Ye Xuan observed the increasingly pallid profile of Chu Wan'er, his heart stirred. Is it worth it? He inquired, his tone faint. Absolutely. Chu Wan'er responded without a hint of hesitation. Her gaze drifted into the distance, seemingly lost in distant recollections, her expression softening. For what reason did the other imperial daughters strive? Wan'er knew not. Yet, at the moment she leaped into the void, she hesitated not at all. She carefully produced an object, a shriveled and withered seed, its surface bearing the marks of erosion from the tempest of the void. Brother Ye Xuan, during the imperial feast at Yaoqi, when the other scions of the imperial clans mocked my Chu family's decline and bullied me, you stepped forward to defend me and gifted me a shimmering flower seed. You told me not to be afraid, to be strong like this seed. As long as one's heart is directed toward the light, one day it shall bloom into the most beautiful flower. Chu Wan'er cradled the seed as if it were a treasured gem. As Ye Xuan beheld the familiar yet alien flower seed, his long-buried memories stirred. To him, it had merely been a trivial act of chivalry in his youth, an inconsequential trinket handed out carelessly. Little did he realize that it had been etched in Chu Wan'er's memory for so many years. At this moment, a flicker of warmth began to stir within his icy heart. The Qinglan sect and the Zixiao sect were not far apart, separated only by the Tianyan city. After a brief journey, the two arrived at the Zixiao sect. By this time, the news of Chu Wan'er bringing back a mortal husband had already spread. Disciples and elders of the sect rushed out, eager to witness the reality. When they beheld Ye Xuan's faint aura, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mortal, an uproar ensued. How foolish of the saintess! Though our Zixiao sect may be in decline, we cannot allow the saintess to marry a mere mortal. What is left of our sect's dignity? The murmurs of disbelief echoed throughout. Yet, Chu Wan'er remained unfazed by the skepticism, firmly holding Ye Xuan's hand as she soared directly towards her peak, the saintess peak. After guiding Ye Xuan into her chamber atop the peak, she instructed him to sit, while she retreated to an inner room. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Xuan urgently inquired within his heart, "Little tower, is there a way to restore Wan'er's talent? I have sensed that her imperial blood has dried up. Her meridians severed, and her injuries are grave." The languid voice of the little tower responded, "You could consider dual cultivation. I have preserved a drop of her original imperial blood, and through dual cultivation, the seal within the tower can be unraveled. However, your current physique is too weak. You must reach the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm to withstand the power of dual cultivation." The pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm? Ye Xuan pondered, acknowledging that this would indeed require time. However, the little tower continued, "The ancestor of the Chu family was a being of eternal life. If you possess a treasure containing the essence of imperial wood for prolonged nurturing, it could gradually mend her foundational injuries." The mention of imperial wood essence sparked a thought in Ye Xuan's mind, leading him to recall the peachwood talisman he held. Both talismans were forged from ancient peachwood, and this particular one was crafted from the very core of the peachwood. It contained immense vitality, precisely meeting the requirement. Just then, Chu Wan'er returned, cradling an exquisite jade box, her cheeks slightly flushed as she presented it to Ye Xuan. "Brother Ye Xuan, these are some resources I have saved over the years, considered as my dowry." Dowry? Ye Xuan was taken aback, opening the jade box to reveal various crystalline essences and elixirs, all of superior quality. "Why not use these resources for yourself?" he inquired. Chu Wan'er offered a bitter smile and shook her head. "My body knows its own limitations. Reaching a half step into the Heavenly Gang realm 2 years ago was already my peak. Over the years, my master has expended countless efforts to heal me, even damaging his own foundation, yet he remains unable to reverse my fate. And you, brother Ye Xuan, are in dire need of cultivation." Gazing into Chu Wan'er's pure, unblemished eyes, Ye Xuan felt a surge of emotion. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the jade box, then retrieved the peachwood talisman, placing it in her hands. "Wan'er, this is my betrothal gift." Betrothal gift? Chu Wan'er was momentarily stunned, instinctively receiving the peachwood talisman. Yet, the instant her fingertips brushed against it, a wave of warm, profound vitality surged forth, flowing like a gentle stream into her parched meridians and fractured foundation. The bottleneck that had shackled her for 2 long years shattered at that moment. Buzz. In the next instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge upon Saintess Peak. Prepare for the tribulation. Ye Xuan was both astonished and delighted, never anticipating the peachwood talisman's effects to be so immediate. To him, the tribulation was indeed a priceless boon. In that moment, Chu Wan'er felt the long-lost power surging within her, and without hesitation, she flashed into the air above the sacred maiden peak. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, clouds darkened, and thunderheads gathered, startling the entire Zixiao sect. Ye Xuan promptly settled into a meditative posture in the courtyard, channeling the Nine-Thunder tribulation body, drawing the strands of tribulation thunder power into his being, forming a resplendent layer of lightning cocoon around his exterior, and experiencing a rapid surge in cultivation. At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in palace attire ascended to the peak, revealing herself as Su Ziyun, the sect leader of Zixiao, who had just emerged from seclusion. However, upon witnessing Chu Wan'er undergoing her tribulation in the air, and the figure below that was voraciously absorbing the thunder tribulation power, she was left utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Wan'er had struggled for 2 years without breaking through her bottleneck, yet now she was transcending it, and that so-called waste, Ye Xuan, was directly absorbing the tribulation thunder for cultivation. She immediately took out a blank jade tablet to record Ye Xuan's current state. Although the jade pendant indicated a mere 3rd level of body refining, the audacious act of devouring the thunder tribulation was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. A genius. No, a prodigy. The sect leader of Zixiao was elated and quickly imprinted Ye Xuan's name onto the jade tablet. Thus, Ye Xuan was officially recognized by the Zixiao sect. Subsequently, she activated the restrictions of the sacred maiden peak's formation and personally levitated before the peak. releasing an overwhelming pressure that resonated like thunder throughout the sect. Relay this message to the northern region's sects. From this day forth, Ye Xuan is hereby appointed as our Zixiao sect's holy son. 1 month from now, on the day of the sect's grand assembly, he shall wed the sacred maiden Chu Wan'er. Upon hearing this proclamation, an uproar erupted within the Zixiao sect. The sect leader not only refrained from reprimanding him, but had directly conferred the title of holy son upon that commoner. Meanwhile, within the Qinglan sect, after bidding farewell to their guests, Liu Yunxi was in a tender moment with Xiao Chengfeng when the sect leader, accompanied by several elders, hurriedly arrived, their expressions grave. "Master, what brings such haste?" Xiao Chengfeng inquired with a frown. Liu Yunxi also felt a sense of unease. "Is there something amiss?" The Qinglan sect leader took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "I have just received news that Chu Wan'er has successfully transcended her tribulation and has officially entered the celestial gang realm." "What?" Liu Yunxi and Xiao Chengfeng exclaimed in unison, their faces paling. The advantage Xiao Chengfeng had just gained by relying on his celestial gang realm prowess to suppress Chu Wan'er was instantly shattered. How is this possible? Wasn't she unable to progress for 2 years due to her damaged foundation? Liu Yunxi felt a mix of shock and jealousy. The Qinglan sect leader furrowed his brow. This matter is indeed peculiar, but it cannot be false. As it stands, the outcome of the sect's grand assembly in a month is uncertain. Master need not worry. Xiao Chengfeng quickly regained his composure and declared proudly, "I possess the constitution of a spiritual body. She, Chu Wan'er, is merely of the treasure body. Even if we are both in the celestial gang realm, I am confident of victory." Liu Yunxi suppressed her own sour feelings and chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Chengfeng is the strongest. Moreover, I will endeavor to break through to the celestial gang realm within this month. At that time, I shall triumph over her without needing Brother Chengfeng's assistance." Her confidence stemmed from the peachwood talisman she possessed. 2 years prior, she discovered that this talisman could nurture her talent, and within a month, she would undoubtedly transform into a spiritual body. "Your confidence is commendable." The leader of the Qinglan sect felt a slight sense of relief, but soon recalled a matter that made his expression peculiar. "By the way, that Ye Xuan has been officially designated as the holy son of the Zixiao sect, and his wedding date with Chu Wan'er is set for a month from now, coinciding with the sect conference." "What?" Liu Yunxi and Xiao Chengfeng were taken aback. Their wedding date aligns with theirs. What could this possibly mean? They truly bring shame upon themselves. Liu Yunxi scoffed. Xiao Chengfeng wore an even more disdainful expression. Would Chu Wan'er truly marry a mere mortal fool at the sect conference, where all sects gather? However, he had heard whispers that Ye Xuan had gained some cultivation after arriving at the Zixiao sect. The leader of the Qinglan sect turned to Liu Yunxi, puzzled. "He can cultivate? What did you say?" Liu Yunxi's mocking smile froze instantly. Chapter 4. The sect's dowry, Wan'er swears by blood. This is impossible. Liu Yunxi was momentarily stunned before regaining her senses. Wasn't Ye Xuan a complete waste? How could he suddenly possess cultivation? Xiao Chengfeng too was filled with confusion. The leader of the Qinglan sect shook his head, saying, "I find it odd as well. But our spies in the Zixiao sect have indeed seen Ye Xuan's name on the disciple roster, indicating he has reached the 3rd level of body refinement. I suspect that the Zixiao sect has employed some sort of precious elixir on him." The Zixiao sect is indeed extravagant. Over the past 2 years, we have plundered their resources to near depletion, and now they still dare to waste precious elixirs on a fool? Liu Yunxi sneered. Although she was startled to hear that Ye Xuan had attained some cultivation, the fact that it was merely the 3rd level of body refinement, and only with the aid of an elixir, filled her heart with contempt. A useless mortal, even with heavenly treasures, was destined to remain a fool. Meanwhile, at the Zixiao sect, on the sacred maiden peak, Chu Wan'er's tribulation of heavenly thunder finally dissipated entirely with Ye Xuan's covert assistance. The dark clouds in the sky parted, showering radiant light. The resplendent layer of thunder around Ye Xuan completely merged into his body. Although the Nine-Thunder Tribulation's celestial body was only in its preliminary recovery and could not fully absorb the power of the heavenly thunder, it nonetheless propelled his cultivation to the peak of body refinement. He was just a step away from re-entering the Qi manipulation realm. "Thank you, Brother Ye Xuan." Chu Wan'er had been by his side, and upon seeing him awaken, her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Just as Ye Xuan was about to speak, his gaze fell upon an unfamiliar, elegant woman beside Chu Wan'er. Dressed in a regal purple gown, she exuded grace and charm, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she regarded him, as if she had discovered a treasure. Seeing this, Chu Wan'er quickly stepped forward to introduce Brother Ye Xuan. "This is my master, and also the leader of our Zixiao sect." She then turned to her master, Su Ziyun, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Master, this is Ye Xuan, the one I have been waiting for these past 3 years." though she had not disclosed her identity as the imperial daughter. Su Ziyun understood that Chu Wan'er was not a cultivator from the Northern Territory and had come to the Xiao sect 3 years ago solely to await one person. Little did she expect that it would be Ye Xuan. Upon hearing this, a flicker of realization crossed Su Ziyun's eyes, and her gaze toward Ye Xuan softened further. Very well, very well. It is good that you have returned. Su Ziyun spoke repeatedly, her tone filled with satisfaction. Soon after, the three entered the chamber of the Saintess Peak. Su Ziyun's smile slightly faded, as if she had resolved to make a significant decision. With a determined bite of her lip, she produced a storage ring from her bosom and presented it to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Noticing his confusion, Su Ziyun hastily explained, Ye Xuan, please accept this. Inside the ring are some dowry gifts prepared by the sect for Wan'er. A dowry. Just prior, Chu Wan'er had already offered all her personal resources as her wedding gifts. Yet this esteemed leader of the Xiao sect was now presenting the sect's dowry as well. Beside them, Chu Wan'er furrowed her delicate brows. She understood better than anyone the current plight of the Xiao sect. With their assets seized by the Qinglan sect and resources dwindling, even maintaining the disciples' daily cultivation had become a challenge. The ring that her master had presented contained what might very well be the last vestiges of the sect's wealth. Master, this is too precious. Chu Wan'er could not help but interject, her voice choked with emotion. Yet, Su Ziyun waved her hand to interrupt, offering her a reassuring glance. She had her own calculations. Although the sect was currently struggling, since this was the man Wan'er had chosen, how could she, as a master, be so stingy? Moreover, as long as Ye Xuan remained in the Xiao sect, given his potential, how could the sect not rise again? This was not merely an investment, but undoubtedly worth it. Without further ado, she firmly placed the ring into Ye Xuan's hands, attempting to sound casual as she said, Silly boy, why be so polite? Inside are merely some medicinal pills and spiritual liquids needed for cultivation. They are not of great value. You are still at a low level of cultivation and truly need these resources. At this moment, Ye Xuan realized that further refusal would only come off as pretentious. So he solemnly accepted the ring and bowed deeply. Thank you, sect leader, for your generous gift. This kindness, I shall remember in my heart. Seeing Ye Xuan finally accept the dowry, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Su Ziyun's eyes. Seizing the moment, she swiftly produced another item from her sleeve. It was a gold-embossed letter. Since you have accepted the dowry, you should also sign this. Ye Xuan and Chu Wan'er exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What was this? The Xiao sect leader spoke with a serious and resolute tone. Wan'er is not just my disciple. I regard her as my own daughter. She has waited for you for 3 years, her feelings deeply rooted. As her master, I cannot allow her to suffer in vain or endure any grievances. She extended the letter towards Ye Xuan, her gaze intense. If you also have feelings for Wan'er, then sign this marriage contract. From this moment on, you shall be the saint son of the Xiao sect, and the sect will invest its utmost efforts in your cultivation. This sudden turn of events left Ye Xuan momentarily stunned. He had seen the marriage contract with Chu Wan'er 3 years ago, but at that time, he had merely glanced at it before dismissing it. Now, although this was not the same contract, it nonetheless stirred a deep sense of nostalgia within him. However, seeing Ye Xuan hesitate, Chu Wan'er mistakenly thought he was still troubled by his past with Liu Yunxi. Without hesitation, she swiftly drew the sword from her waist. The cold gleam slicing through her delicate finger. Crimson blood, the essence of her life, surged forth. I, Chu Wan'er, pledge with my life's essence to sign this marriage contract. In this lifetime, I shall never betray brother Ye Xuan. Should I transgress, may my body perish. My soul disperse. The bloodlight merged into the marriage document, and a fleeting glimmer of celestial law shimmered and vanished, sealing the vow. Chapter 5. The first matter of entering the sect, repaying debts. Wan'er. Su Ziyun had never anticipated that Chu Wan'er would be so resolute. Her heart aching as she wished to step forward. At that moment, Chu Wan'er's face was pale. Swearing with her life's essence was a significant burden for her body, which had yet to fully recover. Yet, her gaze towards Ye Xuan remained bright and unwavering. As Chu Wan'er pierced her finger, Ye Xuan's heart felt as though struck by a heavy hammer, resonating with turmoil. This woman had once burned her imperial blood for him, traversing the abyss in body. Now, she swore her life for him, revealing her true feelings. If he hesitated further, could he still call himself a man? Fool. Ye Xuan stepped forward, gently grasping Chu Wan'er's injured finger. His gaze was tender yet resolute, meeting her slightly anxious eyes. He then turned to Su Ziyun, taking the heavy marriage document from her hands with a tone of unyielding determination. I shall sign this marriage contract. As his words fell, without a moment's hesitation, Ye Xuan cut his own finger, drawing forth a drop of his life's essence, and inscribed his name beside Chu Wan'er's. With the stroke of the pen, the contract was sealed. Buzz. The marriage document radiated with brilliance, the names of Ye Xuan and Chu Wan'er intertwining in bloodlight, transforming into two entwined runes. Deeply etched into the parchment, an invisible bond connected their fates at this moment, witnessed by heaven and earth. Seeing this, the weighty stone in Su Ziyun's heart finally fell. And gazing at the radiant couple before her, her joy deepened. Wonderful, 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 she exclaimed thrice, her smile bright. Since it was thus, I shall not intrude upon your intimate moments. Please, enjoy your conversation. With that, she hurriedly departed. Within the room, the atmosphere turned subtly poignant. Wan'er, you have just successfully crossed the tribulation. Your realm is not yet stable, and having expended your life's essence, you must immediately enter seclusion to cultivate, to stabilize your foundation and replenish what has been lost. Ye Xuan spoke softly. Chu Wan'er naturally wished to spend more time with Ye Xuan. Yet she understood the pressing dangers surrounding their sect, and the impending sect conference a month hence was crucial to the survival of the Xiao sect. It was not a time for romantic indulgences. She obediently nodded, saying, "Yes, I will listen to Brother Ye Xuan." After assisting Chu Wan'er back to her room, Ye Xuan sat cross-legged on the bed outside, his thirst for power more intense than ever. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly, not only for himself, but also for Wan'er, and to aid his Xiao sect. Young man, let me share some good news. Though I am diminished, the internal functions of this tower remain intact, and I can now activate the most basic time-space law. 1 day outside equals 2 days within. At that moment, the voice of the tower's spirit suddenly resonated. What? A twofold time flow? Ye Xuan's spirit trembled at the revelation. What he currently lacks is time. Although the additional time may not seem substantial, it is indeed a timely blessing. His first instinct was to invite Chu Wan'er to enter the tower for cultivation together. But wait, the spirit of the tower seemed to have discerned his thoughts. In this space, only you can utilize it. If you wish to bring someone else, you must first engage in dual cultivation, which grants permission. Moreover, the more companions you have for dual cultivation, the stronger the tower's restorative powers will become. And the flow of time can increase exponentially. Tenfold, or even 100-fold, is not merely a dream. Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback, and then his lips twitched slightly. Without a doubt, this was the mischief of his unscrupulous father. With no other choice, Ye Xuan had to suppress this thought for the time being. With a mere thought, his consciousness sank into his dantian, and in an instant, he vanished from his original location, appearing within the small tower. He then retrieved the dowry of Chu Wan'er as well as the gifts bestowed by the sect master of the Xiao sect. This was nearly the entirety of the sect's resources. This kindness, I, Ye Xuan, shall remember. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened immeasurably. The next moment, he settled into a cross-legged position and uttered in his heart, 9 lightning tribulations, devour the heavens and earth. Buzz. In an instant, the spirit essence pills from the jade box and the spiritual liquid from the ring transformed into an incredibly pure torrent of spiritual energy, surging wildly into his body. Within the tower, there was neither sun nor moon. When Ye Xuan absorbed the last trace of energy from the final pill and slowly opened his eyes, 2 bolts of lightning flickered in his gaze, and his aura surged powerfully around him, peak of the Qi control realm. Yet, as he felt the unceasing flow of true energy within him, Ye Xuan let out a helpless sigh. This 9 lightning tribulations truly was a bottomless pit. Such an abundance of resources had merely elevated his cultivation from the peak of body refinement to the pinnacle of Qi control, leaving him still a step short of reopening his spiritual sea. To continue advancing swiftly, he must seek out even more cultivation resources. With a thought, Ye Xuan withdrew from the small tower's space. Outside, only 5 days had passed. Just as he was preparing to ponder how to acquire more resources, faint voices drifted from outside the door. He recognized them as belonging to the sect master of Xiao and a female disciple. We must find a way to secure another batch of cultivation resources. Ye Xuan and Wan'er are at a critical juncture in their training and cannot afford any deficiencies. The female disciple's voice was tinged with tears. Sect master, the storeroom has long been depleted. The disciples have yet to receive their training funds for this month, and several elders have even halted their daily cultivation to conserve spirit stones. We truly have no resources left. The sect master fell silent for a moment, his voice laced with determination. If we cannot touch the foundation of the sect, then I shall sell my Xiao cauldron. What? Sect master, you must not. The female disciple exclaimed in shock. That Xiao cauldron is your life's treasure, connected to your very spirit. How can it be sold? I said sell it. So sell it. Su Ziyun's voice suddenly rose, commanding, do as I say. Hearing this, Ye Xuan's heart trembled violently, and he could no longer remain seated. While he had previously known of the Xiao sect's difficulties, he had not anticipated that they had fallen into such dire straits. They were even to the point of selling the sect master's life treasure. And all of this was largely due to the fact that the remaining resources had been given as a bridal gift to him. Clang. Ye Xuan abruptly pushed open the door, his gaze fixed upon the astonished Su Ziyun, his tone resolute. Sect master. Should you contemplate selling your life as treasure to procure resources for us? Ye Xuan, unequivocally refused to accept it. Su Ziyun had not anticipated that their conversation would be overheard by Ye Xuan, and a fleeting look of embarrassment crossed her face. Ye Xuan, what are you doing out here? Return and focus on your cultivation. You and Wan'er merely need to enhance your strength swiftly to prepare for the sect conference. Sect master. I have my own means to secure cultivation resources, Ye Xuan replied, shaking his head with unwavering determination. You have your own means? Su Ziyun was taken aback. She acknowledged Ye Xuan's prodigious talent. In merely 5 days, he had ascended from the 3rd stage of body refinement to the pinnacle of qi control, an astonishing feat indeed. Yet, within the northern region, the qi control realm was hardly regarded as formidable. What could he possibly do? However, Ye Xuan merely smiled with confidence, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned his attention to a delicate young disciple beside him, whose eyes were red-rimmed. He gently inquired, May I ask, dear sister, are there any alchemy shops in Tianyuan City that conduct business with the Xiao sect? Alchemy shops? Su Ziyun's confusion deepened. Ye Xuan, why are you asking about that? Do you possess the ability to refine elixirs? Somewhat, Ye Xuan replied with a faint smile, his tone unassuming yet imbued with self-assurance. Refining elixirs was the quickest means he could conceive to amass resources. As for the Tao of alchemy, as a descendant of the imperial lineage, having traversed 7 cycles of reincarnation, he was well versed in the myriad arts of alchemy, artifact forging, array formations, and talisman crafting. Producing elixirs in the lower realms was indeed a task he could easily master. The young disciple initially appeared taken aback before whispering, There is indeed a Baichao alchemy shop that has consistently traded elixirs with us, but Baichao alchemy shop is currently our creditor. A creditor? Ye Xuan's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Good heavens, he exclaimed. It turned out that the Xiao sect was not merely facing a dire situation. They were also burdened with substantial external debts. Su Ziyun, standing nearby, wore an expression of acute embarrassment, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Ye Xuan rubbed his brow and, after a moment, smiled nonchalantly. Very well, a creditor is but a creditor. Sister, would you kindly escort me to Baichao alchemy shop? The young disciple glanced at Su Ziyun, and upon seeing her resigned nod, she replied, Yes, holy son Yi, please follow me. On their descent, Ye Xuan learned that this young disciple was named Xiao Tao, a close attendant of Chu Wan'er and an inner disciple of the Xiao sect. He noticed that throughout their journey, Xiao Tao frequently stole glances at him, only to quickly lower her head, blushing when caught. Amused, he inquired, Xiao Tao, why do you keep looking at me? Xiao Tao's cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke softly, because senior brother Yi is truly handsome. No wonder Sister Wan'er likes you so much. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Handsome? In this harsh realm of cultivation, what use was beauty? Having descended from the Saintess Peak, they arrived at the main square of the Xiao sect. Ye Xuan surveyed the scene. Noting only a sparse handful of disciples engaged in cultivation, most of whom appeared listless. As the sole first-rate sect in the northern region, witnessing its current state of decline weighed heavily on Ye Xuan's heart, offering him a more vivid understanding of the Xiao sect's plight. What surprised him further was the inexplicable hostility and skepticism reflected in the gazes of numerous disciples directed towards him. Brother Ye Xuan, please do not take offense at being directly appointed as the Holy Son upon entering the sect. There are whispers within the sect suggesting that the sect leader has exhausted the resources to assist you, which has left many senior brothers and sisters feeling discontented. Xiao Tao quickly interjected. After a moment's hesitation, she proposed, Shall we take the back roads to avoid any unnecessary attention? Take the back roads? Ye Xuan raised his sword-like brows and smiled nonchalantly. There is no need. Ye Xuan, act with a clear conscience. With that, he held his head high, leading Xiao Tao directly toward the center of the plaza. Tianyuan City is situated between Xiao sect and Qinglan sect, standing as the foremost city in the northern region. Shortly thereafter, Ye Xuan and Xiao Tao successfully entered the city. The bustling streets were alive with activity. However, upon arriving at the Baichao Danhang, Ye Xuan discovered that, despite its prime location, the establishment was eerily deserted. In stark contrast, the Lingyun Shanghong across the street was teeming with customers, thriving with business. What puzzled Ye Xuan further was the unpleasant odor that surrounded Baichao Danhang, which was anything but the refreshing fragrance of medicinal pills. Xiao Tao gazed hesitantly at the empty entrance. Brother Ye Xuan, Are we truly going in? I've heard that the esteemed alchemists from Baichao Danhang were recently lured away by Ling Yun Danhang at exorbitant prices, leaving them in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan realized the reason for the establishment's decline. He comforted Xiao Tao with a reassuring pat on her shoulder. It's all right. Since we are here, we must face it. Let us go. With that, he confidently stepped into Baichao Danhang, accompanied by Xiao Tao. As they vanished through the doorway, across the street, 3 majestic spirit beasts, resembling cloud-stepping steeds, halted gracefully in front of Ling Yun Danhang, drawing a lavish carriage behind them. The carriage curtains parted, revealing a striking young couple. The young man exuded confidence, his brow furrowing with pride. The young woman was stunningly beautiful, her figure elegant and poised. Their formidable presence marked them as the celebrated duo of Qinglan's sect, Xiao Chengfeng and Liu Yunxi. Liu Yunxi stepped down and paused, her enchanting gaze inadvertently sweeping across Baichao Danhang, catching sight of Ye Xuan and Xiao Tao's retreating figures, causing her to momentarily falter. What's wrong, Yunxi? Xiao Chengfeng noticed her unusual demeanor. I believe I just saw that fellow enter the establishment across the street, Liu Yunxi replied coolly. However, Xiao Chengfeng looked over only to see the desolate entrance of Baichao Danhang and scoffed. You must be seeing things. That Ye Xuan is merely a worthless mortal. How dare he descend the mountain? He wrapped his arm around Liu Yunxi's slender waist, brimming with self-satisfaction. If our collaboration with the young master of the Ling family goes well, our sect will reap great rewards. At that time, I shall procure a Yuangang pill for you, allowing you to advance to the Tiangang realm ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, Liu Yunxi's face brightened, and she nestled against him. You're so wonderful, Chengfeng. Let us hurry inside, lest we keep the young master waiting. Inside Baichao Danhang, the atmosphere was dismal. The few attendants and servants who noticed Xiao Tao's entrance averted their gazes, hastily pretending to be busy, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Is it the esteemed Miss Xiao Tao from Xiao sect? A weary female voice suddenly called out from the second floor. Wang, go to the accounts room and fetch some spirit stones for Miss Xiao Tao. The steward, upon being called out, immediately displayed a look of distress and hastily replied, Master, we have just received a new batch of goods. The accounts are already settled, so you may go. But the voice rose again. Wang, the steward, sighed helplessly and turned to leave. No need. Just then, Ye Xuan suddenly spoke up, his voice clear and resonant, echoing throughout the alchemy shop. We have come today, not to borrow money, but to settle accounts. Settle accounts. These 2 words struck like thunder, piercing through the stillness of the alchemy shop. All the stewards and servants abruptly turned their heads in unison to gaze at Ye Xuan. The Xiao sect has money to settle accounts. Xiao Tao's eyes widened in shock, her small hands nervously clutching her clothes, her heart racing. A voice of confusion arose from the second floor. And soon a graceful woman dressed in a simple, yet elegant long gown stepped out. Her clear gaze fell upon Ye Xuan. Who are you? She inquired. Ye Xuan cupped his hands, exuding neither arrogance nor servility. I am Ye Xuan from the Xiao sect. Ye Xuan? The woman paused, taken aback, and scrutinized Ye Xuan anew, tentatively asking, are you not the newly appointed saint son of the Xiao sect, the husband of Wan'er who has yet to enter the household? Indeed, that is I. Ye Xuan acknowledged candidly. The woman's expression shifted from confusion to a complex mix of emotions, and she gestured for him to enter. Ah, so it is the saint's son Ye. My apologies, please come upstairs for a discussion. Ye Xuan nodded and ascended the stairs to a private room. Accompanied by the anxious Xiao Tao, the woman personally poured tea for Ye Xuan and introduced herself. I am Lin Chuan, the young steward of this Baichao alchemy shop. Saint's son, to speak candidly, I have never pressed for the spirit stones and elixirs owed by the Xiao sect. I share a sisterly bond with Wan'er and understand the current plight of the Xiao sect. We can discuss this debt slowly in the future. So, Lin Chuan is a friend of Wan'er. Ye Xuan realized. Lin steward, you misunderstand. Ye Xuan set down his teacup and looked directly at Lin Chuan. We are here solely to settle accounts, truly without any ulterior motives, so there is no need for you to overthink it. This Baichao alchemy shop is struggling to survive, yet still wishes to assist the Xiao sect. Such a favor, he must repay for Wan'er, no matter what. Lin Chuan furrowed her brow slightly, despite Ye Xuan's serious tone. She questioned, what does the Xiao sect have to settle with? She had heard that this Ye Xuan was of a mortal body and possessed no wealth. Xiao Tao, beside him, was nearly in tears. Ye Xuan had not mentioned anything about settling accounts before their arrival. Just as Lin Chuan was puzzled, Ye Xuan shifted his tone. Lin steward, your shop must have accumulated quite a number of failed elixirs, correct? Failed elixirs? Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to follow his train of thought. Xiao Tao looked equally bewildered. Ye Xuan smiled lightly and explained, I am not particularly skilled, but I have some knowledge of alchemy, and can transform failed elixirs into treasures. Thus, this debt can indeed be settled. What did you say? At this proclamation, Lin Chuan and Xiao Tao almost simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment. Transforming failed elixirs into successful ones. How could that be possible? Lin Chuan, hailing from a distinguished family of alchemists and having managed the shop for many years, had never heard of such a miraculous alchemical technique. Failed elixirs, with their chaotic properties and ruined structures, were the very essence of alchemical poison. Transforming waste into treasure? It was simply a fantastical notion. Moreover, was Ye Xuan not a mere mortal who had just begun to cultivate? How could one possibly possess alchemical arts? Ye Xuan understood that without evidence, words held no weight. He ceased to speak further, raising his right hand with a subtle shift of his thoughts. A low, resonant hum filled the air. In the next instant, a bizarre flame, interwoven with arcs of searing lightning, erupted violently from his palm. The flames exhibited two distinct layers. The inner layer shimmered with destructive lightning, while the outer layer surged with pure, blazing heat. The intense warmth instantly enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Lin Chuan finally regained her composure, her voice now tinged with astonishment. A second-grade extraordinary fire? That lightning flame is not only intensely hot, but also possesses two layers, undeniably a second-grade innate extraordinary fire. It is exceedingly rare for an alchemist to possess even a first-grade extraordinary fire, marking them as a prodigy in alchemy. Yet, Ye Xuan before me possesses the even rarer second-grade extraordinary fire. In the entirety of the northern region, it is unlikely one could find another. Chapter 7. Reforging the Wasteful Elixir, shocking all present. The seed of fire is the essence of an alchemist. The awakening of extraordinary fire is a hallmark of the most exceptional alchemical geniuses. Not to mention, Ye Xuan has awakened a second-grade extraordinary fire. Such a talent is even rarer than the awakening of a spiritual body. At this moment, Lin Chuan could not help but rise, her entire being trembling. She understood profoundly what such a prodigy meant for her alchemical endeavors. Xiao Tao, equally astonished, finally comprehended why Ye Xuan had exuded such confidence earlier. It is worth noting that even her most revered senior sister, Wan'er, had only awakened a first-grade extraordinary fire 3 years ago. Yet that feat had already stirred the entirety of Tianyan City. However, at this moment, Ye Xuan nonchalantly retracted the flames. His Nine-Thunder tribulation body, embodying utmost rigidity and yang, was inherently capable of evolving into imperial fire. Thus, even in its preliminary restoration, manifesting a second-grade extraordinary fire was not remarkable. Will Master Lin believe me now? Ye Xuan asked with a gentle smile. Naturally, I shall. Lin Chuan inhaled deeply. While possessing extraordinary fire does not automatically confer exceptional alchemical skills, the Baijiao Alchemy Guild had no alternative left. Moreover, Ye Xuan was merely seeking to reclaim wasteful elixirs. For the Baijiao Alchemy Guild, there would be no loss. Subsequently, Lin Chuan instructed her subordinates to present all the wasteful elixirs to Ye Xuan. These were the remnants of elixirs yet to serve their purpose within the guild, predominantly consisting of approximately 5,000 Xian-level Qi gathering pills required for the Qi Master Realm, along with nearly 1,000 Earth-level Spirit Essence pills, essential for cultivating within the Spirit Sea Realm. Lin Chuan fixed her beautiful gaze upon Ye Xuan and inquired, "Might I know how many months you will require to complete the reformation?" With many of the elder alchemists having been siphoned away, the Baijiao Alchemy Guild had squandered numerous materials. If he could truly transform waste into treasure, it would be a resurrection for the guild. Months. Ye Xuan tucked away his storage ring, suddenly raising an eyebrow with a smile. How could it take so long? By this time tomorrow, I shall deliver the elixirs to you. Tomorrow? Lin Chuan thought she must have misheard. Ye Xuan claimed he could reform these thousands of wasteful elixirs in just a day. Was there more than one alchemical prodigy in the Xiao sect? Even with Chu Wan'er joining, it should not suffice. Indeed, tomorrow, and do not be late. Yet, Ye Xuan refrained from further elaboration, beckoning the dazed Xiao Tao, and departed from the alchemy hall, observing their retreating figures. Lin Chuan would have thought it merely a fleeting dream had it not been for the lingering warmth of the strange fire within the room. Shortly thereafter, Ye Xuan and Xiao Tao returned to the Xiao sect. Brother Ye, can you truly transform waste into treasure? Xiao Tao, having endured her curiosity for quite some time, could no longer restrain herself from inquiring. Of course, Ye Xuan replied with a smile, finding Xiao Tao's innocent demeanor quite endearing. However, upon their arrival at the foot of the Saintess Peak, both were taken aback. A considerable number of young disciples, and even several elders of the spiritual sea realm, were kneeling in unison before the Saintess Peak. Master, for the sake of the sect's survival and dignity, we implore you to depose Ye Xuan from his position as Holy Son and expel him from the Xiao sect. The foremost young disciple knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Brother Yi, he is our second senior brother, Zhao Qian, the strongest among the younger generation, aside from Sister Wan'er, Xiao Tao whispered from behind. Ye Xuan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Heh, Elder Qi, are you attempting to coerce me? Su Ziyan stood before the gathered crowd, her expression stern. Master, we are left with no choice. If we continue to squander resources on Ye Xuan, the Zixiao sect will surely meet its demise. One elder raised his head, speaking fervently. Though his cultivation has surged, it may merely be a result of secret methods to conceal his true power. You must not be deceived. Master, we are devoid of cultivation resources. If he does not leave, are you truly compelling us to abandon the sect? Su Ziyun's eyes narrowed slightly. These were among the last remaining elders of the Zixiao sect. Although their vision was somewhat short-sighted, they had managed to endure until now. The fact that the sect's resources were depleted was undeniable, and it pained her to utter harsh words. Perhaps, allowing them to depart could be seen as a form of liberation. Su Ziyan shook her head with a bitter smile. I shall provide a solution for the cultivation resources. Yet, before Su Ziyun could voice her intentions, a voice suddenly resonated from behind the elders. The elders were momentarily taken aback, then turned to see Ye Xuan and Xiao Tao approaching. In the next instant, Elder Qi stood up, glaring at Ye Xuan and rebuking. Do you still dare to speak so shamelessly? You are merely at the Qi manipulation realm. How can you possibly resolve the issue of cultivation resources? At that moment, the other elders, as well as Su Ziyun, turned their gazes toward Ye Xuan. Even Su Ziyun herself harbored doubts. Ye Xuan's return was far too swift. Heh, the resources are right here. Ye Xuan merely smiled faintly, then raised his hand to pour out thousands of discarded pills from his storage ring. In an instant, the foul odor of the waste pills wafted through the air. The crowd was initially stunned, then quickly recoiled from the stench. Ye Xuan, are you a fool? Are you trying to disgust us with this heap of waste pills? Zhao Qian shouted in anger. Although Su Ziyun did not step back, her brow furrowed involuntarily. Ye Xuan had descended the mountain and returned with nothing but this many waste pills. Heh, while they are indeed waste pills. What if I can turn waste into treasure? Ye Xuan maintained a confident demeanor. Transform waste into treasure? The assembly of elders exchanged glances. And then one of them could not help but laugh heartily towards the heavens. Though I am not an alchemist, I have consumed more elixirs than you have seen grains of rice. He proclaimed. In the northern domain, who can transform a failed elixir into a success? Xiao Tao, bring forth all the alchemical furnaces from the alchemy hall. However, Ye Xuan merely smiled and instructed Xiao Tao. Huh, oh okay. Xiao Tao hesitated for a moment, but hurried off nonetheless. Zhao Qian smirked, clearly waiting to witness Ye Xuan's folly. Su Ziyun looked at Ye Xuan with a questioning gaze. Yet he offered her only a reassuring look without further explanation. Before long, Xiao Tao returned, breathless, and arranged the numerous furnaces she had retrieved from her storage ring. There were nearly 100 in total, varying in size. What a spectacle, utterly ridiculous. Zhao Qian scoffed, shaking his head. What purpose do so many furnaces serve? At that moment, Su Ziyun inhaled deeply, hoping that Ye Xuan truly had a solution. Otherwise, there would be no resolution to this day. Suddenly, Ye Xuan raised his hand, dividing the thousands of failed elixirs into hundreds of portions and casting them into the furnaces. Boom. As the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a bolt of fiery lightning erupted from Ye Xuan's palm, a searing heat radiating outward in all directions. Extraordinary, exceptional fire. They stood frozen for a moment, then slowly regained their composure, yet their eyes were still filled with astonishment. Ye Xuan possesses such a rare talent for extraordinary fire. No, wait. It is a second-tier extraordinary fire. Su Ziyun's astonishment deepened, for Ye Xuan's extraordinary fire was of a dual nature. A unique second-tier extraordinary fire, unparalleled in the entire northern domain. At that moment, Ye Xuan raised his palm once more, splitting the extraordinary fire into hundreds of streams, which cascaded into each of the furnaces. Master, may I borrow your purple cloud cauldron? Ye Xuan suddenly inquired. Of course. Su Ziyun nodded and immediately summoned her purple cloud cauldron. Buzz. In an instant, this life-bound treasure expanded in the wind, growing to a towering 100 feet. Ye Xuan placed the remaining nearly 1,000 spirit elixirs into the purple cloud cauldron. The extraordinary fire roaring to life, infusing all within. In a heartbeat, 100 furnaces erupted in thunderous flames. Is this 100 furnaces for alchemy? Only then did the crowd begin to comprehend. The shock within them surged like a tidal wave, growing ever more intense. Let alone Ye Xuan's ability to truly transform waste into treasure, merely his capacity to control 100 flames was already awe-inspiring. Zhao Qian was utterly bewildered at this point. The disciples of the Purple Cloud sect who had arrived were equally dumbfounded. Yet, merely half an hour later, the foul stench of the failed elixirs dissipated entirely. replaced by a gentle fragrance of genuine elixirs wafting through the air. As everyone inhaled the aroma, their expressions shifted yet again. This was the true fragrance of elixirs. Such a scent indicated that the impurities had been purged from the failed elixirs, leaving only the essence behind, with success in alchemy merely a step away. Indeed, after only the briefest of moments, the 100 furnaces trembled and hummed, the fragrance spreading 10 miles, enveloping the entire sacred maiden peak. With a thunderous roar, the fiery lightning extinguished, and thousands of elixirs floated up from the furnaces. In the darkness, the thousands of elixirs sparkled like stars. Reflected upon the astonished faces of all the disciples of the Xiao sect, Ye Xuan indeed succeeded in condensing pills all by himself. Chapter 8. Fated Encounter. Meeting Liu Yunxi again. Buzz. Ye Xuan raised his hand, collecting thousands of qi-gathering pills into his storage ring. He then took out half and handed them to the leader of the Xiao sect. At that moment, as the leader gazed at the storage ring before him, he finally regained his composure. In less than half an hour, Ye Xuan had produced thousands of qi-gathering pills. Boom. However, before the leader of the Xiao sect could utter a word, the Xiao cauldron suddenly emitted a resonant hum. Following that, an even richer fragrance of elixirs surged forth from the sect. The aroma was overwhelming, as over 800 spirit-nourishing pills soared from the cauldron, their brilliance far surpassing that of the earlier qi-gathering pills. As the last bolt of lightning extinguished, Ye Xuan stored all the spirit-nourishing pills in his storage ring. He kept 300 for himself, handed 200 to the leader, and intended to use the remaining 300 to settle accounts. Ye Xuan, your alchemical skills. At this moment, the leader of the Xiao sect could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, yet was at a loss for words. As the foremost leader of the northern region, with her formidable cultivation in the Vientiane realm, she had never heard of such miraculous alchemical techniques, let alone witnessed them firsthand. It is nothing. Ye Xuan simply waved his hand. Thus, the medicinal pills you cultivate should suffice, correct? He then turned to Elder Qi and the others. The elders, upon hearing this, lowered their heads in humility, too timid to meet Ye Xuan's gaze. Elder Qi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stammered, ultimately failing to articulate anything. Now, Ye Xuan had proven, through his second-grade extraordinary fire and his seemingly transcendent alchemical skills, that he was not a waste of the sect's resources. Noticing the silence among them, Ye Xuan chose not to waste any more time and turned to head towards the Saintess Peak. Elder Qi, should you dare to utter a single disparaging word about Ye Xuan again, do not blame me for forgetting our long-standing camaraderie. At this moment, Su Ziyun's piercing gaze was also directed at Elder Qi. Seeing the elders remain silent, she then distributed the 200 spirit-nourishing pills among them. Though not many, these pills would suffice for their use over the next several days. The remaining qi-gathering pills would adequately supply the disciples of the qi control realm for their cultivation needs. Upon reaching Saintess Peak, Ye Xuan first glanced at Chu Wan'er, relieved to find her still in deep meditation. At present, he possessed only the spirit-nourishing pills required for the Spirit Sea realm, which were not yet suitable for the Heavenly Gang realm. Chu Wan'er. Ye Xuan felt helpless. He wished to provide resources for her, but the strength of the 100 herbs alchemy was insufficient. Soon after, Ye Xuan entered the small tower, retrieved a handful of spirit-nourishing pills, and consumed them voraciously, beginning the process of rapid refinement. In just a breath, his previously pallid complexion, due to exhaustion, regained its rosy hue. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian hurried back to his cave abode. He frantically pulled out a communication talisman from his bosom, exerting all his strength to crush it. A faint light instantly shot forth from the talisman, silently darting towards the sect's exterior. Ye Xuan is no fool. If he were allowed to grow unchecked, the Qinglan sect would suffer greatly. This message must be conveyed. Crack. However, that beam of light had scarcely ventured far before it collided with an invisible wall, erupting in mid-air with a thunderous crash, dissipating into ethereal brilliance. In the next moment, the overwhelming pressure of the myriad realms descended like a celestial canopy. Su Ziyun, adorned with the purple cloud avatar, appeared within his cave dwelling, her expression as frosty as ice. Master, the sect leader? Xiao Qian trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Su Ziyun outside the cave. Betraying the sect could lead to execution. Humph. Indeed, there are traitors within the sect. Yet, I never anticipated it would be you. Su Ziyun's eyes narrowed slightly, a surge of killing intent brewing within. Spare me, sect leader. I only sought resources for cultivation. Xiao Qian pleaded, kneeling and bowing incessantly. Humph. Your worthless life still holds some utility. For now, I shall not end you. Su Ziyun scoffed. She then turned, her voice resonating throughout the Xiao sect. From this day forth, the Xiao sect shall be sealed. Without my command, no one is permitted to descend the mountain. Those who defy this order shall face death. The news of Ye Xuan's sudden surge in cultivation must not leak before the sect conference. As the night passed, Ye Xuan opened his eyes within the small tower. Buzz. The final surge of medicinal power surged into his dantian, transforming spiritual energy into a vast ocean, with arcs of lightning swirling ferociously. Boom. A domineering and heavy aura erupted from his body, thunderous sounds resonating in all directions. He had attained the spirit sea realm. In just one night, Ye Xuan ascended from the peak of chi manipulation to the spirit sea realm, embarking on the true path of cultivation. Regrettably, the quality of the 300 spirit nourishing pills was still rather poor. Yet, Ye Xuan shook his head, dissatisfied. Those 300 pills were originally defective. Even after being refined, their quality remained low, and he had consumed them all within a single night. He now faced a dire predicament of having no resources available. Descending the mountain, without a moment's hesitation, Ye Xuan exited the small tower, taking Xiao Tao with him as they made their way to Tianyan City. Today was the day he had agreed upon with Lin Chuan. Before long, the two arrived at the Baichao pill shop with familiarity. Just like the previous day, the shop remained eerily quiet, the only change being the absence of the rancid odor of defective pills surrounding it. Ye Xuan glanced across the street before leading Xiao Tao into the Baichao pill shop. Meanwhile, within a private chamber on the second floor of the shop, the atmosphere was tense. An elderly man, with a stern expression, glared at Lin Chuan, who sat at the head of the table, and suddenly rose in anger. Chuan, how long will you continue to be willful? That Ling Tian is the legitimate heir of the wealthiest family in Tianyun. If you marry him, you could enjoy endless riches and splendor. Huh, is it I who shall relish endless riches, or is it my uncle? Lin Chuan merely took a sip of spiritual tea and smiled. You. The old man was momentarily stunned, then his face flushed with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? I only think of the family. Do you wish to see the Baichao pill shop ruined in your hands? Huh. Lin Chuan merely scoffed at his words. The Baichao pill shop was established by my branch, flourishing under my father's stewardship. Though my father is no longer here, this shop has nothing to do with your branch. Besides, how can you be so certain that the shop will perish in my hands? Humph. Even now, Chuan, are you still deceiving yourself? The old man sneered coldly, then waved his sleeve and prepared to leave, declaring that it was high time to agree to the marriage with the Ling family. With that, he pushed the door open and happened to collide with Ye Xuan, who had just arrived. The old man frowned, momentarily taken aback by Ye Xuan's extraordinary appearance. But upon realizing that Ye Xuan merely exuded the aura of a body refinement stage, he scoffed and strode downstairs. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment? Ye Xuan inquired with a smile from outside the door. No, quite the opposite. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's voice, Lin Chuan, who was slumped in her chair, instantly brightened, her earlier despondency evaporating. She hurriedly invited Ye Xuan into the private room, and as soon as he was seated, she eagerly asked, Young Master Yi, what about those useless pills? At present, her only hope rested entirely on Ye Xuan. Haha, Miss Lin, please take a look for yourself. Ye Xuan pushed a storage ring toward her. The moment Lin Chuan accepted it and her consciousness penetrated within, she was momentarily stunned. Inside the ring were no fewer than 2,000 chi nourishing pills and 300 spirit nourishing pills. It had been over a year since the Baichao pill shop had encountered such a bounty of pills. Young Master Yi, did you refine all these yourself? After a long pause, Lin Chuan finally regained her composure and added, why didn't you keep some for yourself? Haha, I certainly did keep some. This is merely the portion for you, Manager Lin. Ye Xuan replied with a smile. What? Lin Chuan was first taken aback, and then her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that Ye Xuan not only transformed waste into treasure, but also achieved a success rate of over 80 to 90%? This was simply astonishing. Miss Lin, I have come for two reasons. Firstly, to settle accounts. Secondly, to discuss a business proposition with you. However, Ye Xuan wished to bypass further pleasantries and get straight to the point. Business? Lin Chuan tucked away the ring, her brows furrowing slightly. Indeed. I wonder if your esteemed establishment has any medicinal herbs available, as I can take responsibility for their refinement. Ye Xuan replied with a nod and a smile. You wish to help Baichao pill shop with pill refinement? Lin Chuan exclaimed in delight. Ye Xuan was a prodigious alchemist possessing second-grade exotic fire. His ability to refine discarded pills was a testament to his formidable skills. If Ye Xuan were to refine pills for the shop, could all their current predicaments not be resolved in an instant? Yet before Lin Chuan could respond further, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Manager, the guests have arrived. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan prepared to rise. No. Lin Chuan raised her slender hand to stop him, smiling as she said, Young master, you need not withdraw, for today's guest is also related to the business you mentioned. Really? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. In the next moment, The door to the private room swung open, and two figures entered, exuding a formidable presence. Ye Xuan looked up, a cold smile forming in his heart. It seemed fate had a peculiar way of bringing adversaries together. The two individuals first cast their gaze over Lin Chuan, then their eyes simultaneously landed on Ye Xuan. "What are you doing here?" they exclaimed in unison. The newcomers were none other than Liu Yunxi and Xiao Chengfeng. Chapter 9. Lin Chuan. Do you even think you are worthy to compare with young Master Yi? Yet, Ye Xuan merely glanced at the two before averting his gaze once more. However, he did not expect that Lin Chuan's guests would be these two individuals. This is quite interesting. Hee. What you may not know is that Ye Xuan is also a guest I invited. Please, have a seat. Lin Chuan hastily spoke, urging Liu Yunxi and Xiao Chengfeng to take their seats. Yet, as soon as they sat down, Liu Yunxi impatiently remarked, "Manager Lin, what exactly do you mean by this? Is today not meant for us to discuss business? Why are there outsiders present?" Xiao Chengfeng, with a stern countenance, felt that having him and Ye Xuan seated together was a profound humiliation. How coincidental, isn't it? Ye Xuan is here to discuss business with me as well. So why not have our discussions together today? Lin Chuan shrugged, suggesting, or perhaps you could come back tomorrow. Tomorrow? Xiao Chengfeng replied, displeased. Manager Lin, what significance does Ye Xuan hold? Do not forget, the business we are discussing pertains to the very survival of your Baiqiao Danang. Ye Xuan arrived first. Matters of precedence must be observed, mustn't they? Yet Lin Chuan remained nonchalant. You. Xiao Chengfeng's chest heaved with indignation, ready to speak further, but was halted by Liu Yunxi. Their visit to Baiqiao Danhang was not solely for business. It also involved the Liu family's directive, and they could not afford to mishandle this. Then let us proceed with the business. Liu Yunxi proclaimed confidently. According to our prior agreement, Qinglan's sect will refine the gathering qi pills and spirit-nourishing pills for Baiqiao Danhang. But we require 70% of the commission. 70%? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, suppressing her anger. Surely you jest. We had initially agreed upon 50% commission. That was already an exorbitant fee. And Liu Yunxi's demand for 70% would leave Baiqiao Danhang with no profit whatsoever. Does Manager Lin have any other options? Xiao Chengfeng wore a smirk, fully aware that Baiqiao Danhang currently lacked usable alchemists, having exhausted their resources stockpiling herbs. Collaborating with Qinglan's sect was Lin Chuan's only recourse if she wished to rapidly produce a large number of pills. Manager Lin, you are also aware that in 3 days, the competition between Baiqiao Danhang and Lingyun Danhang will take place. If you refuse, you will have no choice but to concede. Liu Yunxi added with a smile. We must also remind you that young Master Ling Tian approached us yesterday, and his compensation is quite generous. This was no longer a negotiation, but an overt threat. Lin Chuan's expression darkened with indignation, her beautiful eyes growing even sharper. Meanwhile, Xiao Chengfeng and Liu Yunxi exchanged glances, only to chuckle coldly. Today, they were certain of their advantage over Baiqiao Danhang. 70%? You might as well rob us. Just then, the previously silent Ye Xuan suddenly spoke up. This business Zi Xiaozong, will take it. As for the commission, Zi Xiaozong requires only 40%. Instantly, the three in the private room turned to Ye Xuan, their eyes wide with disbelief. You Zi Xiaozong? After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao Chengfeng finally regained his composure, bursting into laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. How utterly ridiculous. Do you truly consider yourself the saint son of Zi Xiaozong? Do you believe you can represent Zi Xiaozong? Moreover, even if you represent the Zixiao sect, who is unaware that the sect has no alchemists left. Liu Yunxi raised her brows and scoffed. What does your Zixiao sect have to offer for this business? The sect has fallen into decline, and over the past 2 years, all alchemists have defected to the Qinglan sect. Furthermore, if the Zixiao sect truly possessed such capabilities, how could the undercover agents arranged by the Qinglan sect remain oblivious? Whether we can take on this matter is our concern. Whether we are permitted to do so is up to Manager Lin. Yet Ye Xuan was disinterested in the expressions of Liu Yunxi and Xiao Chengfeng. Manager Lin, please do not be deceived by this person. He is merely a worthless mortal. What does he know of alchemy? That title of Holy Son is but a hollow honor. Xiao Chengfeng hurriedly directed his gaze towards Lin Chuan, saying, Manager Lin, to speak frankly, I awakened a first-grade extraordinary fire just days ago. Collaborating with the Qinglan sect is our only viable option. As Liu Yunxi spoke, she elegantly revealed her palm, and a faint blue flame suddenly surged forth from her hand. A first-grade extraordinary fire? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, surprised at Liu Yunxi's remarkable talent in awakening such a flame. In the northern region, such individuals are indeed rare. Yet in comparison to Ye Xuan's second-grade extraordinary fire, it pales in significance. Miss Yunxi, your talent is truly exceptional. Liu Yunxi offered a smile that was more sneer than genuine. With this, Manager Lin should know how to choose, Xiao Chengfeng proclaimed proudly. Some individuals may never have held the title of Holy Son, believing everyone is easily deceived. It was only because Yunxi was momentarily blind that she fell for your tricks. One must possess self-awareness. This is not a place for you. Although Xiao Chengfeng held his chin high and did not directly gaze at Ye Xuan, his words were evidently directed at him. What you say is indeed correct. Then I must ask you to leave. At this moment, Lin Chuan also set her teacup down, adopting a posture that signaled departure. Liu Yunxi and Xiao Chengfeng exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with self-satisfaction. You should take your leave. Xiao Chengfeng looked at Ye Xuan, undisguised disdain etched across his face, finally able to expel this bothersome presence. Yet Ye Xuan showed no inclination to rise. Instead, he leisurely savored his tea. Did you not hear me? You need not always deliberately place yourself before me. There is no longer any possibility between us. Depart now and save yourself some dignity. Liu Yunxi cast a sidelong glance at Ye Xuan, her tone icy. Are you two mistaken? But just then, Lin Chuan spoke up. I am the one who wishes to see you both off. What did you say? Liu Yunxi stood frozen, momentarily taken aback. Manager Lin, what do you mean? Xiao Chengfeng also frowned and inquired. I simply wish to spare you both some dignity. Must I clarify further? Lin Chuan replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. To think that a mere first-grade extraordinary fire would attempt to threaten her with a 70% commission. How utterly laughable. Chapter 10. The Battle Tower, the City Lord's Daughter? Yu. At that moment, Liu Yunxi finally comprehended the reality. After all this time, she was the one being expelled by Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, have you lost your mind? Do you truly refuse to collaborate with my Qinglan sect over a mere mortal? Xiao Chengfeng rose in indignation, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Chuan. A mere mortal? If the Holy Son is but a mortal, then you are no different from ants. Leave. Lin Chuan also stood, her expression transforming into an unprecedented coldness, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. Very well, Lin Chuan. We shall see if you can remain so arrogant 3 days hence. Brother Chengfeng, let us depart. Liu Yunxi declared with a fierce tone, dragging Xiao Chengfeng away from the private room in a huff. My apologies for the inconvenience, Master Lin, Ye Xuan remarked, placing his teacup down with a faint smile. Inconvenience? Not at all. I have long found them displeasing. Lin Chuan waved her hand dismissively. Her defense of Ye Xuan was not solely due to her connection with Chu Wan'er, but rather rooted in Ye Xuan's genuine prowess. She then presented a storage ring to Ye Xuan, stating, this contains all the medicinal materials of my Baichao Danxing, or rather, all my assets. Ye Xuan nodded slightly as he accepted the ring. Upon probing its contents with his consciousness, he discovered over 10,000 materials for refining qi gathering pills, along with an additional 2,000 for yuan gathering pills. These materials indeed represented a substantial part of Baichao Danxing's resources. What exactly is this competition in 3 days? Ye Xuan inquired, lifting his gaze. It is a wager between myself and Ling Tian of the Ling family to compare the sales performance of our 2 pill shops. The loser must forfeit all profits to the winner on that day, Lin Chuan replied with a bitter smile. For her, losing would mean selling her pill shop. Thus the outcome of the competition was crucial to the survival of Baichao Danxing. Of course, I understand that refining waste pills is not comparable to standard refinement. How many days would you require, young Master Yi? Lin Chuan expressed her unwavering faith in Ye Xuan's alchemical skills, yet she feared time might be insufficient. Standard refinement indeed requires more time, Ye Xuan acknowledged. If necessary, I could approach Ling Tian and request a postponement of the competition by a few days. Lin Chuan bit her lip, knowing that although humiliation awaited her, she had little choice. That may not be necessary. Before the competition, I will deliver 60% of the pills to the pill shop, Ye Xuan replied, shaking his head as he stored the ring away. Oh what? Lin Chuan was taken aback. 3 days? Are you saying that even with standard refinement, you need only 3 days to produce the pills? Keep in mind, we need to refine over 10,000 pills. Even the entire Qinglan sect would need to work tirelessly day and night to accomplish such a feat in truth. It suffices to produce enough for sale on the day of the competition, Lin Chuan quickly interjected, not wishing to burden Ye Xuan excessively. I worry that on that day, your pills might not be sufficient for sale, Ye Xuan replied with a mysterious smile, rising to his feet. Await me in 3 days. With that, he pushed the door open and departed. 3 days, 12,000 pills. After watching Ye Xuan's retreating figure, Lin Chuan finally sat back down, deep in thought. This time, Shidi staked her entire fortune and life on Ye Xuan, even thinking Shidi lost her mind for being so reckless. Could a single person really stand equal to an entire sect? Ye Xuan, don't let me down. What did you say? Lin Chuan turned you down. Inside Ling Yun trading firm, Ling Tian, eldest young master of the Ling clan, stared in shock at Xiao Chengfeng and Liu Yunxi standing before him. That's right. I have no idea what spell she has fallen under, but she has chosen to trust that useless mortal from Purple Firmament sect instead. Xiao Chengfeng nodded in confirmation. Frowning, Liu Yunxi asked, Young Master Ling, what do we do now? Their original plan was to buy up all medicinal herbs from 100 Herbs Apothecary and refine them into inferior-grade pills per the Ling clan's orders, guaranteeing an easy victory in the pill competition. Thanks to Ye Xuan, the whole scheme had fallen apart. No matter. Her partnership with Purple Firmament sect changes nothing. A sinister cold smirk crossed the handsome-faced Ling Tian's features. We'll pass 30% of the herbs to your Azure Mist sect for refinement. I want 2,000 Qi condensing pills and 200 essence nurturing pills within 3 days, all at minimum middle-grade quality. Should we win the pill duel, I'll purchase a primordial gang pill from the central domain as a gift for Miss Liu. Do we have a deal? It's a deal. Liu Yunxi's face lit up with delight. A heaven-tier premium medicinal pill. The primordial gang pill carried a 30% chance of an immediate breakthrough into the heavenly gang realm and was only obtainable in the central domain, an invaluable treasure for Liu Yunxi. Having awakened a unique divine flame alongside her profound alchemic skills, refining middle-grade earth-tier essence nurturing pills was well within her capabilities. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan had left 100 Herbs Apothecary with Xiao Tao and set course back for their sect after confirming no one tailed them. Senior brother, I've got some personal errands to run. Head back to the sect without me. Xiao Tao spoke before they could exit the city gates. Errands? Ye Xuan grew suspicious at her evasive gaze. Just trivial stuff. Don't worry about me. Xiao Tao darted a glance at him and nodded hastily. Very well. Ye Xuan's eyes flickered thoughtfully, opting not to press further and turned to leave. The instant Ye Xuan vanished around the alley bend, Xiao Tao hurried toward the city's western district. Yet moments later, Ye Xuan stepped out from around the corner and trailed after her. The innocent girl could never fool him. Shortly afterward, Ye Xuan followed Xiao Tao to a 3-story pavilion in the northwest corner of Tianyan City. Battle arena? Ye Xuan eyed the inscribed plaque, confused. Though tucked away in a remote spot, the building bustled with a constant stream of cultivators. From surrounding chatter, he learned this venue was where cultivators fought duels to earn bounties. So that's why Xiao Tao came here. Ye Xuan's expression turned grave as the truth sank in. The young girl planned to fight on stage to scrape together cultivation resources. Spotting Xiao Tao stepping inside, Ye Xuan hurried after her, picked up a disguise mask at the entrance, and slipped into the building as well. The 3-story circular battle arena wrapped around a massive central fighting stage, with rows upon rows of cultivators filling every viewing seat. A light screen forged from spiritual runic formations hovered nearby, listing all warriors holding the arena's defensive challenge spots for the day. At present, there remain 9 individuals who have yet to be challenged. Their names divided into 3 colors, gold, silver, and bronze, signifying different tiers. Among them, there is but 1 golden name, 3 silver, while the remaining 5 bear bronze. Following their names, there is a mention of the rewards to be obtained upon victorious challenges. At this moment, Ye Xuan discovered that the individual ranked highest, a cultivator named Blood Butcher, had a bottle of spirit essence written beside his name. The spirit essence is a natural treasure, a coveted resource for cultivators at the Spirit Sea realm. Just 1 bottle is equivalent to 100 essence-gathering pills. Moreover, Ye Xuan was aware that a certain pill formula utilized spirit essence as the main ingredient, allowing the essence-gathering pills to be elevated to spirit pills, which are comparable to quasi-heavenly grade elixirs. Xiao Tao, adorned with a mask, stood on tiptoe amidst the crowd, visibly tempted. Step aside. Before Ye Xuan could approach, a burly figure strode forth with imposing authority, causing the surrounding cultivators to hastily clear a path, fearful of confrontation. Hiss. The 9th challenger today, known as Iron Bear. This individual has recently been on a winning streak, reportedly having triumphed in 7 consecutive matches. With 2 more victories, he would ascend to the silver tier of combatants. It is said that his physical prowess is formidable, capable of obliterating opponents with a single strike, leaving either death or injury in his wake. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Iron Bear had already arrived on the arena, a tempestuous aura surrounding him. Those wishing for death, feel free to step up. Iron Bear roared, his voice echoing like a beast's growl, his gaze sweeping across the spectators, none daring to meet his eyes. Although currently only a bronze-level fighter, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the early Spirit Sea, his combat strength nearly rivaling that of an average mid-Spirit Sea practitioner, his fearsome reputation preceding him, rendering all hesitant to ascend the stage. Ladies decree. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly resonated from the 3rd floor. Today's battles will see doubled rewards for bronze-level challengers, tripled for silver, and if one defeats Blood Butcher, a 10-fold reward. A hush fell over the combat tower before erupting into a cacophony of excitement. The young lady of the city lord's mansion had graced them with her presence today. Rewards multiplied, and a 10-fold for defeating Blood Butcher. Truly, the city lord's daughter was generous. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. Having learned from the crowd that this combat tower had been established by Nangong Fei, the only daughter of the city lord, a jewel in his crown. Moreover, the rewards were indeed enticing to Ye Xuan. However, at that moment, Xiao Tao took a deep breath, seemingly resolute, preparing to register for the challenge. Yet just then, a warm hand pressed upon her shoulder from behind. Startled, Xiao Tao turned abruptly, only to find Ye Xuan masked. To her, the mask held little significance. However, her face turned pale, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Senior brother, I told you I would handle the resources. Why are you here risking your life? Ye Xuan adopted a stern expression. The combat tower was rife with ruthless individuals, often resulting in fatalities. Though Xiao Tao possessed early spirit sea cultivation, how could she possibly contend with Iron Bear? I merely wish to alleviate the burdens of our sect. Sister Wan'er is in seclusion. She does not wish to see the weight of responsibility resting solely upon Ye Xuan's shoulders. As a disciple of the Zixiao sect, she bears her duty without question. No need, I shall take care of it, Ye Xuan replied, shaking his head and urging her to step back. He then approached the registration clerk, carelessly fabricating a name for himself. Ha! Since no one else dares to ascend the stage, white-haired mouse, I shall challenge you directly. On the arena, Iron Bear's spirit was high, for he could choose to directly promote to the silver-level duelist. On the second floor, a frail-looking cultivator seated there opened his eyes. A strand of white hair cascading down his forehead, with a glint of murderous intent swirling in his gaze as he prepared to rise. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly soared onto the stage, plunging the entire venue into silence. Someone had dared to challenge Iron Bear. Iron Bear froze for a moment, and upon discerning Ye Xuan's cultivation level, a cold smile crept upon his face. You dare to step onto the stage seeking death? Do you believe I cannot obliterate you with a single punch? How noisy! Yet, a fierce glint flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes. Before Iron Bear could finish his taunt, he stepped forward and unleashed a punch. The punch surged forth like thunder. By the time Iron Bear regained his wits, Ye Xuan's fist had already struck his chest. Poof! In the next moment, Iron Bear's robust frame flew off the stage like a broken kite, blood splattering everywhere. Hiss! It was not until Iron Bear crashed to the ground, unconscious, that a collective gasp echoed throughout the arena. The once unbeaten Iron Bear, who had been on a winning streak, had been obliterated by a single punch. Chapter 11. Wan'er seeks to conclude the union? Even the clerk beneath the stage was momentarily taken aback before finally proclaiming, the victor is Xian Yi. You may choose to claim your reward in a copper-level badge, concluding your challenge, or you may opt to continue challenging. On the stage, Ye Xuan's large hand slowly fell to rest behind his back, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the clerk with a frown. Is it possible to directly challenge the gold-level dual king? His time was limited, and he did not wish to squander it in such a manner. However, Shen Xingliu's words caused all present to be momentarily stunned. Directly challenge the gold level? That is the only king of the dual battle tower, undefeated since its establishment. This Xian Yi believes he can challenge the dual king after winning just one match? Is he mad? Even several silver-level duelists on the second floor could not help but look down, their expressions filled with suspicion. This individual is indeed rather intriguing. A noble young lady clad in splendid crimson attire in the highest box on the third floor remarked, swallowing a piece of spiritual flower cake with a smile. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to challenge you. A burly cultivator dressed in mottled blood armor nodded in agreement. Thus, let them forget their fear of subordinates. His tone was calm, yet the dark crimson eyes beneath his fearsome mask flashed with intense killing intent. I believe in your strength. If no one can defeat you today, then I shall bring you along to the ancient sword heritage. The young lady clapped her hands, sending crumbs of the spiritual cake fluttering. Blood Butcher, I am grateful, young lady. Blood Butcher exclaimed, his killing intent dissipating, replaced by an expression of great joy. At that moment, the clerk on the arena also regained his composure. Ahem, theoretically, one must challenge sequentially to face the Blood Butcher dual king on the same stage. Oh, this left Ye Xuan feeling quite impatient. He then surveyed the entire battle tower and declared, very well, let all of you remaining come at me together. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by a flurry of discussions. How audacious! There are indeed many madmen in the battle tower, but none so brazen as this. Clearly, he holds the other 7 in contempt. How outrageous! What are you, to dare to shout in the battle arena? On the second floor, the previously named white-haired mouse looked down at Ye Xuan. Other fighters and champions also rose to their feet, feeling insulted. The young lady's decree allowed this person to fight all at once, and should he win, the rewards would be doubled. However, at that moment, a woman's voice resonated from a mysterious box on the third floor. The rewards are indeed doubled. The crowd was struck with astonishment. Such a boon exists. Humph. Defeating him is a task I can accomplish alone. Yet, before they could recover, the white-haired mouse activated his technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he leaped down from the platform. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired mouse was already hovering above the stage, his hand resembling a claw, radiating a sharp silvery light that tore through the void. The white-haired mouse was the swiftest among the silver-tier champions, and he unleashed his famed technique, the Void Claw. It was astonishingly fast. Gasps erupted around the arena. Yet, in the center of the stage, Ye Xuan merely narrowed his eyes, a flicker of lightning flashing within. To him, such speed was akin to that of a crawling turtle. In a split second, Ye Xuan slightly shifted his body, instantly evading. Buzz! The white-haired mouse's Void Claw struck empty air, its brilliance hitting the ground and leaving 3 deep gouges upon the stage. However, the white-haired mouse was struck with disbelief. How could this person effortlessly evade his Void Claw? This is bad. Not only that, but he also noticed that the evading Ye Xuan wore a menacing grin. Then, he saw Ye Xuan deliver a powerful kick, from which even arcs of lightning flickered. The speed was so astonishing that he had no time to react. Crack! Thud! The sound of bones shattering echoed throughout the battle tower. Everything transpired in an instant. The crowd only saw the white-haired mouse's Void Claw land before realizing his body had already soared through the air in a parabolic arc. With a single kick, the white-haired mouse was defeated. Your opportunities are few, Ye Xuan's voice echoed once more, allowing the crowd within the battle tower to regain their senses. Looking at the fallen white-haired mouse, blood staining his garments as he lay unconscious, everyone was left in stunned silence. They hadn't even had a chance to fully comprehend the situation, and the white-haired mouse was already defeated. This Xuan Yi is astonishingly strong. The remaining few exchanged glances, finally understanding that this individual was far from simple. With a single punch and kick, he had crushed Iron Bear and the white-haired mouse. If they did not join forces, victory would indeed be difficult. Moreover, since the young lady had stated they could fight together, what were they waiting for? Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, 6 figures leapt onto the stage from the first and second floors. Among them were 4 bronze-tier fighters and 2 silver-tier champions. The 6, varying in height and build, exuded a fierce aura as they surrounded Ye Xuan in the center. Upon witnessing this, Xiao couldn't help but clench her small hands, her eyes filled with worry. Ye Xuan was not only the fiancé of senior sister Wan'er, but also a precious gem of the sect. If anything were to happen to him, she would have no way to explain herself. At that moment, on the arena, a commanding voice rang out, and 6 individuals simultaneously unleashed their formidable auras. Instantly, a tempest of blades, sword lights, fist strikes, and palm imprints surged forth, various martial techniques converging with power, descending upon Ye Xuan like a dark cloud. Below the arena, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. The combined strength of these 6 was terrifying. Perhaps only the Blood Butcher could withstand such an onslaught. In an instant, everyone imagined the scene of Ye Xuan being overwhelmed and shattered. Boom. At this moment, Ye Xuan was indeed engulfed by the dazzling array of martial techniques, seemingly without any intention to retaliate. Haha, and they thought he was formidable. The derisive voices of the crowd rang out. Senior brother. Xiao Tao's heart raced, and she was about to rush forward. Crack. Just then, amidst the mottled radiance at the center of the arena, a thunderous sound erupted. The spectators were astonished to see arcs of azure lightning manifesting outward, rapidly spreading as if with each breath. Boom. In the next instant, under the wide-eyed gaze of the crowd, the brilliant techniques unleashed by the 6 suddenly exploded. Lightning surged and flames erupted. The ensuing shockwave swept across the arena like a tidal wave, pushing all surrounding cultivators back. Moreover, those on the second floor were horrified to discover that all 6 individuals had been thrown off the arena by the force, landing in a disheveled heap. As the dust settled, the disoriented spectators struggled to their feet, only to find that there was but one person remaining on the arena. And that person was still Xuan Yi. At this moment, Ye Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, proudly atop the arena, his clothing slightly soiled. 1 against 6. And he had emerged victorious. Moreover, it was a decisive victory. For a time, the crowd below exchanged glances, their hearts tumultuous with astonishment. Xiao Tao let out a sigh of relief. The weight upon her chest finally lifted. The Blood Butcher, is it? Your turn has come. Yet before the crowd could fully recover from their shock, Ye Xuan turned his gaze towards the third floor direction, his voice calm and indifferent. Once again, he issued a challenge to the Blood Butcher. This time, however, there was no derision on the faces of the crowd. Instead, they collectively turned their gazes towards the third floor box. For indeed, Xuan Yi had acquired the qualifications to challenge the Blood Butcher. You possess considerable strength. Yet challenging me is a foolish decision. The Blood Butcher emerged from the third floor box, looking down upon Ye Xuan, his voice cold and filled with malice. An aura of bloodlust surrounding him, the dark armor he wore accentuating his menacing presence. Is there much to say? Yet in the center of the arena, Ye Xuan merely raised an eyebrow, remaining succinct with his words. Arrogance. The blood butcher was thoroughly enraged, his feet stomping down as he soared onto the arena. Buzz. As the blood butcher landed, a wave of dust billowed forth, the oppressive force of a peak spirit sea realm cultivator enveloping the entire arena. Blood butcher. Whoever of you two triumphs, this lady shall reward you with 20-fold. At that moment, a girl in red appeared outside the box, her long ponytail cascading down, her face alight with excitement. Rest assured, my lady, the position of the dual king is unassailable. A fierce glint flashed in Xuetu's eyes as he drew his blood-red sword from his waist, pointing it directly at Ye Xuan. Weapons. There is no need for arms to deal with you, Ye Xuan retorted, shaking his head. In truth, he possessed no weapon at all. Hiss. Xuetu, a master swordsman, wielded the formidable blood slaughter sword, a top-tier artifact, yet this Xuan Yi claimed to require no blade. Huh, how audacious to speak so boldly before Xuetu. Gasps erupted from the crowd, acknowledging that while Xuan Yi was indeed powerful, his arrogance was excessive. Angering me will lead to your regret. Xuetu, having reached the limits of his patience, noted that within the dual combat tower, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Blood slaughter falls slash. In an instant, Xuetu's aura surged to its zenith, blood energy coursing into his arms, merging with his sword, transforming into a blood-red sword wave that spanned 10 zhang, aimed at Ye Xuan. The moment he struck, it was the deadliest move in his arsenal. A barrier array activated around the arena, preventing the residual force from causing harm. Although Xuetu had yet to comprehend the essence of sword intent, the might of his sword wave was already formidable. Indeed, within the spiritual sea realm, few could best him. Among the spectators, sword cultivators expressed their admiration, for it had been a long time since they had witnessed Xuetu in action. At this moment, however, Ye Xuan also made his move. He closed his eyes slightly, with lightning flickering around him, ultimately converging at the tip of his finger. Flash. In the next instant, Ye Xuan's eyes snapped open, his arms sweeping as he transformed his finger into a sword, the gathered lightning morphing into a sword light several zhang long, accompanied by the sound of thunder, cleaving the void. You are also a swordsman. Xuetu gasped in astonishment upon seeing the lightning sword light. Moreover, he realized that Ye Xuan could indeed transform his finger into a sword. This mastery of swordsmanship clearly indicated he had grasped the essence of sword intent. Comprehending sword intent at the early stage of the spiritual sea realm? What kind of prodigy is this? Boom. Crack. Yet, Ye Xuan's lightning sword was too swift. Before Xuetu could utter another word, the two sword lights collided. The blood-red sword light shattered upon impact. The lightning sword rampaged forth, its might unabated. And despite Xuetu's desperate attempt to block with his sword, he was instantaneously sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. The residual power of the sword impacted the barrier, sending ripples through it, which only subsided after a considerable time. The arena fell into silence, akin to a tranquil valley. All present were left dumbstruck, staring at Xuetu, who lay in a pool of blood. At this moment, Xuetu's armor lay in ruins, and even the blood slaughter sword was riddled with cracks. Xuetu had been defeated, and in a single move. In an instant, the crowd turned their gaze towards Ye Xuan on the arena, their hearts filled with astonishment. A new dual king had emerged from the dual combat tower. Ha ha ha, delightful. Delightful. You come forth. Nangong Fei on the third floor clapped her hands in approval, inviting Ye Xuan to ascend. Ye Xuan nodded, soaring into the air to land on the third floor, following Nangong Fei into a private box. Your reward. As soon as they entered, Nangong Fei tossed him a storage bag. Ye Xuan opened it, confirming it contained 20 vials of spiritual essence, then politely cupped his hands in gratitude, preparing to leave. Wait, would you like more spiritual essence? Nangong Fei suddenly called out to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan paused, turning back to look at Nangong Fei. Is there more available? Certainly. 10 days later at noon, wait for me outside the West City Gate, and I shall take you to a brawl, ensuring at least 100 bottles of spirit essence. Nangong Fei smiled, resting her chin on her hand. Agreed. Ye Xuan nodded, refraining from further conversation as he turned to leave. Miss, this person is truly arrogant and shows you no respect, one of Nangong Fei's maidservants remarked disapprovingly. You do not understand. His origins are quite extraordinary. Nangong Fei replied with a mere smile. As long as he helps me win, that is all that matters. When Ye Xuan and Xiao Tao returned to the sect, night had already fallen. Ye Xuan intended to visit Chu Wan'er and refine alchemy late into the night, but upon entering, he was unexpectedly tackled onto the bed by her. Brother Ye Xuan, I am fully recovered now. Tonight, will you take me? As he gazed at the enchanting figure atop him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes dreamy. Ye Xuan was taken aback. Did Chu Wan'er wish to consummate their relationship prematurely? Was this not rather sudden? Chapter 12. The day of alchemical duels. Liu Yunxi was bewildered. Wan'er. As he realized he was about to be pinned down, Ye Xuan hurriedly halted Chu Wan'er's advance. Not yet. It is not the right time. Though Chu Wan'er had largely recovered, she had not yet regained her imperial bloodline, and her foundational injuries remained. Moreover, the small tower had indicated that he must reach the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm before he could engage in dual cultivation with Chu Wan'er. Does brother Ye Xuan not like me? Chu Wan'er asked, momentarily stunned, a flicker of disappointment and self-doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. Of course not. Please, listen to me. Ye Xuan gently embraced her, his tone tender as he reassured her, our bodies are not yet ready. Brother Ye Xuan is not ready? Chu Wan'er was taken aback by his words. Yes, I must wait until my cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm, which will be soon. Well, all right. Chu Wan'er nodded, though she was still afraid. Compared to the other 6 imperial maidens, she felt inferior in both talent and family background. Her only advantage lay in having met Ye Xuan first. Silly girl, we are already betrothed. I shall never abandon you in this lifetime. Be good. Ye Xuan affectionately teased her nose, and then leaned down to gently kiss her rosy lips. I believe you. Chu Wan'er's face blushed crimson, filled with shyness. After they indulged in sweet moments for a while, Ye Xuan finally informed Chu Wan'er about the matter of the 100 herbs pill. Oh, Lin Mimi is also a person of misfortune, shouldering her entire family alone. However, now that I am well, I can assist brother Ye Xuan in refining. Chu Wan'er quickly exclaimed. No need. This is a trivial matter I can handle alone. Your current task is to continue your recovery and beautifully await your role as my bride. Ye Xuan firmly held her hand. I will follow your lead. Chu Wan'er contemplated for a moment before ceasing her insistence. After coaxing Chu Wan'er back to her training, Ye Xuan sought out the sect master, Su Ziyun. Do you still wish to refine alchemy? Su Ziyun was taken aback. Had Ye Xuan not just acquired numerous pills? Was that insufficient? Yes. I also need to borrow the sect master's purple cloud cauldron. Ye Xuan nodded. Very well. Su Ziyun readily summoned the purple cloud cauldron without hesitation. Ye Xuan then proceeded to arrange the remaining 100 cauldrons. Buzz. In the next moment, a deep blue arc of flame erupted suddenly from the palm. What astonished Su Ziyun was that this time, the extraordinary fire conjured by Ye Xuan was entirely different from before. This time, the unusual flame had 3 layers. Could it be a third-grade extraordinary fire? How is that even possible? Su Ziyun's eyes widened in disbelief. It is known that even a second-grade extraordinary fire is exceedingly rare in the northern region, and a third-grade extraordinary fire, even she, the sect leader, had never encountered. Could it be that Ye Xuan possesses 2 types of extraordinary fire? Yet, while Su Ziyun was still in shock, Ye Xuan had already placed the materials into the alchemy furnace, categorizing the extraordinary fire into 100 paths and commenced the refining process. Still practicing 100 cauldron alchemy. Yet this time the aura of the third-grade extraordinary fire was overwhelmingly powerful, with lightning striking towards the heavens and a scorching heat sweeping across the entire sect. In this moment, nearly all the disciples of the Zixiao sect emerged from their abodes, gazing in awe at the sect leader's peak, which blazed like a torch. Merely a day later, Ye Xuan had begun the alchemy process once more. Just then, Su Ziyun, regaining her composure, swiftly vanished from her location. When she reappeared, she was already before Xiao Qian's dwelling. Master. Xiao Qian was taken aback and quickly knelt down, filled with trepidation. Send a message to the Qinglan sect. Su Ziyun looked down, her tone frigid. Master, I dare not. I truly dare not. Yet Xiao Qian trembled in fear, incessantly bowing his head. Did you not hear? I commanded you to inform the Qinglan sect that there are no alchemists within the Zixiao sect. The fierce glint in Su Ziyun's eyes surged, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. If Ye Xuan accepted the business of the 100 herbs pill, the Qinglan sect would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Thus, it would be far more entertaining to spread the rumors. What? At that moment, Xiao Qian abruptly raised his eyes, realization dawning upon him. The sect leader wanted him to convey false information to the Qinglan sect? Would that not make the Qinglan sect the laughingstock? What? Are you unwilling? However, as Su Ziyun's icy gaze fell upon him, Xiao Qian shuddered violently, hastily retrieving a message talisman. Following Su Ziyun's orders, he dispatched the information from the Zixiao sect. Satisfied, Su Ziyun then departed. Watching her retreating figure, along with the gradually wafting aroma of elixirs, Xiao Qian could not help but thump his thigh. It's over. It's all over. He could already envision the scene of the Qinglan sect being ridiculed, yet at this moment, he could do nothing. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Ye Xuan opened his eyes within the small tower's space, lightning flickering within his gaze, and his aura swiftly retracted. The initial stage of the spirit sea had indeed slowed down. Ye Xuan furrowed his brows. In fact, he had completed the refining of all elixirs in less than 2 days, even producing 800 spirit-nourishing pills with the spirit marrow. However, after reaching the spirit sea realm, Ye Xuan's sea of energy had become immensely vast, and the resources required for advancement had surged accordingly. Time remained pressing. Fortunately, he still possessed a considerable amount of high-grade spirit-nourishing pills, and Ye Xuan was not overly anxious. Leaving the small tower's space, Ye Xuan shared a tender moment with Chu Wan'er before descending the mountain with Xiao Tao. Master, I will be leaving the sect for a while. As she gazed at the retreating figures of the two descending the mountain, atop the sacred maiden peak, Chu Wan'er suddenly spoke up. Departing for the sect? Where to? Su Ziyun, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback and hastily inquired. Tianxian City. Chu Wan'er took a deep breath. I wish to challenge the 100 Refinements Tower. Brother Ye Xuan is striving hard. I cannot simply stand by and watch. The 100 Refinements Tower? Su Ziyun frowned and remarked. You have already conquered the 9 layers of the 100 refinements. If you go again, the resources you earn will be negligible. But before she could finish, Su Ziyun's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Indeed, this time, I intend to challenge the infernal difficulty. Chu Wan'er nodded, her delicate face adorned with a resolute expression. Wan'er, have you lost your senses? The infernal difficulty of the 100 Refinements Tower was unlocked 3 years ago, and no one has yet completed it. Many prodigies have perished within. I cannot allow you to take such a risk. If you lack resources, Master will spare no effort to provide for you. Su Ziyun was flustered. Given that Chu Wan'er had only just begun to recover, it would be folly to venture into the 100 Refinements Tower. But Master, Chu Wan'er shook her head, a charming smile gracing her lips. Master has already given me more than enough. Moreover, challenging the infernal difficulty is not solely for my own gain. Completing it will reward me with a heavenly thunder seed. That would greatly benefit Brother Ye Xuan, and I am determined to obtain it. You. Faced with Chu Wan'er's unwavering determination, Su Ziyun found herself at a loss for words. She understood that her disciple was exceptionally stubborn. Once she set her mind on something, no one could dissuade her. What about explaining this to Ye Xuan? Are you not concerned about causing him worry? Ultimately, Chu Wan'er had to invoke Ye Xuan's name. Master said I could retreat to the sect's forbidden grounds for seclusion. I will do my utmost to return before the sect assembly. With a smile, Chu Wan'er then soared down from the sacred maiden peak. Sighing as she watched Chu Wan'er's figure vanish from sight, Su Ziyun could only exhale a breath of resignation. Mingling with the winds. In Tianyan City, the Lingyun Alchemy Hall was already teeming with people. Today marked the day of the grand alchemical competition between the 2 major alchemy halls, and everyone knew they could purchase potions at a more favorable price, prompting them to arrive early to queue in anticipation. However, this bustling scene was confined solely to the Lingyun Alchemy Hall. In contrast, the stalls outside the Baichao Alchemy Hall offered potions for sale, yet their quality was quite mediocre, resulting in no lines forming. Chuan, why must you insist on competing with me in alchemy? At this moment, the eldest son of the Ling family, Ling Tian, clad in extravagant attire, arrived at the Baichao Alchemy Hall with Liu Yunxi and Xiao Chengfeng. Lin Chuan, however, simply reclined in a rattan chair, holding a cup of spiritual tea, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. Even at this juncture, you continue to feign ignorance? Upon witnessing this, Liu Yunxi's heart brimmed with indignation. Did you not wish to collaborate with the Zixiao sect? Where are they? Shopkeeper Lin, let me be frank. There are no alchemists within the Zixiao sect. They have already absconded with your medicinal materials. Xiao Chengfeng sneered from the side. 3 days prior, they had received intelligence from a mole within the Zixiao sect, ensuring their triumph in today's competition. Who says my Zixiao sect lacks alchemists? But before Xiao Chengfeng could finish his derisive laughter, a cold scoff suddenly rang out from the crowd behind them. Xiao Chengfeng and Liu Yunxi were momentarily taken aback by the sound, but swiftly turned to see Ye Xuan entering with his hands behind his back, parting the crowd. Ye Xuan, do you dare to show your face again? After a prolonged pause, Xiao Chengfeng finally regained his composure. He could not fathom why this individual would appear, fully aware that he would be ridiculed today. Oh, Chuan, is this the saint's son you rely upon? A mere body refining stage cultivator. TSK, you truly have lost your mind to trust such a charlatan. At this moment, the eldest young master, Ling Tian, also mocked. Presently, Ye Xuan had concealed his aura within a small tower, making it imperceptible even to those at the manifestation stage. He regarded the crowd's derision as inconsequential, offering Lin Chuan a reassuring glance before standing beside her. To doubt the saint's son Yi, would one then trust such petty individuals? Lin Chuan's heart was now at ease, as she turned to face Liu Yunxi and the others. Lin Chuan, I see you truly will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Liu Yunxi, filled with embarrassment and fury, swiftly retrieved a ring, extracting a radiant Yuan essence pill. Behold, this is a mid-grade Yuan essence pill. Only those possessing extraordinary flames can refine such a treasure. What do you possess to compare with me? A gasp erupted from the surrounding cultivators upon the appearance of this pill. It was unexpected that the Lingyun Trading Company had procured a mid-grade Yuan essence pill for this contest. Chuan, it is not too late to concede, Ling Tian remarked confidently. His demeanor suggesting victory was assured. Is that so? By this time, Lin Chuan had received a storage ring from Ye Xuan. As her consciousness probed within, her beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with excitement upon seeing the pills contained therein. Taking a deep breath to quell her exhilaration, she slowly withdrew a pill from the ring. What a pity, Miss Liu, your mid-grade pill hardly warrants such a boast. With that, Lin Chuan revealed a crystal-clear pill, glimmering with an alluring sheen before everyone present. The moment it was unveiled, the fragrance of the pill wafted through the air, captivating all senses. Ling Tian and Liu Yunxi were momentarily stunned. Their expressions changed dramatically as their gazes fell upon the pill. This was, astonishingly, a high-grade Yuan essence pill. The Xiao sect could actually refine a high-tier pill? Chapter 13. Outside the city for the gathering, Liu Yunxi is also present, although it seemed only a grade above. The difficulty it represented was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. The entire northern region had never witnessed a high-grade Yuan essence pill. This single pill was worth 10 of the ordinary grade. Now, it lay in Lin Chuan's hands, leaving everyone in astonishment. No, this cannot be. Liu Yunxi, having regained her composure, widened her eyes in disbelief. The northern region lacks even second-grade extraordinary flames. How could a high-grade Yuan essence pill possibly exist? Would she truly lose to the Xiao sect? Do not panic. Xiao Chengfeng restrained Liu Yunxi, narrowing his eyes before sneering. It is merely a high-grade Yuan essence pill. It does not signify anything. Indeed, Ling Tian stepped forward, suppressing his own astonishment, and said, Chuan, I did not expect you to go to such lengths for this contest. Acquiring a high-quality Yuan pill is no easy feat, is it? Yet, one must not forget that in the pill duel, what is at stake is not merely the quality of the pills, but also their quantity. At this moment, Liu Yunxi has finally regained her composure, directly extracting 200 Yuan pills from her storage ring and placing them upon the stall. Lin Chuan, what do you have to compare with me? To forge these 200 Yuan pills, she has toiled tirelessly for 3 consecutive days. She cannot afford to lose to the Xiao sect. Nor can she bear the thought of failing in front of Ye Xuan. Ah, how confident our holy maiden Liu is. However, in the face of her brazen self-assurance, Lin Chuan remains remarkably composed. But I must disappoint you. We possess not just a single pill of this caliber. With that, Lin Chuan uppins her storage ring. And in the next moment, an avalanche of premium Yuan pills cascades forth. In mere breaths, the stall is brimming with pill boxes, the quantity exceeding not just hundreds, but indeed thousands. In an instant, Liu Yunxi is rendered speechless, frozen in disbelief. The Xiao sect has produced over 1,000 premium Yuan pills. How could this be possible? At this moment, Ling Tian is equally taken aback, abruptly turning to Xiao Chengfeng. Did you not say that the Xiao sect lacks alchemists? Then how have these pills come into existence? Liu Yunxi cannot afford to lose, nor can Lingyun Merchant House. I don't know. Xiao Chengfeng shakes his head, his face flushed with embarrassment, as if he has just received a stinging slap. How could the Xiao sect, which seemed to be in decline, possibly concoct such a vast quantity of premium pills? Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the grand reopening of Baichao Danxing, with each Yuan pill priced at merely 2 spirit stones. Limited to 200 pieces, first come, first served. Lin Chuan's voice echoes throughout the bustling street. I want it. It's mine, do not compete with me. Instantly, the recovering cultivators surged towards Baichao Danxing in a frenzy. Typically, a single Yuan pill commands 1 spirit stone, yet now, these premium pills are merely 2? What difference is there from being given away for free? Thus, in the blink of an eye, the 200 Yuan pills are snatched up entirely. Moreover, within the ring that Ye Xuan bestowed upon Lin Chuan, there are still 6,000 premium gathering chi pills, which are equally rare in the northern region. Even with a cap of 1,000 pieces, they too vanish in an instant, leaving many lamenting their misfortune. Fear not, everyone. For Baichao Danxing will continue to sell pills tomorrow, at unchanged prices. Lin Chuan's voice rises again, quelling the clamor. Observing from the sidelines, Ye Xuan cannot help but admire Lin Chuan's audacity. Selling at a low price, yet with limitations, is clearly not aimed at profit, but rather at fostering customer loyalty. This is evidently a strategy to systematically undermine the Lingyun Merchant House. As Ling Tian and the others regain their senses, They find that the cultivators who secured the pills have already dispersed, despite their meticulous preparations for the pill duel. The Lingyun merchant house has ultimately sold not a single pill. Young Master Ling, with the conclusion of this pill duel, do you have anything further to say? Lin Charn approaches the three with a light smile, accompanied by Ye Xuan. Years of gloom have been dispelled in an instant. I, Ling Tian, furrowed my brow. A fire igniting within me, yet it felt as though it were lodged in my throat. Since there is little to say, let us raise the stakes. Lin Charn chuckled lightly. My Lingyun Trading Company certainly will not fall short in offering you spirit stones. Ling Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the surging anger within, and hurled a bag of spirit stones towards Lin Charn. And you, Ye Xuan, is it? Opposing my Ling family will not end well for you. Let us wait and see. He cast a murderous glance at Ye Xuan, his eyes brimming with malice. If it were not for Ye Xuan's ties to the Xiao sect, would my years of planning have come to naught? Yet Ye Xuan regarded him with indifference, not even casting a glance his way. Young master, what of the Tian gang pill we discussed earlier? As Ling Tian turned to leave, Xiao Chengfeng hastily interjected. How dare you even ask? Useless. Ling Tian shot a fierce glare at Xiao Chengfeng before sweeping out in a huff. Ye Xuan, what do you truly desire? The matter of the Tian gang pill had fallen through, and Liu Yunxi trembled with anger as she looked towards Ye Xuan. I merely declined your offer. And you retaliate like this? To her, it was all due to the wounds she had inflicted upon Ye Xuan. Miss Lin, may I trouble you for a cup of tea? Ye Xuan turned his gaze towards Lin Charn, dismissing Liu Yunxi entirely. Of course, holy son. Lin Charn shrugged, and together they returned to the pill shop. Ye Xuan, even if the Xiao sect harbors an alchemy master, you remain but a mere mortal. Xiao Chengfeng bellowed after them. At the sect conference, I shall demonstrate what it means to be a true prodigy. He seethed at Ye Xuan's retreating figure, feeling humiliated as he had never before. Yet, throughout it all, Ye Xuan did not look back. At the Baichao pill shop, in a private room on the 3rd floor. Holy son Ye, shall we continue refining pills? Lin Charn raised an eyebrow at Ye Xuan. Indeed, the more, the better. We shall split the profits 60-40. Ye Xuan nodded, acknowledging that while he had enough pills to last a few more days, the subsequent demand was still considerable. Very well. I shall endeavor to gather more materials in the coming days. Lin Charn agreed, eager to establish a long-term collaboration with Ye Xuan. Thus, after finalizing their plans with Lin Charn, Ye Xuan returned to the Xiao sect with Xiao Tao. Upon learning that Chu Wan'er had entered the sect's forbidden grounds for seclusion, Ye Xuan paused momentarily, finding it curious but not dwelling on it. Over the next 7 days, aside from cultivating within the small tower, Ye Xuan continued to refine pills for the Baichao pill shop, with Xiao Tao bustling about, sparing him the need for constant travel. In the blink of an eye, the day he had arranged with the city lord's daughter, Nangong Fei, arrived. In less than a week, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Linghai realm. Although Ye Xuan was still dissatisfied with his progress, to Su Ziyun, he appeared nothing short of monstrous. Thus, it seemed highly likely that Ye Xuan would break through to the Tian gang realm before the sect conference. Achieving such a feat in merely a month was indeed astonishing. Boom. At the peak of the Holy Maiden, Ye Xuan unleashed a powerful punch, the sound of thunder erupting as 10 zhong of electric arcs intertwined, shattering a distant boulder into dust. 7 days prior, the esteemed leader Su Ziyun presented 2 ancient jade slips, claiming they contained the ultimate techniques of the Xiao sect. This martial art, known as the 6 Treasures Thunder Fist, comprises 6 forms. The first 3 can be executed at the spiritual sea realm, while the complete technique can be mastered at the myriad phenomena realm. Ye Xuan, possessing a natural celestial physique and an innate understanding of myriad paths, had previously practiced techniques of at least the holy tier, rendering such heavenly tier techniques remarkably simplistic for him. Within merely 7 days, he had already comprehended all 6 forms. Have you truly mastered the 3rd form of the 6 Treasures Thunder Fist in just 7 days? Su Ziyun's voice resonated as she descended upon the Saintess Peak. Witnessing this astonishing feat, her heart filled with astonishment. The 6 Treasures Thunder Fist had not been successfully mastered by anyone for decades since its inception by the founding ancestor of the Xiao sect. Yet now, Ye Xuan had achieved this in under a week. It is not difficult, Ye Xuan shrugged. If Su Ziyun were to learn that he had not only mastered the 6 Treasures Thunder Fist, but had also perfected the renowned Xiaolei sword technique, said to be the premier sword art of the northern region, one could only imagine her shock. You are indeed more extraordinary than Wan'er. Su Ziyun shook her head. Her initial concerns regarding Ye Xuan's departure from the sect now seemed utterly unwarranted. At least within the spiritual sea realm, Ye Xuan was undoubtedly invincible among his peers. Thus, after bidding farewell to Su Ziyun, Ye Xuan descended the mountain alone. On his journey, he concealed his presence beneath a mask, and shortly thereafter, he arrived at the western gate of Tianyan City. As expected, he spotted several figures in the distance, among which the striking red-clad Nangong Feihong stood out prominently. However, to Ye Xuan's surprise, she was not alone. Beside her stood two familiar figures. His current partner, Lin Chuan of the Baichao Danqing, and the other, unexpectedly, was Liu Yunxi. Chapter 14. All second-generation prodigies gathered. He, Xinyi, you have finally arrived. Nangong Feihong exclaimed upon noticing Ye Xuan, waving him over. Miss Nangong, who is he? Liu Yunxi inquired, her arms crossed as she scrutinized Ye Xuan. Upon detecting that his aura only emanated from the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm, a hint of disdain flickered across her exquisite features. Allow me to introduce, this is our newly appointed battle king from the battle tower. His combat prowess is quite impressive. Nangong Feihong remarked, pulling Ye Xuan closer with a smile. Newly appointed battle king. Lin Chuan observed Ye Xuan, her brow slightly furrowed. For some reason, she found his presence inexplicably familiar. I heard that 7 days ago, someone defeated all 9 formidable warriors of the battle tower, including even Blood Butcher. Could that be him? Indeed. Nangong Feihong nodded. Ah, so he is merely a battle king. Yet, Liu Yunxi's expression remained one of disdain as she continued. It is one thing for him. But why has the young lady brought along someone entirely devoid of combat capability? She was, of course, referring to Lin Chuan, who possessed modest talent and was at the pinnacle of the Qi Master realm. Chuan possesses a remarkable nose for locating rare herbs and treasures, making her invaluable. Nangong Feihong explained further. At this moment, Ye Xuan realized that Lin Chuan possessed such a remarkable talent for treasure-seeking and aura discernment. However, he was perplexed. Hadn't Nangong Fei mentioned a desire to engage in battle? Why then was she seeking heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Humph, if only my brother Chengfeng were not in seclusion. Would it be necessary for the young lady to bring along others? Liu Yunxi spoke with an air of arrogance. After her defeat in the alchemy competition, she was already in a foul mood. Nangong's invitation to the secret realm should have been a source of joy, yet the presence of Lin Chuan made her exceedingly uncomfortable. What you may not know is that the location restricts cultivation levels. Only those at the Spirit Sea realm can enter. Even if Xiao Chengfeng were here, he would be unable to join us. Nangong Fei seemed exasperated by the explanations. Once Ling Tian arrives, we shall set forth. Ling Tian, Lin Chuan, and Ye Xuan were momentarily taken aback. This combination was indeed peculiar. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Ling Tian descended upon them, standing upon a grand cloud vessel. Miss Nangong, have I arrived too late? Upon landing, he greeted Nangong Fei before noticing Lin Chuan and quickly added with a forced smile, Chuan, you had previously refused to see me. I didn't expect we would be together this time. I'm merely assisting Miss Nangong. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Chuan replied, her disdain unmistakable. A look of embarrassment flickered across Ling Tian's face, his eyes brimming with a mixture of anger and chill. Enough. I once concerned myself with any past grievances. This time, I have summoned you as allies. Now, I can reveal that our destination is an ancient secret realm known as the Ancient Sword Heritage. At this moment, Nangong Fei interjected. The Ancient Secret Realm. The group gasped in astonishment. They had been unaware that they were heading to such a place. It is known that the ancient secret realms hidden across the continent are few and far between. Any secret realm, regardless of its size, represents immense opportunity. Even Ye Xuan felt his heart race with excitement. If it truly is a secret realm, perhaps he could gather enough resources to break through to the celestial realm. Indeed. Let us proceed. We shall discuss further along the way. Nangong Fei nodded, then raised her hand to summon a treasure ship artifact, leading the group away from Tianyan City. On their journey, Ye Xuan learned from Nangong Fei that the secret realm had been discovered by the son of a city lord during a gathering. After much preparation, they were finally ready to enter. Since they were all rebellious scions, they agreed not to bring family guards, instead seeking assistance from outside the estate. The battle tower was thus established by Nangong Fei. As such, a short time later, the treasure ship artifact landed in a secluded mountain region outside the domain. When Ye Xuan and the others disembarked, they noticed 3 treasure ships hovering not far away, with figures standing beneath each ship, each team consisting of 5 members. Among them, the most striking was a handsome male cultivator clad in silver armor, wielding a long sword, his flowing black hair giving him an imposing presence. His aura was so potent that he had reached the threshold of the celestial realm, seemingly poised to ascend at any moment. Is that Jiche, the true disciple of the Ling Tian sword sect, the foremost sect of the eastern region? Has he also arrived? At this moment, Lin Chuan furrowed her brows, clearly taken aback by the unexpected appearance. Humph, the son of the East Domain city lord, Shangwan Hong, is indeed a waste. Naturally, he would seek powerful allies for assistance. Nangong Fei scoffed, then proceeded to introduce Ye Xuan to each of them. At the forefront of the three teams were the sons of three city lords, all from illustrious families. Although their innate talents were merely of the precious body type and not extraordinary, their cultivation levels were comparable to that of Nangong Fei. Among the strongest teams, aside from the East Domain, the Ouyang family from the West Domain had the prodigy of the Xianyun Temple to assist them, while Chenduo, the son of the South Domain's city lord, had invited the prospective holy son of Baiyuan Mountain, including the Lin Tian sword sect. The three major sects were indeed the most formidable first-rate sects across the domains. In contrast, Nangong Fei's team lacked any outstanding prodigies from first-rate sects, at least in the eyes of the onlookers. However, Ye Xuan's eyes flickered with a hint of lightning as they abruptly settled upon a figure standing behind the South Domain's city lord son. This person, shrouded in a black robe, obscured their visage. Although their aura undeniably radiated from the late Spirit Sea realm, they exuded an exceedingly veiled and sinister presence. It seemed that this expedition to the ancient sword legacy would not unfold smoothly. Nangong, you are always the slowest. We have been waiting for you. At this moment, Ouyang Cheng, the son of the West Domain's city lord, spoke with evident impatience. Eager to rush in and meet one's demise, are we? Nangong Fei replied with a cold snort, beckoning everyone to follow. TSK, Nangong. After preparing for half a year, you have gathered such a motley crew? Oh, but young Master Ling does not count. Chenduo, the noble of the South Domain, wore a mocking expression, yet his demeanor softened upon seeing Ling Tian. After all, the Ling family held considerable influence in the Central Domain and boasted a prodigy renowned across the three major academies. Such prestige must be acknowledged. Consequently, Ling Tian felt quite pleased, raising his chin even higher. Hasn't Chu Wan'er from the Zixiao sect come? Just then, Ji Che of the Lin Tian sword sect suddenly opened his slightly closed eyes and inquired. As for the North Domain, I am solely concerned about her. Lin Charan and the others were momentarily taken aback by his words. 3 years ago, Chu Wan'er had indeed emerged abruptly, overpowering numerous first-rate sect prodigies, Ji Che being one of them. Moreover, it was rumored that he had fallen for Chu Wan'er at first sight. Although Ye Xuan was unaware of this backstory, he discerned something from Ji Che's gaze, and his expression beneath the mask grew icy in an instant. To his surprise, he had encountered a rival in this place. Chu Wan'er, she has been rendered a waste. Currently, the strongest prodigy in the North Domain is my brother Chengfeng. Yet, Liu Yunxi was unwilling to concede. Xiao Chengfeng. However, upon hearing this, Ji Che merely let out a light scoff. He has merely advanced to the celestial realm a bit earlier than I have. If your Qinglan sect truly manages to rise during this sect assembly, I shall inform him what a first-rate sect prodigy truly is. Liu Yunxi was furious and humiliated. How could the Qinglan sect, on the brink of becoming a first-rate sect, still be looked down upon? Enough. Let's see what skills you possess. We shall soon find out in the secret realm. Nangong Fei suppressed the bickering among the crowd, and then, alongside the three city lords' sons, he took out a fragment of an ancient stone carving from his bosom. As the fragments united, a radiant light erupted, soaring towards the heavens. The radiance illuminated a nearby mountainside, and under the gaze of the onlookers, a teleportation array gradually materialized upon the cliff. The secret realm has been unveiled. It was declared that whoever could obtain the legacy of the Sword Manor would ascend as the leader among the 4 cities, with no room for retracting that promise. Nangong Fei retrieved a shard and reiterated this point. It seemed that for these second-generation heirs, this expedition into the secret realm was merely a game. Rest assured, I will hold true to my word, but the title of leader will undoubtedly belong to me. Su Guanhong. Ji Che, let us proceed. Su Guanhong laughed heartily and was the first to charge into the array with the Eastern Domain team. Following suit, the other 2 domain teams quickly followed. In an instant, only the Northern Domain team remained outside the teleportation array. Take this jade pendant. It will allow you to see my location. We are still unaware of the circumstances within, so proceed with caution. Nangong Fei warned before dashing into the array. Ye Xuan gently caressed the jade pendant in his hand, chuckling softly before following suit. Buzz. The teleportation was not brief. Upon landing, Nangong Fei and the others were momentarily disoriented before regaining their clarity. However, Lin Charan noticed that Xian Yi appeared unaffected, observing his surroundings as if he had not endured the slightest disturbance. Is this the secret realm? Liu Yunxi glanced around and realized they were in a dark canyon. The sky was dim, and the cold wind howled around them, exuding an eerie atmosphere. We must exit first. Nangong Fei grasped the ancient stone shard and frowned. This way. Ling Tian pointed towards a direction in the canyon, declaring, it seems deep there. Fortune must lie within. Let us seize it before departing. Yet Lin Charan wrinkled her brow and remarked, going that way would be fatal. Before Lin Charan could elaborate, Ye Xuan suddenly interjected coldly. What gives you the right to speak? Ling Tian, the son of the wealthiest family in Tianyan City, felt a surge of indignation. Who do you think you are? A mere rogue, to dictate terms? Fear not, for I am here to ensure your safety. Ling Tian scoffed, then unsheathed his sword, unleashing an aura of peak spirit sea realm as he charged into the depths of the canyon. Hiss! Yet before he could venture far, a sudden sound of air being sliced through echoed from the darkness ahead. Buzz! Ling Tian was startled at first, then swiftly raised his hand. A blade of cold light erupting, with sword energy spanning several feet. Amidst the sound of wind, a serpent as thick as a bowl was cleaved in two, its black blood splattering. Heh! I was concerned it might be something formidable. It was merely a small creature of the spirit sea realm. To think you were frightened by this, Battle King? How laughable! Ling Tian landed, his sword lowered, turning back to mock Ye Xuan. A mere rogue. It was only natural for him to be timid, just a burden. Liu Yunxi chimed in, eager to curry favor with Ling Tian, though she dared not offend him despite the fallout from the Yuan Gang Dan incident. Wait, that blood is problematic. At that moment, Lin Charan exclaimed in alarm. Ling Tian was taken aback, suddenly feeling a searing pain in his arm. As he raised his hand, he discovered that the serpent's blood splattered on him had the ability to bypass his protective aura, corroding his flesh. He hastily exerted his energy to push the serpent's blood away, yet despite his efforts, the armor tainted by the serpent's blood was corroded and marred. Hiss! Before Ling Tian could regain his composure, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted from the dark depths of the canyon. There was more than one serpent demon. At this moment, Ling Tian finally felt a surge of panic. Though the serpent demons lacked formidable combat prowess, their venomous blood was insurmountable. If they came in numbers, there would be no escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, a multitude of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness as the serpent horde advanced. You hold them off, Miss Nangong. I will ensure your escape. Liu Yunxi grasped Nangong Fei's hand and turned to flee. However, before the hesitant Nangong Fei could utter a word, Liu Yunxi had already pulled her into the shadows. You must go too. At this moment, Ye Xuan finally turned to Lin Charan behind him. Lin Charan furrowed her brow, uncertain of Ye Xuan's true identity. She felt that abandoning him was unjust. Do not worry about me. I can manage, Ye Xuan declared, raising his hand to summon a gust of wind that propelled Lin Charan away, before he turned back into the fray, heading straight for the serpent horde. Chapter 15. The Emperor's Mark, Annihilate Them All. Hiss! The serpent demons were remarkably swift, and by the time Ye Xuan landed, he was already encircled. The sheer number exceeded 100. At this moment, Ye Xuan could truly discern the serpents. Their bodies were pitch black, adorned with a blood-red pattern running along their spines. Their heads held high in an aggressive stance. He merely scoffed, the ground trembling beneath him as he surged forth like a bolt of lightning deeper into the canyon. The distance was still insufficient. He needed to venture further. Hiss! The serpent horde would not let him escape easily, swiftly pursuing him like a dark tempest. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the canyon, shaking the very earth. At that time, Liu Yunxi and the others had already fled the canyon and were oblivious to the reverberation. We cannot abandon Xianyi. Nangong Fei broke free from Liu Yunxi's grasp and attempted to rush back. Miss Nangong, have you lost your senses? He is merely a wandering cultivator. His life is not as precious as yours. Liu Yunxi interposed, knowing that if something befell Nangong Fei, they would have a hard time explaining to the Lordess Mansion. Indeed, Miss Nangong, our priority should be seeking opportunities. A wandering cultivator is expendable. Ling Tian quickly interjected, eager to leave. Xianyi can fend for himself. We must depart. Lin Charan chimed in quietly. She had suspected much earlier, and upon hearing Ye Xuan's candid remark, you must go too, she had concluded that Xianyi was indeed Ye Xuan. She firmly believed that he would be all right. Very well. Nangong Fei gritted her teeth and finally joined the others in their retreat. Meanwhile, deep within the canyon, Ye Xuan retracted the force of his unleashed punch. Centered around him, the ground within several dozen meters had fractured, arcs of lightning spreading forth, littered with the charred remains of serpent demons, their blood vaporized and annihilated. Humph! Ye Xuan snorted coldly, raising his gaze towards the depths of the canyon, his pupils narrowing. Indeed, Ling Tian was not mistaken. Within the depths of this canyon, there lies a fortuitous opportunity. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan plunged into the darkness, annihilating every black serpent in his path with thunderous fists. Shortly thereafter, a black stone altar emerged in the heart of the canyon. A formation? Standing before the altar, Ye Xuan's pupils constricted as he surveyed the scene. Beneath the altar's formation undoubtedly rested treasures. His mastery of formations was equally profound, yet this formation required a key to activate, lest it self-destruct. Buzzing sounds filled the air. While Ye Xuan pondered how to decipher the formation, a series of piercing sounds echoed above the canyon. In an instant, 5 figures descended from the heavens, landing behind Ye Xuan. Humph. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the loose cultivators from the northern region. Leave at once. The leader among them, a cold young master, was none other than Ouyang, the son of the city lord from the western region, clutching a shimmering fragment of ancient stone in his hand. Oh! Ye Xuan regained his focus, his gaze fixating on the stone fragment, which suddenly sparked with significance. This ancient stone fragment must be the key to the altar's formation. Hand over the stone, or face death. Ye Xuan remarked indifferently, completely disregarding these western region prodigies. What did you say? However, his words struck the ears of the western region group like a sharp dagger. Who do you think you are? You're courting death. As they regained their composure, Ouyang's companions erupted in rage, their formidable spiritual energy surging forth, charging directly at Ye Xuan. In their eyes, a loose cultivator from the northern region was as insignificant as livestock. Killing him was trivial. Humph, how noisy. Yet, in the face of the 3 overwhelming waves of martial energy descending upon him, Ye Xuan merely scoffed coldly and raised his hand to unleash a sudden punch. 6 Hidden Thunder Fist. First form, collapsing thunder. Boom. The fist radiated like an explosive force, arcs of lightning surging forth. In an instant, it shattered the martial prowess of the 3 adversaries into oblivion. What? The trio was astonished, but before they could regain their senses, the relentless collapsing thunder fist was already upon them. Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed, blood mist erupted. As the dust from the punch settled, the remaining 2, including Ouyang, awoke from their stupor. This loose cultivator from the northern region had obliterated his 3 powerful aides with a single punch. Who on earth are you? Ouyang demanded, his anger and astonishment palpable, for he had never encountered such a formidable spiritual sea cultivator before. Hand over the item, or you shall perish. Yet Ye Xuan's gaze remained dismissive. Presumptuous. To dare kill a disciple of the Chu sect, you truly know no bounds. At this moment, the Chu sect prodigy, who had been standing beside Ouyang, finally spoke. He stepped forward, raising his sword high, his left hand forming seals as he began to gather his divine techniques. Buzz. In mere moments, a tempest swirled around the sword. The Chu sect was a lineage of Taoist cultivation, and this individual ranked 3rd among the true disciples within the sect. His battle prowess nearing the threshold of the heavenly gang. Wasting time will lead to your demise. Yet, how could Ye Xuan allow his opponent the time to complete the incantation? As he surged forward, his second punch fell with resolute force. 6 Hidden Thunder Fist. Second form. Rushing Thunder. Buzz. This punch was even fiercer and swifter, slicing through the darkness in the blink of an eye, a massive thunderous fist tearing through the air. What? Upon witnessing the scene, the prodigy of the Chu temple was immediately struck with alarm. This rogue cultivator was utterly unreasonable. With a thunderous impact, Ye Xuan's second punch was overwhelmingly formidable, swiftly incapacitating the Chu prodigy. As the thunderous fist struck the ground, dust and debris erupted into the air. By the time Ouyang, the noble from the western regions, regained his composure after the ascent, Ye Xuan had already approached him. Why you dare to kill Chu's Luofeng? He is the most outstanding talent of the western regions. Ouyang stammered, retreating step by step. Yet, Ye Xuan's expression was one of disdain. I am the son of the city lord of Tianxi in the western regions. Do you dare to harm me? Seeing Ye Xuan unfazed, he resorted to invoking the name of the city lord. Have you finished your last words? At this moment, Ye Xuan had exhausted all patience. Ouyang was merely a figure of status, his strength inferior to that of the Chu prodigy. With a sudden, decisive motion, Ye Xuan raised his hand, prepared to extinguish him forcefully. What did it matter if he was the city lord's son? Did he deserve any regard? Just then, Ouyang infused spiritual energy into a shard of stone in his hand, and a blinding light erupted from it with immense force. Ye Xuan's expression shifted slightly, and he was pushed back a step. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Ouyang was enveloped in a layer of radiant formation, isolating him from the outside world. Do not let me discover your identity, otherwise I shall flay you alive. Within the formation, Ouyang's expression was one of extreme malice. In the next moment, he vanished entirely, leaving only a fragment of ancient stone suspended in the air, the brilliance gradually fading. This mysterious shard possesses the ability to teleport. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow and lifted the shard into his hand. Thus, these second-generation heirs effectively held a talisman for protection. Ye Xuan shook his head. Although he had not eradicated them completely, he feared no threats or retaliation. He turned and returned to the altar, placing the shard within. Buzz. The next instant, the intricate, ancient patterns on the altar began to illuminate sequentially, the formation radiating and flickering with light. Ye Xuan then sat cross-legged, raising his hand to form numerous seals, infusing them into the luminous energy. Although possessing the formation key, breaking the formation remained necessary. This ancient array, due to its age, was not something an ordinary cultivator could decipher in a short time. However, for Ye Xuan, a scion of the upper realm and one who had traversed 7 lifetimes of cultivation, it was as simple as eating or drinking. After merely a brief period, as Ye Xuan executed his final seal, the formation's brilliance erupted, the stone slab cracked open, and a small azure sword floated upward from a milky liquid. Ye Xuan stared in astonishment. The milky liquid was, in fact, spirit marrow. Moreover, its original quality was likely exceptional, though it had been diluted over the years. As for the small sword, Ye Xuan grasped it, discovering that it was less than half the size of his palm. Crafted from a peculiar material, neither a weapon nor a magical artifact. Yet in the next moment, Ye Xuan's pupils dilated in shock. An imperial seal? How could this be? In that instant, he realized that the small sword bore the mark of a great emperor. Ye Xuan had once been a quasi-emperor and the direct descendant of an emperor. He would never mistake it. Chapter 16. The Secrets of the Beginning Realm. Do you wish to annihilate the Yi clan? The imperial seal is an emblem of the great Tao that only those who have attained the status of a great emperor possess, and each seal is unique. Ye Xuan had once delved into the ancient and contemporary imperial seals within his family's imperial palace, refining his Nine-Thunder Calamity celestial body. Thus he would not err in his discernment. However, what perplexed Ye Xuan the most was that the imperial seal upon this small sword was one he had never encountered before. It is essential to note that even after their demise, the seals of each great emperor do not dissipate. Rather, they are preserved by subsequent emperors within the imperial palace. His father, a contemporary great emperor and the supreme ruler of the myriad realms, would certainly not overlook such matters. Moreover, even if there were an oversight, why would it manifest in this lower realm? Ye Xuan had never heard of an emperor emerging from this particular lower realm. Young one, there is no cause for bewilderment. At that moment, the voice of the small tower echoed in Ye Xuan's mind. As epochs turn and the great Tao ebbs and flows, even your father is but a mere star in the vast river of time. The imperial palace, though grand, cannot possibly accommodate every imperial seal. How could you have seen them all? Are you suggesting that this is indeed an imperial seal, yet it does not belong to this epoch? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, his heart racing with astonishment. Impossible. As epochs perish and the myriad realms are reshaped, one would find no trace of the previous epoch. And this is merely the lower realm. The small tower's words were truly shocking. Indeed, you possess intelligence, yet it is only half-formed. Who says there are no traces of the previous epoch? The primordial realm in the myriad worlds does not vanish with the rise and fall of epochs. The small tower chuckled. The primordial realm? Ye Xuan frowned at the mention, his heart suddenly quaking. Are you implying that this lower realm is the legendary primordial realm? He had encountered references to it in the secret texts of the imperial clan, which spoke of a world birthed from chaos at the dawn of time, the very origin of all realms. However, the accounts were mere fragments, and his father had never elaborated on the subject. Precisely. Nonetheless, this realm is merely an inconspicuous fragment of the primordial realm. The small tower shrugged and continued to grin. Otherwise, why do you think your father sent you to this realm for tribulation and training? So my father is aware as well. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that everything about his journey seemed orchestrated. Indeed, but you know only a fraction of the truth. He cannot descend. So the secrets of this realm remain for you to uncover. What I can tell you is that this realm is extraordinary. After the small tower spoke, it fell silent once more. After a considerable time, Ye Xuan finally steadied his wandering thoughts. The imperial seal upon the small sword was indeed a remnant left by that great emperor before he attained enlightenment. Incomplete and devoid of imperial intent after the passage of countless ages. To unravel more mysteries, he needed to seek further clues. Taking a deep breath, he stored the small sword and the spiritual essence milk away. He then rose swiftly, heading towards a direction beyond the canyon. He had previously discerned, while deciphering the formation, that there were 4 altars within this secret realm, suggesting that the small sword should have 4 corresponding seals. He was determined to gather them all. The spatial extent of this secret realm was far greater than Ye Xuan had imagined, and 3 days later, he finally arrived at the location of the second altar. It was situated in the heart of a desert, where yellow sands obscured the sky. Yet, Ye Xuan arrived a touch too late. Upon the sandy ground, numerous slain giant scorpions lay scattered. At that moment, before the altar, stood 4 figures, prominently including Chen Duo, the son of the city lord of the southern region, flanked by the disciples of Bayua Mountain. Chen Duo raised his hand, preparing to activate the ancient stone fragment and initiate the ritual formation. Ye Xuan's pupils constricted, and he descended directly. This opportunity is mine. You all shall leave. Ye Xuan's voice, cold and detached, echoed amidst the swirling sands. Chen Duo and the others turned in surprise upon hearing his words. However, as they discerned the figure of Ye Xuan, clad in a menacing mask, they could not help but exchange looks of derision. Brother Dongfang, could it be that I am hearing things? How audacious for someone to dare seize my opportunity. Chen Duo mocked, while the talented Dongfang Shu from Baiyue Mountain scoffed in agreement. Perhaps, but he is merely a fly. Go, eliminate him. With Dongfang Shu's command, 2 burly disciples of Baiyue Mountain roared as they charged towards Ye Xuan, weapons brandished. As the only sect of the 4 regions specializing in body refinement, their lineage was filled with fierce combat techniques. In an instant, the techniques unleashed by the 2 surged forth, cleaving through the sandstorm and enveloping Ye Xuan. Both had reached the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. Even those at the pinnacle would hesitate to confront such might head-on. Young master, please continue. Dongfang Shu even turned away, disinterested in the unfolding scene. Chen Duo shrugged and placed the ancient stone fragment directly upon the altar. Buzz. The altar activated, resonating with a deep hum as the formation's brilliance radiated outward. Boom. Just as excitement blossomed on the faces of the 2, a violent explosion erupted behind them. Dongfang Shu was momentarily stunned, then spun around, only to find his eyes widening in horror. For at that moment, he realized that his 2 junior brothers had been reduced to a crimson mist, staining the vast expanse of sand, their weapons shattered into fragments. The figure clad in a fearsome mask, a rogue from the northern domain, lowered his hand slowly, the arcs of lightning still crackling around him. This individual could annihilate 2 true disciples of Baiyue Mountain in an instant. The opportunity has already been afforded to you. At this moment, Ye Xuan stepped forward, soaring into the air once more. How dare you kill my fellow disciples? Dongfang Shu regained his composure, his muscular form swelling like an iron tower as he brandished his golden war axe and charged forth. Mountain-splitting cleave. Buzz. In that instant, the axe's edge gleamed like a crescent moon, slicing through the sandstorm. Yet, beneath the mask, Ye Xuan's eyes remained as indifferent as ever, his fist descending with the force of a thunderbolt, unleashing the 6 hidden thunder fist. Third form, thunderclap. Crack. The fist, akin to a thunderbolt, struck with blinding speed, enveloped in crackling lightning as it collided with the axe's edge. At the moment of contact, the golden brilliance emitted a mournful cry. In the next heartbeat, it shattered explosively. Impossible. Dongfang Shu gasped in disbelief. This was the ultimate combat technique of Baiyue Mountain. Yet now, it crumbled before a single blow. As the thunderous fist bore down upon him, he could only raise his axe in a desperate attempt to withstand the residual force. Boom. Even though his battle axe was a superior weapon, it was instantly riddled with cracks before ultimately shattering into pieces. The tempest unleashed by the thunderous might swiftly engulf the Eastern Sentinel. In that moment, the residual force swept across the surroundings, and Chen Duo, gripped by sheer terror, regained his composure and attempted to seize a shard of ancient stone to flee. However, a large hand suddenly emerged from the sands, gripping his throat with an unyielding force. Thinking of escaping now? Ye Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Let me go? My father is the lord of the southern domain. If you dare to kill me, my father will annihilate your entire clan. Chen Duo's head became flushed, his face reddening, yet he continued to glare at Ye Xuan in a threatening manner. Your clan? The Chen family has already paved their path to destruction. Had it not been for this remark, Ye Xuan might have spared him, but now. With a resounding crash, Ye Xuan's hand tightened abruptly, crushing his throat as if he were a lifeless dog, casting him aside. The southern domain Chen clan was destined for annihilation. Subsequently, Ye Xuan approached the altar, continuing to decipher the formation. After a brief moment, he obtained the second Imperial insignia small sword, differing in hue, though the insignia bore slight variations. Without further contemplation, Ye Xuan stored away the spiritual essence and the items from Chen Duo and others, preparing to proceed to the next altar. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The Southern Domain's team should have comprised 5 individuals. Yet, he had only slain 4. One remained, that figure in the black robe. Ye Xuan recalled a practitioner shrouded in black from the Southern Domain's team, whose aura was sinister, subtly enveloped in demonic energy. This individual possessed formidable strength and would not have fallen prematurely. With this in mind, Ye Xuan hastily searched through Chen Duo's storage ring, retrieving a jade pendant, similar to the one given by Nangong Fei, which glimmered with a rapidly flashing light. Upon comparing it with the jade pendant in his hand, Ye Xuan's expression darkened. This person had gone off with Nangong Fei and the others. Regardless of the others, Lin Chuan must be rescued. With a cold snort, Ye Xuan plunged into the swirling sands. 3 days later, on a small island in the heart of a secret lake, dispersing soft bones. You are a practitioner of the demonic Xuan sect. Liu Yunxi collapsed to the ground, gazing at the figure in black before her with a mix of shock and fury. Beside her, Nangong Fei and the others appeared equally drained, unable to move. They had just arrived at this location, and before they could activate the altar, they were ambushed. Ha! What keen eyes! I am indeed a demonic cultivator of the Xuan sect. The elder in black cackled wildly. You three delicate beauties are far more tender than those wilted flowers outside. With you as my furnace cauldrons, I can break through to the heavenly gang within this secret realm. Furnace cauldrons. Upon hearing this, Liu Yunxi and the others turned pale with fright. She had not yet married Xiao Chengfeng, nor consummated the union. How could she become the plaything of this lecherous fiend? I'm not a woman. I cannot serve as a furnace cauldron. Release me. I am the legitimate son of the Ling family. Whatever spirit stones you desire, my family can provide. At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly pleaded for mercy. Oh, a member of the Ling family? The black-robed practitioner's tone shifted slightly. Indeed. Moreover, if you are willing to spare her, I will give you whatever you desire. Ling Tian noticed the devilish cultivator's tone had softened, and he quickly cast a glance at Lin Charan. You. Lin Charan was taken aback, a mixture of shock and fury flooding her features. Oh, you remain a lecherous scoundrel. The devilish cultivator sneered. You have dallied with two, while I require merely one. This transaction seems quite favorable for you, does it not? At this moment, Ling Tian also leered with a wicked grin. Despicable and shameless, Ling Tian. Do you not have any shame left? Lin Charan, unable to contain her rage, erupted into curses. Silence, wretched woman. Today, I shall have my way with you. Ling Tian glared fiercely, his malevolence laid bare. Dare to lay a hand on me, demon, and you shall find that even upon ascending to the celestial realm, you cannot escape death. At this juncture, Nangong Fei finally spoke. Though her visage betrayed no hint of fear, the pearl of Nangong City, under normal circumstances, I would never dare touch, but here in this secret realm. Who could possibly know it was I? As for you, the dark-robed demon glanced back at Ling Tian. Once I have had my fill, perhaps you may serve as a mere plaything. With that, he leered and made his way toward the three women. At this moment, Liu Yunxi was on the brink of fainting from terror. Lin Charan's eyes were filled with despair as she slowly closed them, whispering Ye Xuan's name repeatedly. If only Ye Xuan were here. The devilish cultivator's hand was about to descend upon Lin Charan when, suddenly, a muffled sound erupted. The demon's outstretched hand froze in midair. Lin Charan sensed something amiss, her eyes fluttering open, only to find the demon staring down at his chest. At that moment, a branch, still crackling with lightning, had pierced through him. The demon, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, turned, only to see a figure clad in a fearsome mask descending from the sky. Demon, unaware of your impending doom. Chapter 17. Liu Yunxi, Brother Xianyi. You are truly formidable. The newcomer was Ye Xuan. Hastily, he had arrived just in time. You, who are you? The devilish cultivator, feeling the chaotic thunderous power surging within him, wore an expression of utter disbelief. He had not even sensed the slightest movement before a branch had pierced his body. You are unworthy to know my name. Ye Xuan stepped forward, his hand grasping the air, causing the branch enveloped in thunderous sword intent to explode. The demon's entire body disintegrated in an instant, blood raining down upon the onlookers. It was only at this moment that Liu Yunxi and the others regained their senses. Staring at the blood splattered across themselves and the figure of Ye Xuan approaching, they momentarily forgot the horrors that had just unfolded. Xianyi, you're alive? Nangong Fei's eyes brightened. Of course, I am not dead. Ye Xuan chuckled, then retrieved an antidote from the devilish cultivator's storage ring, brandishing it in the air. Moments later, the four regained their strength. Your surname is Xian? Are you perhaps a descendant of the Xian clan from the central domain? At that moment, Liu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she suddenly inquired, though merely at the initial stage of the Spirit Sea. Your power to instantly slay a peak Spirit Sea demon cultivator is certainly not that of a mere rogue cultivator. I am well aware of the prominent clans of the 5 domains, and the Xian clan of the central domain stands as the foremost among the 5 great clans, second only to the Imperial family. In an instant, Nangong Fei and the others turned their gazes towards Ye Xuan. She had never considered the possibility of the Xian clan. I seem to have heard that a prodigy from the Xian family recently entered the Young Academy. Could it possibly be you? Nangong Fei pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring. After all, members of top-tier families like the Xian clan typically train within their own lineage or the Imperial Academy, rarely venturing out to travel. The Xiankei Academy, Liu Yunxi exclaimed, her eyes brightening further. The Xian family? Ye Xuan frowned, for he was unaware of what the Xian family entailed. Xianyi was merely a name he had whimsically chosen. He could never be a scion of the Xian clan. At that moment, however, Ling Tian scoffed coldly. Why the secrecy about being a descendant of the Xian family? I am the only scion of a great clan within this group. Though the Ling family is one of the 5 major clans, it pales in comparison to the Xian clan. Whether it is true or not has no bearing on you. Ye Xuan retorted, his cold gaze piercing through Ling Tian. In his eyes, a flicker of thunder flashed as he reached out, seizing Ling Tian by the throat. What are you doing? Ling Tian's face flushed crimson as he struggled desperately, yet found himself unable to escape. What am I doing? You still wish to collude with demonic cultivators? You are unworthy to remain in this group. Ye Xuan mocked, having heard Ling Tian's earlier remarks. He wouldn't hesitate to eliminate this man within the secret realm. Xian Yi, let him go. At that moment, Nangong Fei interjected, pleading on Ling Tian's behalf. Although she loathed Ling Tian's previous actions, he was still a member of the Ling family, and if he were to perish in the secret realm, she would find it hard to explain. Get lost. Ye Xuan finally released his grip. Haha, fine, I shall take my leave. However, without me, do not expect to contend for any opportunities. Ling Tian huffed coldly before turning away, fear evident in his heart that Ye Xuan might kill him. Brother Xian Yi, you are truly formidable. Once Ling Tian had vanished from the small island, Liu Yunxi exclaimed in admiration. With such combat prowess in the early stages of the Spirit Sea realm, unafraid of Ling Tian, he was evidently of noble birth from the Xian clan. For some reason, a fleeting thought of Ye Xuan crossed her mind. Back then, Ye Xuan was also at the Spirit Sea realm, exuding the same ferocity and overbearing temperament. But soon, she dismissed this peculiar notion from her mind. How could Ye Xuan possibly be compared to a noble of the Xian clan? Lin Chuan, observing Liu Yunxi's sycophantic demeanor, felt disdain in her heart and scoffed lightly. What? Does young Master Xian Yi surpass your Xiao Chengfeng? What does it matter to you? You seem to have a lot to say. Liu Yunxi's face flushed with embarrassment as her eyes glared fiercely at Lin Chuan. Xiao Chengfeng was indeed talented. Yet how could his family background compare to that of an imperial clan? Not to mention, it was the Xian clan. Enough. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Nangong Fei interrupted the 2 women's bickering and retrieved a fragment of ancient stone to place upon the altar. The formation will take several days to unravel. You shall protect me. With that, Nangong Fei prepared to sit down and break the formation. It need not take so long. Allow me. At that moment, Ye Xuan unexpectedly stepped forward to speak. The 3 women turned to look at Ye Xuan in unison. You are proficient in formation techniques? Nangong Fei paused momentarily and inquired. Do you understand? Somewhat. Ye Xuan nodded, then promptly raised his hand to form a seal, channeling it into the altar's array. Lin Chuan observed intently. Well aware of Ye Xuan's formidable alchemical skills, she hadn't anticipated he could offer her such numerous surprises. Just how deeply does this individual conceal his true abilities? As for Liu Yunxi, she felt it was only natural that brother Xian Yi, a scion of the Xian clan and a master of array formations, could accomplish such feats. Ye Xuan had no intention of explaining. His hands moved swiftly, forming seals continuously. And within less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he dismantled the array. A small sword ascended from the essence of the spirit milk. Its hue distinctly different. Yet, when Ye Xuan stowed the sword and turned around, he found the 3 women behind him frozen in astonishment. What's wrong? Ye Xuan frowned. Indeed, the offspring of the Xian clan are extraordinary. After a moment of silence, Nangong Fei finally gave a thumbs up. Even Lin Chuan began to waver in her beliefs. Could it be that Ye Xuan is truly a descendant of the Xian clan? Otherwise, how could he possess such profound mastery of array formations? It is known that array arts require a substantial foundation to cultivate, distinct from alchemy and artifact crafting. The first-rate sects across the 4 domains possess only meager legacies in array arts, with only the Central Region academies and those top-tier clans truly holding such knowledge. Liu Yunxi's eyes were already beginning to glaze over. Xian Yi is not of the Xian clan, yet he excels. What is this? At that moment, Nangong Fei directed her gaze towards the small sword in Ye Xuan's hand. Is it a key to unlock something? Ye Xuan pondered and replied. The imperial seal upon it would be of little use to explain. In this realm, few are familiar with the imperial seal. A key? Is it akin to this fragment? Nangong Fei retracted the fragment, and then glanced at Ye Xuan, saying, in that case, it does not seem to be a treasure. You may keep both the spirit milk and the sword. As for the spirit milk, it is inconsequential. Ye Xuan shook his head. Naturally, he intended to retain the small sword, but he had already acquired 2 pools of the spirit milk. A descendant of the Xian clan would not be lacking in spirit milk. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Yunxi suggested, let us proceed as brother Xian Yi has advised. Very well. You 2 can divide it. Nangong Fei nodded, indifferent to Xian Yi's stance, as she felt the same. Let us go directly to the core of the secret realm. With that, Nangong Fei led the group away from the small island, heading towards the central area of the Sword Mansion. The core was not far from the altar. A day later, the four approached the core region. It was a circular mountain range, though not towering. It loomed under the dark sky with an imposing presence. However, what shocked Nangong Fei and the others was not the majestic mountains, but the massive thunderclouds gradually gathering above them. In just a few breaths, the calamity clouds expanded to a radius of 10,000 feet. The arcs of lightning surged, resembling myriad thunderous serpents twisting and coiling within. What is this? Is this a thunder tribulation? Liu Yunxi blinked in astonishment before exclaiming, "Someone is undergoing a tribulation? If I am not mistaken, it must be Ye Xuan attempting to ascend to the celestial gang realm." Nangong Fei inhaled deeply, her expression abruptly turning grave. Among all the cultivators in the four domains, only Ye Xuan and Liu Yunxi were closest to the celestial gang realm. Ascending to the celestial gang? Lin Charan furrowed her brows, pondering if this secret realm merely restricted entry to those of the celestial talisman realm, but would not impede their ascension to such a status within. Indeed, Nangong Fei nodded, then turned to the others, speaking in a grave tone. Ye Xuan possesses innate spiritual talent, and with his recent elevation to the celestial talisman realm, his combat prowess will be formidable. Should any of you wish to withdraw now, you may do so. However, if you choose to accompany me, peril awaits. At this moment, both Lin Charan and Liu Yunxi simultaneously glanced at Ye Xuan. Currently, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the group. And what of the celestial talisman? There is nothing to fear. Ye Xuan scoffed, his eyes reflecting disdain. He had yet to engage in combat with anyone of the celestial talisman realm. With Brother Yi by my side, what can Ye Xuan do? He is no holy son. If I had a Yuan talisman, I too could swiftly ascend to the celestial talisman realm. Liu Yunxi proclaimed proudly. Then let us proceed. Nangong Fei nodded and continued to lead the three towards the mountain's summit. Upon reaching the peak, the thunderous tribulation had already dissipated. Within the mountains lay a basin, at the center of which stood an ancient, pitch-black hall. The hall bore the scars of time, yet an aura reminiscent of ancient sword intent lurked within, evoking a solemn expression among the onlookers despite the distance. Is this the fabled ancient sword manor? Yet Ye Xuan, beneath his mask, frowned slightly. The ancient hall, though old, seemed insufficiently aged to predate epochs, and its imposing aura paled in comparison to that of an emperor. You all arrived quite swiftly. As Nangong Fei and the others approached the ancient hall, Sheng Wanhong, the son of the East Region's city lord, let out a derisive laugh. However, Nangong, this time you are destined to lose. Ye Xuan has already ascended to the celestial talisman realm. If you dare come, you need not fear. Nangong Fei retorted coldly. Arms crossed. The hall also bore restrictions and formations, and it appeared that 4 keys were required for entry. At this moment, Ye Xuan, standing before the hall, withdrew his hand and spoke casually. Keys? The ones from the altar? Nangong Fei raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Ye Xuan nodded, raising his hand as a small sword floated from his palm. Then let us wait for Ouyang and Chen Duo. Sheng Wanhong shook his head, disdainfully remarking. Those two are utterly useless, even slower than Nangong. Nangong Fei, incensed, moved forward, but was restrained by Ye Xuan's hand from behind. Do not wait for them. Sheng Wanhong and Ye Xuan were taken aback, turning their gazes toward the masked Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan stepped forward, raising his hand as 3 small swords of varying colors simultaneously hovered above his palm. The keys are all in my possession. In that instant, every person present underwent a profound change in expression. Chapter 18. Execution of Ye Xuan, the Imperial Tomb. Why do you possess their belongings? Moments later, Sheng Wanhong regained his composure, his gaze shifting from Ye Xuan to finally settle upon Nangong Fei. He had not considered any connection between this matter and Ye Xuan. However, now Nangong Fei found herself utterly bewildered. How could she possibly know where Ye Xuan had procured the key? Could it be that during her days of disappearance, she had lost her bearings? A fleeting change flickered across her expression. Since that incident in the canyon, Xian Yi had not made an appearance, which meant he had encountered the teams from the western and southern regions during this interval. Just a bunch of inept fools with nothing to lose. Yet, Ye Xuan merely let out a cold scoff, unwilling to elaborate further. Oh, you possess some skills, came Ye Xuan's sudden remark, his elongated eyes narrowing as they fixed on Xian Yi. If that is the case, it spares us much trouble. Hand over the key, and then vacate the secret realm. His tone was flat, yet frigid, leaving no room for dissent. What do you mean? Nangong Fei raised an eyebrow. Miss Nangong, do you require me to spell it out for you? Ye Xuan sneered, his shoulders trembling as the unique Dharma manifestation of the celestial realm surged forth behind him. This manifestation resembled a mighty river, radiating brilliance for dozens of yards. amplifying Ji-Che's celestial realm pressure to its zenith. Under this immense pressure, even Nangong, Fei, and the others, who were already on the brink of the celestial realm, found themselves forced back. A true celestial realm cultivator, endowed with a Dharma manifestation, possessed an innate constitution that only grew stronger alongside the manifestation itself. I am already in the celestial realm. Even though I have just crossed the tribulation, I am not someone you can withstand, Ji-Che declared. In the contest for the secret realm, you have already lost to young Master Shangwan. Surrender the key, and I shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, though Ji-Che did not finish his sentence, the implied threat was unmistakable. Nangong Fei's expression tightened to its utmost, her temperament being inherently volatile and intolerant of threats. Yet, faced with the overwhelming celestial presence, she recognized her disadvantage. What will happen otherwise? At that moment, Ye Xuan's voice interjected once more. Why are you only halfway through your words? Even Shangwan Hong and the others could not help but cast astonished glances at Ye Xuan, wondering if he might be a fool. However, your earlier suggestion was quite astute. With the ancient palace of the secret realm before us, the opportunity is singular and cannot be shared. Therefore, hand over the key you possess, and I shall also allow you to depart. Otherwise, death awaits. Ye Xuan held no reservations. He too would not share the secrets within this ancient palace with anyone else. Yet, Ye Xuan's audacious tone left Shangwan Hong and Ji-Che utterly perplexed. What kind of lowly creature dares to make such a ruckus? Shangwan Hong regained his composure, a fierce expression surging across his face as he prepared to advance. Is it necessary for young Master Shangwan to intervene? Ji-Che stepped forward preemptively, his oppressive aura bearing down like a mountain. Since this individual is intent on courting death, I shall oblige him. As his words fell, Ji-Che's Dharma manifestation roared forth, his massive hand rising, fingers splayed wide, as he slammed down towards Ye Xuan. Killing you is as simple as slaughtering a dog, requiring but a single strike. You shall learn what it means to be of the celestial realm. Buzz. In an instant, the palm print, spanning dozens of yards, descended like a raging tide, intent on obliterating Ye Xuan on the spot. However, Ye Xuan merely chuckled derisively, swiftly stowing away 3 small swords, and with his other hand, he abruptly raised it, his arm bending into a fist, crackling with violent thunder. 6 hidden thunder fist. 4th style, explosive thunder. Buzz. Z. In an instant, boundless vitality converged upon Ye Xuan's striking fist, transforming into a resplendent and domineering deep blue arc of lightning. The air was compressed to its utmost limit before erupting with a thunderous explosion. Boom. As Ji-Che's palm imprint made contact with the thunderous fist, it shattered abruptly. The deafening sound of the explosion was piercing to the ears. Fragments of the palm imprint and lightning scattered through the void, leaving Ji-Che and his companions in a state of utter astonishment. Buzz. Yet, despite the shattering of the palm imprint, the might of the fist remained undiminished. Ji-Che regained his composure, thrusting both hands forward, and his law avatar trembled fiercely, finally managing to deflect the residual force of the thunderous punch. Nevertheless, he was still forced backward by the shockwave, his garments swirling and hair disheveled, quite a sight of disarray. At this moment, as the lightning dissipated from Ye Xuan's hand, a cold smirk began to emerge at the corner of his mouth. The Heavenly Gang? Merely this. The 6-character taunt pierced like a sword through the heart. Meanwhile, the onlookers, having regained their senses, stared wide-eyed, particularly those like Shangwan Hong. What is happening? This man not only withstood Ji-Che's punch, but also forced him to retreat. His cultivation clearly does not seem high. However, Liu Yunxi and others maintained a semblance of calm. A prodigy of the Xin clan. Is he jesting with us? How infuriating. I underestimated you, but now you have compelled me to take you seriously. Prepare to die. At this moment, Ji-Che, having steadied himself, was filled with utmost humiliation and rage. His face flushed crimson as he abruptly drew the long sword from his waist, channeling his Heavenly Gang aura into it. The sword energy surged forth like a colossal tide, immediately dominating the surroundings. Xinyi, be cautious. Nangong Fei's expression changed drastically, and she hastily threw her high-grade earth tier sword toward him. She had indeed witnessed Xian Ye's swordsmanship within the fighting tower, yet she had never seen Ye Xuan draw a sword. Ji-Che not only possessed Heavenly Gang cultivation, but also wielded a high-grade earth tier Qinghan sword. If it came to a confrontation, he would likely be at a disadvantage. Swordsmanship? You dare to claim that? Ye Xuan raised his hand to receive the sword, and with a swift motion, he swept it across. Zzz. In an instant, lightning surged along Ye Xuan's arm, roaring and converging, ultimately flooding into the sword's body. Nangong Fei's long sword, bathed in crimson flames, became even more radiant as it was enveloped by the arc of lightning. What startled Ji Che was the overwhelming sword intent he sensed the moment Ye Xuan began to draw his sword. Sword intent. You have actually comprehended sword intent. At this moment, Shang Wanhong's expression also shifted dramatically. Sword intent is the threshold for sword cultivators to become formidable. Previously, it was said that only those beyond Heavenly Gang could possess sword intent. Even if someone could comprehend sword intent before reaching the Heavenly Gang realm, they would be a rare prodigy, a paragon among the elite. Aside from the exceptional talents of the prominent clans in the central region, who else could achieve this? Yet, this wandering cultivator from the northern region, is his cultivation not at the initial stage of the Spirit Sea? To possess sword intent at the initial stage of the Spirit Sea, such monstrous talent, aside from royal descendants, perhaps only those of the Xian clan could accomplish this. However, Ye Xuan's sword was far too swift. Empowered by the sword intent of thunder, the Tianzhong's sword aura shattered the void, instantly crashing down upon Ji Che's massive tidal sword barrier. Boom. Yet, in the mere moment of contact, the colossal tidal sword barrier disintegrated into a sky full of mist, exploding wantonly amidst the lightning. The sword pierced through the thunder, engulfing Ji Che's body before continuing its rampage. The other 3 disciples of the Ling Tian sword sect had yet to regain their composure when they were obliterated. At this moment, Shang Wanhong was consumed by terror. He hastily activated the ancient stone fragment in his hand, and, in the instant the sword energy approached, teleported away from the secret realm. He realized he had encountered a monster. It was only when the thunderous echoes faded and the sword energy dissipated that Liu Yunxi and the others, having recovered their senses, discovered that Ji Che of the Ling Tian sword sect had been utterly annihilated. The Spirit Sea severing Heaven's gang? And all it took was a single sword strike? What terrifying swordsmanship was this? In that moment, Liu Yunxi was utterly convinced that this Xian Yi was indeed a scion of the Xian clan, and undoubtedly a direct descendant of the family out on a journey of cultivation. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan had already collected Ji Che's storage ring, lamenting the escape of yet another second-generation heir. A fine sword, I return it to you. Ye Xuan turned back and offered the sword to Nangong Fei. In truth, he could have easily slain Ji Che without this sword, as it was unnecessary for such a novice in the Heaven's gang realm. You'll need it later. Hold on to it for now. Nangong Fei shook her head and declined. This sword was no longer of use to her. Ye Xuan nodded, then approached the ancient temple door with 4 small swords, placing them into the array. Buzz. In an instant, the formation activated successfully, and the temple doors cracked open. An ancient, deathly aura of sword intent surged forth from the gap, even with Ye Xuan shielding them. It caused the faces of the 3 women behind him to turn pale, their bodies trembling violently. Perhaps it's safer for you if you don't enter. At the temple door, Ye Xuan's pupils constricted as he withdrew his gaze. They had come this far. It would be a pity not to take a look. However, Nangong Fei raised an eyebrow, unwilling to depart just yet. Exactly. Besides, we have Brother Yi to protect us, right? Liu Yunxi chimed in. Ye Xuan pursed his lips, refraining from further persuasion, and then pushed open the temple doors, leading the 3 women into the ancient hall. The interior was dim, suffused with a chilling silence that seemed to seep into their very bones. The ancient sword intent was pervasive, had it not been for Ye Xuan's protection. The mere presence of this atmosphere could have instantly incapacitated Nangong Fei and the others. The hall was vast and empty, with Nangong Fei and the other 2 clasping their shoulders, trembling as they gazed toward the center of the hall, where they could faintly discern a massive pillar, entwined by a coiling dragon. Beneath the enormous pillar lay a rectangular, ominous object, shrouded in darkness. Is that a coffin? But as the 3 women drew nearer, Liu Yunxi suddenly gasped in shock. She could now clearly see that beneath the colossal pillar was indeed a coffin, crafted from bronze, devoid of any ornate carvings, appearing particularly terrifying in this dead, ancient hall. Moreover, there was nothing else within the entire hall. Could it be that this secret realm is not a sword mansion, but a tomb? Nangong Fei furrowed her brow. A tomb? At her words, Liu Yunxi hastily retreated to the back, her eyes filled with dread. No. Here, aside from us, are there living beings? Lin Charan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Living beings? What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you intend to frighten? Liu Yunxi shot her an irritated glance, but the next moment, her eyes widened in horror, for she had unmistakably noticed that something was moving atop the massive pillar in the darkness. Is that thing alive? The crowd followed Liu Yunxi's finger and indeed discovered that the dragon coiled around the towering pillar was writhing. Buzz. In the next moment, beneath the ancient hall's dome, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened wide. Bloodlight flickered, exuding an overwhelming ferocity that erupted in an instant. It was a dragon. This is bad. Nangong Fei's face turned pale. The dragon race was thought to be extinct, and such a presence was utterly terrifying. Run. At this moment, Ye Xuan also turned abruptly, his expression stern. He had long been aware that something lived here, but Nangong Fei and the others would not leave without witnessing it for themselves. In that instant, Nangong Fei hesitated no longer and activated the ancient stone fragment in her hand. Not to mention the dragon race. Even a fourth-tier great demon was beyond their capability to confront. If they did not flee, they would meet a dead end. In the blink of an eye, a radiant array enveloped the three women, yet Ye Xuan did not approach. Nangong Fei furrowed her brow. Why wasn't Ye Xuan leaving? Brother Yi, Liu Yunxi called out. But before her voice could fade, she was transported away from the secret realm. Hee, you're not leaving? Aren't you afraid of my presence? At that moment, within the vast ancient hall, a voice suddenly resonated from the towering pillar. A massive head, several feet in size, slowly emerged from the darkness. Afraid? Huh. Just a mere, transformed serpent. Yet, Ye Xuan displayed no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he scoffed, raising the crimson longsword in his hand. Don't think that because you are merely a serpent, even if you were a true dragon, I could not slay you. Chapter 19. The Undying Ancestor Dragon. Something happened to Wan'er. Faced with Ye Xuan's unwavering confidence, the dragon's head actually revealed a look of astonishment. It was indeed not a dragon but an ancient demon that had recently shed its skin and transformed into a serpent. Yet this man could see through its identity. You humans are quite self-assured, but even if you possess the will of the Thunder Path, your cultivation is merely at the Spirit Sea realm. How could you dare to slay a dragon? Buzz. Before the words fell, the serpent's body suddenly surged forth from the towering pillar, its gaping maw wide open as if to swallow Ye Xuan whole. You truly seek death. Ye Xuan grinned savagely, now that there were no outsiders in the hall. He had no need for pretense. In the next moment, he spread his arms wide, unleashing the aura of the Nine-Thunder Tribulations. Although his talent had only just begun to awaken, the thunder surged through him, and his presence soared. The will of the Thunder Path reached its zenith, causing the crimson longsword in his hand to be enveloped in lightning. The latent power of the Imperial bloodline was concealed within. With just one strike, he could slay the serpent. Please spare me. Yet at the moment Ye Xuan was about to bring down his sword, the serpent suddenly plummeted from the air with a thud, its head bowing to the ground, begging for mercy. This unexpected turn left Ye Xuan bewildered. Wasn't he quite arrogant just moments ago? He furrowed his brow, yet his imposing aura remained unyielding. The serpent's intelligence was not low. My lord, you did not mention you possessed Imperial blood. But at that moment, the serpent's eyes reflected only pure fear and flattery. Imperial blood? Ye Xuan's pupils suddenly constricted. His Imperial lineage was known by very few in this realm. How did such a diminutive dragon come to possess this knowledge? You little creature. You are indeed rather clever. At that moment, a luminous figure appeared outside Ye Xuan's body. After surveying the dragon, it remarked, TSK. I suspected you had been trapped here for countless years without perishing, but I did not expect you to be a descendant of the Undying Ancestor Dragon. Undying Ancestor Dragon? Ye Xuan was taken aback, then raised an eyebrow and inquired, Are you referring to one of the 5 ancient ancestor dragons? They were indeed the mightiest of the dragon clans across the myriad realms. Yet, he found it hard to fathom any connection between this dragon and the ancestor dragons. Wasn't it merely a trace of ancestral bloodline? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been ensnared here. If I am not mistaken, you must have been born not long ago within this hall. The small tower directed its gaze at the dragon. Yes, my lord, that is correct. I have only recently emerged from my shell, but am I truly a descendant of the ancestor dragon? The dragon itself seemed perplexed about its own identity. Indeed, the small tower nodded, turning to Ye Xuan. Even possessing just a trace of the Undying Ancestor Dragon's bloodline, it would require 10,000 years to hatch. Calculating the time, it adds up. You must have been placed here by the master of this sword hall 10,000 years ago. I see. Ye Xuan nodded. This made sense. In that case, would you be willing to serve me as your master? To possess an ancestral dragon bloodline, even if only a trace, would be a waste to slay. Moreover, this little dragon does not appear to be a fool. Of course, I am willing. The little dragon responded, promptly expelling a drop of its essence blood as an offering. At present, it sought only to preserve its life and escape this dismal place. Ye Xuan accepted the blood and inscribed a master-servant mark, allowing it to transform into a size that coiled around his arm. Subsequently, he approached the mysterious ancient bronze coffin. This was the only other object in the sword hall apart from the little dragon. The sword intent he had sensed earlier emanated from within it. However, as Ye Xuan stood before the ancient coffin, his expression shifted slightly. He raised his sword and struck down with all his might. Clang. Yet, this strike merely produced a shower of sparks, leaving not a single mark upon the coffin. It was known that he could sever even heavenly-grade materials with this sword. This is intriguing. The material of this coffin seems to possess celestial star sand. The small tower frowned. Indeed, a quasi-emperor-grade material, though only in minuscule amounts. It is beyond my current capabilities to cut through. Ye Xuan shook his head, pondering a solution. However, after circling the coffin several times, he discovered it bore not a single pattern, nor any seams. There were no formations or restrictions either. How could this be opened? This was the only opportunity within the secret realm, and Ye Xuan would not resign himself to such a fate. The only distinct feature of the coffin was the release of sword intent. Leaning against the coffin, Ye Xuan contemplated for a long while, and suddenly, his expression changed. He placed his sword atop the coffin and pushed his swordsmanship to its utmost limit. Buzz! In an instant, a myriad of sword path thunder arcs manifested, dancing upon the surface of the bronze coffin. What caught Ye Xuan's attention was that amidst the movement of the thunder arcs, the imperial seal he had previously encountered emerged upon the lid of the coffin. It turned out that the key to opening the coffin was that very imperial seal. Ye Xuan hastily began to inscribe the seal upon the coffin's surface using the thunder arcs. Although the imperial seal appeared simple, it was, in fact, exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Even though this seal was not complete, replicating it was no trivial task. However, Ye Xuan had previously observed the imperial seal within the imperial hall, making the act of simple replication relatively manageable. After half an hour, Ye Xuan, now pale-faced, finally withdrew his spiritual consciousness. At this moment, although he had exhausted his energy, the imperial seal had been successfully inscribed. Buzz! As expected, with a resonating hum, a fissure opened in the ancient bronze coffin, slowly revealing its contents. A formidable and domineering sword intent, accompanied by a rich spiritual aura, erupted from within the coffin. High-grade spiritual milk? Yet, Ye Xuan frowned. Inside the coffin was an ample supply of white spiritual milk. While the quantity was greater and purer than what he had previously obtained from the altar, it hardly constituted a significant fortune. Moreover, the sword intent could not possibly be emanating from this spiritual milk. Quickly, Ye Xuan plunged his hand into the spiritual milk, exploring its depths. In the next moment, his expression shifted as he grasped an object that did not seem to be an ancient corpse. As he retrieved it, even the small tower was taken aback. It was a sword hilt. Aside from the spiritual milk, this coffin contained only this singular sword hilt. The hilt was ancient and damaged, with the blade entirely missing, yet at the pommel, an imperial seal was still discernible. Its completeness surpassed that of the small sword. This must have been the sword once wielded by that ancient emperor. This tomb was indeed constructed for the sake of the sword hilt. The small tower chuckled, albeit with a hint of disappointment. It was a fine object. However, Ye Xuan's gaze sharpened. The material of this hilt was quite peculiar, something he had never encountered before. Even if there was nothing else, the imperial seal was still a worthwhile gain. He also believed that the tomb of this mysterious ancient emperor was not singular. This sword hilt undoubtedly held greater significance. He promptly stowed the sword hilt away, initially intending to take the mysterious bronze coffin with him, only to discover its immense weight made it impossible to store in his spatial ring, forcing him to abandon that notion. Subsequently, Ye Xuan leapt into the coffin, commencing the absorption of the pure spiritual milk within. This secret realm was a splendid location, free from disturbances, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Outside the secret realm, after a few days of waiting, Nangong Fei and the others decided to depart. After all, the death toll within the secret realm was staggering, inevitably causing turmoil in the wild state, making prolonged presence inadvisable. A few days later, the lord of the southern domain and powerful figures from various first-rate sects descended upon the valley, yet they could not locate the entrance to the secret realm. After fruitless searches, they departed. Thus, with 4 days remaining until the sect gathering, within the secret realm, Ye Xuan opened his eyes from the small tower. Buzz! Instantly, a flash of thunder surged in his gaze, and a powerful aura swept across all directions. It seemed this secret realm was not visited in vain. His cultivation had finally reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. The small tower cheekily remarked, "At last, you can engage in dual cultivation with your beloved." The words caused Ye Xuan's face to flush with embarrassment, as the enchanting visage of Chu Wan'er surfaced in his mind, prompting a sudden sense of unease. Having been away for such an extended period, it was only natural that Wan'er would miss him. With less than 4 days remaining until the sect conference, it was time for him to return. Thus, Ye Xuan departed from the sword hall, manipulating the secret realm's barriers, and appeared within the valley. The lingering aura of many formidable beings still permeated the area, yet Ye Xuan merely scoffed. He had previously gained control over the central formation of the secret realm, ensuring that no one could discover the true entrance again. A day later, Ye Xuan returned to Zixiao sect. Upon learning of his arrival, Su Ziyun, who had been anxiously waiting like a restless ant on a hot pan, was overjoyed and hurried to the Holy Maiden Peak. The absence of both Ye Xuan and Chu Wan'er had nearly driven her to despair. What? Wan'er was not in the Forbidden Zone, but had ventured to Tianxian City to challenge the tower? However, upon discovering that Chu Wan'er had left the sect for quite some time, Ye Xuan was equally taken aback. Indeed, because you did not return, I could not stay. Su Ziyun now felt a deep sense of guilt. Had she known, she would have done everything in her power to stop Wan'er. Without delay, she decided to head to Tianxian City. Ye Xuan understood that given Wan'er's character, the sect leader would not be able to restrain her. With Wan'er still absent, it was likely that she had become ensnared within the 100 Refinements Tower. He could no longer afford to wait a moment longer. Chapter 20. Arrival at Tianxian. Ye Xuan charges the tower. The venue for the sect conference was located in Tianxian City, which was not part of the four domains, but rather the first-tier city on the periphery of the central domain. All sects from the four domains would participate in the triennial sect conference, not only determining the top sects of each domain, but also competing for rankings among the elite sections. Therefore, when Zixiao sect arrived in Tianxian City after a 2-day journey, they were the last sect to arrive. Throughout the journey, Ye Xuan found it impossible to calm his mind for cultivation. As they drew closer to Tianxian City, his anxiety only intensified. Wan'er must be in trouble. Upon their arrival in Tianxian City, the disciples of Zixiao sect wasted no time and headed straight for the 100 Refinements Tower. Along the way, Ye Xuan learned about the so-called 100 Refinements Tower from Su Ziyun. Established by the Dacian dynasty, the tower comprised 5 structures, each differing in layers and difficulty. The most challenging, with 100 layers, was located in the imperial capital's National Academy. The other 3 towers, each with 66 layers, were situated in the 3 major academies of the central domain. The final tower, with only 9 layers, was located in Tianxian City. It could be said that this version of the 100 Refinements Tower was a truncated one, with competition rankings divided among the 4 domains. Due to its lower difficulty, there were annual successful challengers from each domain, with the key competition revolving around the time taken to clear the tower. The fastest recorded completion time in the 4 domains was held by Ye Xuan, the first saint of the Lintian sword sect. Previously, the quickest record from the northern domain was set 3 years ago by Chu Wan'er. However, this time, Chu Wan'er was challenging the tower at the purgatory difficulty, a level that had not existed before, suddenly introduced 3 years ago by a mysterious figure from Yunxi Academy. The rewards were exceptionally generous, with successful challengers receiving a Heavenly Thunder Seed. That was an exceedingly rare top-tier treasure of the heavenly grade. Ye Xuan understood that Chu Wan'er's motivation for challenging the purgatory difficulty must surely be that Heavenly Thunder Seed. Since its inception, this purgatory-level challenge has never been completed by anyone, with even the most esteemed disciples of various sects meeting their demise within. Although Ye Xuan was unaware of the true nature of this hellish challenge, the prolonged absence of Chu Wan'er surely indicated that something was amiss. At this moment, a multitude of onlookers had gathered beneath the 100 Refinements Tower. Among the northern cultivators, the most striking figures were Xiao Chengfeng and Liu Yunxi, who stood at the forefront, akin to stars encircling the moon. The Qinglan sect had arrived half a day earlier than the Zixiao sect. Upon entering the city, they learned that the foremost disciples from the west and south regions had already attempted the 100 Refinements Tower, successfully surpassing all previous records from those regions. The record for the north region had been held by the Zixiao sect, and as the first prodigy of the north to ascend to the celestial gang's realm, Xiao Chengfeng could hardly contain his impatience. Thus, he arrived at the 100 Refinements Tower early, determined to claim the title of the north's finest. After all, he was set to challenge the Zixiao sect the following day, aiming to elevate the Qinglan sect to a first-rate sect in the north region. It would be utterly unacceptable for the records of the 100 Refinements Tower to remain in the hands of the Zixiao sect. Outside the tower stood a stone tablet, upon which glowing formations displayed the best records from the 4 regions. Despite the achievements from the south and west regions being updated just yesterday, they still fell short of surpassing the record held by the eastern region's prodigy, Ye Xuan, which had stood for an entire year. Although the results from the south and west regions were merely a little over an hour, the gap remained significant. Presently, Ye Xuan had already entered the tower for less than a stick of incense, prompting many to await the new results of this unparalleled prodigy from the 4 regions. Xiao Chengfeng, not wishing to be a mere stepping stone, also bided his time. However, as he glanced towards the disciples of the south and west regions, he noticed that several esteemed disciples did not even cast a glance in his direction. After all, the Qinglan sect currently held only the status of a second-rate sect. This stung Xiao Chengfeng deeply, igniting feelings of shame and indignation. Just wait, and you will soon know who I, Xiao Chengfeng, truly am. He vowed, "Brother Chengfeng, you have prepared for this day for 3 years. I believe you can do it." Liu Yunxi encouraged, clutching his arm. Previously, she had secretly ventured into the valley several times, hoping to wait for Xian Ye's emergence, but alas, even the entrance to that secret realm had vanished, leading her to reluctantly abandon her pursuit. She had been melancholic for quite some time, for associating with the Xian clan would surpass marrying Xiao Chengfeng by leaps and bounds, ensuring she would not leave empty-handed, not even a celestial gang pill. Yet, with her connection to the Xian clan severed, she had no choice but to continue winning Xiao Chengfeng's favor. "Rest assured, Yunxi, your husband shall not let you down. Even if I cannot surpass Ye Xuan, I shall strive to secure second place," Xiao Chengfeng declared with pride. "Yes, just a stick of incense more, and it should be time," Liu Yunxi nodded. Should she also ascend to the Celestial Gang's realm ahead of time, she too would attempt the 100 Refinements Tower. Regrettably, although her talent was nearing the spirit body level, there were still no signs of the Celestial Gang Thunder Tribulation descending. Buzz. Before Liu Yunxi's voice could fade, the 100 Refinements Tower suddenly trembled violently. Following this, a figure emerged from within, dressed in a blue robe, with sword-like brows and eyes resembling bright stars. His flowing black hair danced in the air. Merely standing there, his extraordinary demeanor was enough to captivate the many young female cultivators present. Among them, Liu Yunxi was momentarily entranced before regaining her composure. Ye Xuan, who had ascended to the celestial realm a year prior, belonged to the Ji family, a prestigious lineage, albeit not one of the great clans of the central domain. His awakened wind-tide spiritual body was of superior quality, with talents unparalleled across the 4 realms. Yet, she had no means to approach him, so all she could do was observe from a distance. However, a nagging thought struck her. Why had the rankings not been updated? At that moment, a murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. As they turned their gaze, they noticed that although the first position on the 100 Refinement still belonged to the Eastern Domain, the results had remained unchanged. Could it be that Ye Xuan, now in the mid-stage of the Celestial Realm, was still not as formidable as he had been a year ago? At this juncture, both the city lord of the Eastern Domain and the leader of the Lingtian sword sect approached with furrowed brows. Ye Xuan was the face of the Eastern Domain. His achievements were tied to its honor. Yet, Ye Xuan merely shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he stated, "I only reached the 7th level. No matter, in the past 3 years, no one has ever reached the 7th level of the purgatory. Fenglu still ranks first among the 4 realms." Though disappointed, the leader of the Lingtian sword sect sought to provide solace. Gasp. At that moment, those gathered beneath the 100 Refinements Tower could not help but draw in a sharp breath. No wonder the rankings had not been updated. It turned out Ye Xuan had challenged the purgatory difficulty. That difficulty had instilled dread in countless prodigies over the past 3 years. In fact, no one had ever ventured beyond the 5th level before. And yet Ye Xuan had ascended to the 7th level in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, an astonishing feat. Only then did the holy sons and daughters of various sects realize it was not that Ye Xuan had faltered, but rather that he had not even attempted the ordinary difficulty. He was not even competing on the same playing field. "Fenglu, should we not refresh the scores for the ordinary difficulty?" The city lord of the Eastern Domain inquired, brow furrowed. "There is no need," Ye Xuan replied firmly, shaking his head as he stepped down the stairs, his gaze unwavering as he exited the crowd. Beyond the purgatory difficulty, any other achievements held no significance. "A year ago, I was at the top. Today, I remain so." His voice was calm, yet brimming with unwavering confidence. By the time the crowd regained their senses, Ye Xuan had already vanished from their sight. To forego the challenge of the ordinary difficulty was a testament to his immense self-assurance. It was not unfounded. The holy sons of the southern and western domains had already attempted it, and indeed, they had not surpassed him. With the prodigies of the 4 realms gathered, it was evident that they could hardly hold a candle to him. The crowd sighed in awe, though Ye Xuan might appear arrogant. He undeniably possessed the merit to back it up. He was simply too formidable. As a result, the holy sons of the Chuyun Temple and the Beiwa Mountain could not help but feel their faces flush with indignation. Though they had not competed directly, they felt a profound and unspoken humiliation. What kind of situation was this? It seems my opportunity has arrived. At that moment, Xiao Chengfeng suddenly felt a surge of excitement. With the holy sons of Chuyun Temple and Beiwa Mountain having completed their challenges and Ye Xuan stepping back, now was his moment to make a move. If the time required to conquer the tower is less than an hour, he might even contend for the title of the foremost in the 4 domains. By then, prior to the sect assembly, he could achieve fame throughout Tianqian City. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chengfeng, unwilling to delay any longer, released his grasp on Liu Yunxi's arm and made his way towards the Balian Tower. Today, He aimed to emerge as the ultimate victor. Suddenly, at that moment, a figure surged forth from the crowd, overtaking Xiao Chengfeng and heading straight for the Balian Tower. Huh. Xiao Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. Liu Yunxi furrowed her brows, but as she focused her gaze, she was astonished to discover that the one rushing towards the Balian Tower was none other than Ye Xuan. How dare he aspire to challenge the Balian Tower? Chapter 21. The 9 Levels of the Balian Tower, the Imperial Clan of the Ji family. Ye Xuan, halt! Liu Yunxi suddenly exclaimed. Brother Chengfeng is here to challenge the tower. You are unworthy to accompany him. The subsequent moments were meant to belong to her brother Chengfeng. However, Ye Xuan, having reached the entrance of the Balian Tower, paused for but an instant before scoffing coldly and stepping inside. How dare you? Xiao Chengfeng, witnessing this, was incensed and hurriedly pursued him. In the blink of an eye, the two had vanished before the Balian Tower. The onlookers were left perplexed, realizing that the foremost of the northern domain, Xiao sect, had also arrived. However, was not the pride of Xiao sect the Saintess Chu Wan'er? Where was she? Could it be that the one who just entered was the legendary fiancé of Saintess Chu? It must be so. He was named Ye Xuan, and it seemed he was merely immortal. Indeed, it appeared that Ye Xuan had some connection with Liu Yunxi, the Saintess of Qinglan's sect. In an instant, murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Although the northern domain was currently the weakest among the 4 domains, it certainly attracted the most attention. Be silent. What connection do you have with him? Liu Yunxi retorted furiously. Why did Ye Xuan seem like an inescapable leech that she could not shake off? You are unworthy to be associated with Ye Xuan. At that moment, Su Ziyun and her entourage arrived before the Balian Tower, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the scene with an icy demeanor. Su Ziyun, what do you mean by this? The master of Qinglan's sect stepped protectively in front of Liu Yunxi. What do I mean? My Xiao sect's saint son would not even look at your sect's saintess. Even if he were blind, you are not worthy to carry his shoes. Su Ziyun retorted without concern. I shall see how long you can remain arrogant. At the sect assembly, you had better let that useless saint's son take the stage, so that the various sects of the wilderness can witness it. The master of Qinglan's sect scoffed. However, she was somewhat surprised that Zhao Qian had not shown up. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Su Ziyun glared at her and ceased her response. Now, her only concern was the safety of Chu Wan'er. Inside the Balian Tower, as Xiao Chengfeng charged in, Ye Xuan had already opted for the Inferno difficulty and vanished within the hall. How overconfident! Xiao Chengfeng sneered, selecting the ordinary difficulty before disappearing as well. However, at this moment, Ye Xuan had already stepped onto the 2nd level, traversing the remnants of puppets at the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. Within the Balian Tower, the puppet trials escalated in difficulty, with higher levels presenting stronger and more numerous adversaries. The infernal mode is indeed even more formidable. The first layer presents a formidable puppet at the late stage of the spirit sea realm, and upon reaching the 2nd layer, the number of puppets escalates to 2. Both at the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm. Get lost. As the bronze puppet charged towards him, Ye Xuan raised his hand, summoning a tempest of thunder that shattered the puppet into a cloud of fragments, unable to withstand even a moment. Ye Xuan had no intention of wasting any time. The first 6 layers of the infernal mode exist as separate spaces, only allowing passage to the singular corridor upon reaching the 7th layer. This implies that should 2 individuals reach the 7th layer of the infernal mode, they shall inevitably cross paths. Presently, Ye Xuan had already attained the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm, his combat prowess terrifyingly formidable. In the 3rd layer, the puppets boasted combat strength equivalent to the heavenly gang realm, their silver bodies gleaming, and a spear thrusting forth with a brilliance spanning dozens of feet. Yet, against Ye Xuan's thunderous punch, they were obliterated. The 4th layer featured 2 puppets, both at the minor completion stage of the heavenly gang realm. Yet they too crumbled beneath the force of Ye Xuan's thunderous fists. In the 5th layer, the number of puppets escalated to 4, their power nearing the initial mastery of the heavenly gang realm. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. No wonder the infernal mode of the 100 Refinements Tower instilled such dread. For even at the 5th layer, the puppets were so formidable. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, Ye Xuan did not falter. He maneuvered seamlessly between the 4 puppets, obliterating them in a flash. In the 6th layer, upon encountering 8 puppets at the peak of the initial heavenly gang realm, Ye Xuan's lips twitched involuntarily. Those who could surpass this layer, like Ji Fenglu, were indeed capable. The 8 silver-armored puppets, united, possessed a combat strength far beyond that of an ordinary mid-stage heavenly gang realm. However, the surprise on Ye Xuan's face was fleeting. If the 8 puppets could not stop Ji Fenglu, they certainly could not hinder him. As the 8 puppets surged towards Ye Xuan, he raised his arm, with lightning coursing through him, and sword intent erupting. Boom! Even without wielding a sword, Ye Xuan shaped the brilliance solely through his sword intent. The arcs of thunder swept across, obliterating the 8 battle puppets upon contact. With a decisive motion, Ye Xuan stepped onto the shards of the puppets, entering the 7th layer. A formation? Upon arriving at the 7th layer, Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback, for in the center of this layer stood a pale golden puppet, its aura indicative of mid-stage heavenly gang realm strength. Although the puppet appeared not particularly formidable, it was enveloped by a complex formation barrier. To defeat the puppet, one must first breach the formation. At that moment, Ye Xuan understood why Ji Fenglu had been stymied at this 7th layer. The complexity of this formation surpassed that of the altars encountered in previous secret realms. Had it not been for the profound foundational knowledge of formations held by the great clans of the central region, breaching this formation would be impossible. Ji Fenglu too realized time was of the essence, as the sect conference was the following day. Yet, this formation posed no challenge for Ye Xuan. He extended his hand directly, pressing against the barrier of the formation. Buzz. Instantly, ripples cascaded across the barrier, their frequency increasing exponentially. Crack. In merely the span of a brief moment, the barrier shattered with a deafening roar. Buzz. At the moment the formation shattered, a spear of brilliant light shot forth, piercing directly towards Ye Xuan. The war puppet had moved. Humph. Ye Xuan let out a cold laugh, his body crackling with lightning as he narrowly avoided the spear's trajectory and unleashed a powerful punch towards the war puppet. The sound of a thunderous clash echoed, and amidst the sparks of lightning, the puppet was merely forced back a dozen steps. It had not been obliterated by that punch. Ye Xuan's pupils constricted slightly, realizing that although the combat strength of this Layer S puppet was only marginally enhanced, its defenses had multiplied immensely. Destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Xuan struck again, his lightning sword energy tearing through space, crashing violently against the puppet's chest. Crack. The puppet stood frozen for a moment before it split into two, its energy dissipating. Without a glance back, Ye Xuan advanced to the center of the space, teleporting to the next layer. 8th layer. 2 puppets, 2 layers of barriers. Unlike the 7th layer, this space was engulfed in a scorching aura of flames. The temperature was intense, and the spiritual energy was significantly more concentrated than outside. However, cultivating here would undoubtedly be torturous. Moreover, he still had not caught sight of Chu Wan'er, which meant she must be in the 9th layer. It was only logical. Although her foundational injuries had yet to heal, being the daughter of an emperor, the first 8 layers would be unable to hinder her. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Ye Xuan pressed forward once more, breaking formations, slaying puppets. Half an hour later, Ye Xuan finally stepped onto the teleportation array leading to the 9th layer. Buzz. Radiant light flashed fiercely, and a wave of heat surged around him like flames. Ye Xuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, and in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. For at that instant, he saw Chu Wan'er seated amid the crimson flames, attempting to break the formation. However, her lips were parched, and her complexion devoid of blood. It was evident that she had been tormented by the intense heat of this space for quite some time. Wan'er, Ye Xuan exclaimed, rushing towards her. Ye Xuan, brother. Chu Wan'er, on the brink of collapse, slowly turned her head to gaze at him, her eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. I cannot break this barrier. Why are you so foolish? Ye Xuan hurriedly rushed to her side, enveloping her in his embrace. The aura of lightning isolated them from the flames, and he produced a bottle of supreme spirit essence to feed her. The heat of the flames here could rival that of second-grade extraordinary fire. Were it not for the protective talisman, Chu Wan'er would have either perished or suffered severe injuries again. This 9th layer was clearly designed to be lethal. She did not wish for anyone to touch the heavenly thunder seed spirit essence. Under Ye Xuan's protection, Chu Wan'er's condition improved slightly. But then she suddenly forced a bitter smile. Who am I? Ye Xuan was taken aback, and then he turned his gaze to the formation before them. In the next moment, his pupils involuntarily constricted sharply. This was the Imperial array, from the Ji family of the Imperial lineage. Though the formation before him only bore a trace of the Imperial array's essence, Ye Xuan would never mistake it. Among the myriad celestial clans, if one were to speak of formation arts, the Ji family would undeniably be the foremost in the realms. Chapter 22. The Imperial Princess, Ye Xuan. Yunke. The master of the tower. Indeed, it was only after my arrival that I comprehended the intricate web woven by Ye Xuan. She, within the confines of the Yunke Academy, erected this tower in anticipation of your return. My heart is heavy with reluctance, yet I find myself powerless. As Chu Wan'er spoke, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Do not cry, do not cry. Ye Xuan gently wiped away the tears from Wan'er's face, offering solace. The Ji family's imperial formation is unparalleled, Even the slightest trace of its Tao rhythm renders it unbreakable by any but myself. With that declaration, he raised his hand, placing it upon the barrier, as arcs of lightning danced and began to coalesce into the Ye family's imperial seal. The Ye clan, bolstered by the might of an emperor's Tao, possessed the ability to shatter myriad laws. Although Ye Xuan's current cultivation only allowed him to sketch the faintest semblance of it, it sufficed. Thus, in less than half an hour, the barrier, fortified by the Ji family's imperial formation, shattered into fragments. Ye Xuan cradled Chu Wan'er and advanced towards the celestial thunder seed suspended in the center. Meanwhile, in the central domain of the wasteland, at the Yunke celestial mansion, within the forbidden grounds of the Tianshu Academy, Ji Xiao abruptly opened her eyes. At that moment, the pendant upon her chest floated, radiating strands of holy brilliance. The imperial formation is broken. Brother Ye Xuan has arrived. Joy surged within her silver-hued pupils, illuminating her ethereal visage with unrestrained elation. Come forth, she commanded with a sharp tone. What is your directive, Academy Master? An aged voice resonated from beyond the forbidden chamber. Immediately relay to the Lord of Tianxian City, instructing Ye Xuan to proceed to the 100 Refinements Tower and ensure the safe passage of those emerging from within. Furthermore, activate all teleportation arrays leading to Tianxian City. I intend to descend upon it by tomorrow. Ji Xiao rose, her entire being trembling with anticipation. Tianxian City. The voice outside hesitated, yet promptly departed to execute her orders. No, I must not allow that wild girl in the palace to learn of this. Ji Xiao suddenly recalled something, forming seals with her hands to input a command into the pendant, erasing the information regarding the purgatory mode and severing connections with the imperial capital. Only then did she burst forth from the chamber. On this day, the Yunke Academy was abuzz with commotion. The unparalleled beauty and academy master, Ji Xiao, emerged from her secluded meditation after nearly 3 years. Concurrently, within the 100 Refinements Tower of Tianxian City, Ye Xuan grasped a piece of celestial thunderwood adorned with azure lightning patterns. Suspended above the wood was a thunder pearl the size of a dragon's eye. This was the celestial thunder seed that Chu Wan'er had risked her life to obtain. For Ye Xuan, this item was indeed a treasure of immeasurable worth. Wan'er, you must not act so recklessly again. Ye Xuan gazed at Chu Wan'er in his embrace, filled with 9 parts tenderness and 1 part admonition. I merely wish to do something for you, brother Ye Xuan, Chu Wan'er murmured softly, her face buried in his chest. You must take good care of yourself and one day bear me a pair of children. That would be enough for me. Ye Xuan playfully pinched her cheek. Chu Wan'er was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. She suddenly realized that Ye Xuan's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the spirit sea. Could that mean let us leave? Ye Xuan smiled, carrying Chu Wan'er from the tower. At that moment, precisely 1 hour had passed since Ye Xuan entered the 100 Refinements Tower. Outside, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, their faces adorned with expressions of incredulous shock. The once dormant 100 Refinements Tower, having remained silent for an entire year, now radiated a brilliance that pierced the heavens. What could this possibly mean? The 9 layers shone brightly. Someone must have shattered the record. Could it be that Xiao Chengfeng from the Qinglan sect has done it? Gasps of astonishment erupted among the crowd. The practitioners from the Outcloud Temple and Bayua Mountain turned their gazes toward the direction of the Qinglan sect. Has Brother Chengfeng truly broken the record? Liu Yunxi, regaining her composure, felt an immense joy swell within her. She had not anticipated that Xiao Chengfeng would prove himself so remarkably. Should he break the record, he would undoubtedly hold the title of the foremost in the 4 domains. As his fiancée, her own reputation would shine as well. However, it was impossible. Ye Xuan had also entered, had he not? At that moment, Lin Charan, standing alongside Nangong Fei, shook her head resolutely. They had arrived half a day earlier and, upon learning that the Zixiao sect had arrived, she had immediately urged Nangong Fei to hurry over. If Ye Xuan had also entered the 100 Refinements Tower, then the record breaker could not possibly be Xiao Chengfeng. Nangong Fei, puzzled, could not comprehend Lin Charan's unwavering confidence. It was truly absurd. Ye Xuan, that useless individual, could be capable of breaking a record. Ling Tian, who had followed Lin Charan, burst into raucous laughter. He had lost face during their expedition into the secret realm, but upon discovering that Xian Yi had not emerged, he felt a secret satisfaction. Those who opposed him deserved their fate. Surely you jest. Liu Yunxi exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Remember, Ye Xuan is a waste. He will never break the record. At this moment, he is likely dead inside. Yet, before his words could settle, the tower door swung open, and a figure emerged. Liu Yunxi's expression froze as she gazed upon the figure, because it was none other than Ye Xuan. He was alive. Moreover, he had emerged at this very moment. A chill swept through Liu Yunxi's heart. Wan'er. However, Su Ziyun cared little for records. Upon seeing the unconscious Chu Wan'er in Ye Xuan's arms, she rushed over. As long as Wan'er was safe, nothing else mattered. Do not worry, Sect Master. Wan'er needs to recuperate. We must leave. Ye Xuan, unfazed by the astonished crowd, cradled Chu Wan'er and departed with the practitioners of the Zixiao sect back to their sect's residence. Only after they had vanished from sight did the onlookers regain their senses. What just transpired? One entered, but two emerged? When had Chu Wan'er entered the 100 Refinements Tower? Yet, before anyone could ponder further, the tower door shimmered once more, and another figure stepped forth. Brother Chengfeng. Liu Yunxi recognized the individual and was instantly filled with delight. The one who had broken the record and summoned the extraordinary phenomena of the 100 Refinements Tower was undoubtedly her brother Chengfeng. Lin Charan furrowed her brow at this sight. Make way, make way. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted from the outskirts of the crowd. The practitioners from various sects felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. As if the heavens themselves were collapsing, enveloping the entire area. The crowd parted, and a contingent of armored practitioners mounted upon black cloud leopards charged forth. This was the black cloud riders of the city lord's mansion. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, leaving even Liu Yunxi and Xiao Chengfeng momentarily stunned. At that moment, hundreds of black cloud riders split to the sides, and a singular figure strode forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Descending beneath the 100 Refinements Tower, clad in black and gold armor, this figure possessed a formidable physique and captivating eyes. His cultivation had reached the transcendent realm beyond the myriad manifestations, achieving the nirvana stage. He was none other than the lord of Tianxian City, Duke Ye Xuan. We pay our respects to Duke Ye Xuan. The various sect leaders, regaining their composure, promptly bowed in reverence. Duke Ye Xuan was not merely the ruler of Tianxian City, overseeing the 4 domains, but also a marquis of the Great Qian. Yet, he paid no heed to the assembly, his gaze fixated upon the 100 Refinements Monument, where he soon discovered that the name inscribed at the top had changed to the Northern Domain. Someone had indeed broken the record. Although the time taken was nearly identical to that of Jiefeng Liu. Was it you who shattered the 100 Refinements Tower record? Ye Xuan's attention turned towards Xiao Chengfeng, standing before the tower's entrance. Xiao Chengfeng lifted his head, equally bewildered. Breaking the record? While he was confident in his ability to compete with both the Zhaoyan Temple and the Baiyue Mountain, he doubted he could surpass Jiefeng Liu's speed. It was indeed our brother Chengfeng who achieved this. Liu Yunxi, having regained her senses, hurried over and linked her arm with Xiao Chengfeng, whispering, "You have broken the record. The city lord must surely come to reward you." Xiao Chengfeng remained perplexed, yet upon glancing at the 100 Refinements Monument and seeing the Northern Domain ranked first, he was equally astonished. Could it be that he had misjudged his performance? Ha ha ha, the Northern Domain has truly birthed a true dragon. Duke Ye Xuan suddenly laughed heartily in approval. Though Xiao Chengfeng did not appear to be a match for Jiefeng Liu, he had to fulfill Lady Ji's arrangement. This duke shall bestow a reward. His gaze fell upon Liu Yunxi, and who might this be? Replying to the duke, "I am Liu Yunxi, the fiancé of Chengfeng." Liu Yunxi introduced herself hastily. Opportunities for such introductions were rare. Oh, Duke Ye Xuan paused momentarily, but quickly dismissed his thoughts, reaching into his ring to produce an exquisite box. "Seeing that you have reached half-step celestial gangs, I shall reward you with this superior Yuan gang pill. The fiancé of a true dragon ought not to be confined to the realm of celestial gangs." A superior Yuan gang pill. Liu Yunxi stood frozen before the ornate box. Was this happiness arriving too abruptly? She had longed for a Yuan gang pill, and now it was being graciously bestowed upon her by Duke Ye Xuan. This item had an 80% chance of attracting a heavenly tribulation. Hence, she could undergo her tribulation before the sect conference tomorrow and become a formidable celestial gang cultivator. Liu Yunxi trembled with excitement, momentarily dazed, before she quickly accepted the Yuan gang pill and prepared to express her gratitude. Do not mention it. It is merely a pill, nothing of great significance. Come, let us head to my residence. Duke Ye Xuan waved his hand, pulling the still-dazed Xiao Chengfeng along. He felt a swell of satisfaction within. Who said I, Duke Qi, was ignorant of human sentiments? Once Lady Ji arrives, she will surely commend my meticulous arrangements. Chapter 23. The Duke's Banquet of Talents. Xiao Chengfeng challenges Ye Xuan. At the Yueli Inn, the temporary residence of the Zixiao sect, Ye Xuan cautiously carried Chu Wan'er into the room, laying her gently upon the bed. "Wan'er, how do you feel now?" Su Ziyun hurriedly rushed over, clasping Chu Wan'er's hand with a heart full of concern. "It is my master's fault. I should never have allowed you to attempt the hellish challenge. How could you blame your master? Besides, I am not gravely injured now." Chu Wan'er managed a smile to reassure her. However, Ye Xuan's expression grew serious. He had just meticulously examined Chu Wan'er's injuries, and the meridians and foundation that had previously been healed by the peach talisman had reverted to their original state, without the nourishment of imperial blood. Relying solely on the peach talisman was simply too slow. Foolish girl, risking your life. You truly share the same unfortunate fate as your master. Su Xian wiped away her tears and conversed with Chu Wan'er for quite some time before frowning and asking, "By the way, how about that hellish mode? I reached the 9th level, but brother Ye Xuan completed it." "What?" Su Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Xuan had only entered the 100 Refinements Tower for about an hour, and he had already cleared the hellish mode? How extraordinary. Haha, how amusing. The Qinglan sect thought that Xiao Chengfeng had broken the record. Little did they know, it is our Zixiao sect that will ultimately prevail. Su Xian scoffed. This is merely the beginning. Tomorrow, the real spectacle will commence. Ye Xuan replied with a cold smile. He would ensure that everything returned to dust. Well, I am indeed curious. By the way, the whole family is hosting a banquet tonight. Wan'er, you should rest. Ye Xuan and I will attend. Su Xian patted Chu Wan'er's hand before taking her leave. In the room, only Ye Xuan and Chu Wan'er remained. Ye Xuan continued to hold one of Chu Wan'er's hands, using his spiritual energy to nurture and mend her damaged meridians. Brother Ye Xuan. That hellish mode was set by Ji Shuiyao. Now that the imperial formation is broken, she must be aware of your arrival, Chu Wan'er said, her brow furrowing as she spoke. And what of it? Are you concerned about this? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. Not exactly, Chu Wan'er replied, biting her lip before giving a self-deprecating smile. The Ji family is a prestigious imperial clan, incomparable to my Chu clan. Your marriage has long been decided. And if she comes, she should marry you first. She felt inferior, yet understood her position. In truth, as long as she could remain by Ye Xuan's side, the title mattered little to her. What nonsense are you speaking? Ye Xuan quickly pressed his finger against Wan'er's lips, stating solemnly, no matter who it is. You are the rightful wife of Ye Xuan. There is only one imperial consort, and that is you, Wan'er. He harbored a debt against Ji Shuiyao for making Wan'er suffer by setting up the hellish flames and imperial formation. He would not permit her to become the legitimate wife. But Chu Wan'er frowned, worried that if she became the legitimate wife, the other 6 imperial clans would surely voice their grievances. She did not wish to complicate matters for Ye Xuan. No buts. Focus on your recovery. I will handle everything. Ye Xuan playfully pinched her nose and smiled. All right. I will listen to brother Ye Xuan. Joy filled Chu Wan'er's heart as she drew the blanket over herself, revealing only her eyes as she whispered. After brother Ye Xuan attends the banquet, come to sleep in my room. Okay. Ye Xuan nodded, brushing his nose thoughtfully. Now, his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the spirit sea, leaving no reason for refusal. Furthermore, Wan'er is in dire need of that drop of imperial blood to heal her wounds. After tending to Wan'er until dusk fell, Ye Xuan departed the room and proceeded to the Marquis's residence with Su Xian for the banquet. Upon their arrival at the Marquis's manor, the grand hall was already bustling with attendees from various sects, with many from the first-tier sects and the city lords of the 4 domains present. Among those seated in the North Domain, Ye Xuan even spotted Nangong Fei, albeit with her head bowed and a lackluster demeanor. The recent expedition to the ancient sword heritage had claimed the life of a city lord's son along with many prodigies from various sects, and upon her return, she too had not escaped family punishment. However, Ye Xuan's identity remained undisclosed, rendering communication with her impossible. Xian, you have arrived. The lord of the North Domain quickly rose, his expression oddly obsequious and reserved, causing Nangong Fei to frown slightly. Ye Xuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, pondering whether the Lord of the North had some past entanglement with the sect leader. It is indeed peculiar that Madame Cui did not accompany you, Su Xian scoffed. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the North's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately reseated himself, daring not to cast another glance at Su Xian. At that moment, Ye Xuan surveyed the hall. The leaders and prodigies of the 4 major sects had nearly all arrived. Yet only a single radiant saintess occupied the seat designated for the Lin Tian sword sect. Has everyone arrived? Just as Su Xian and Ye Xuan were about to take their seats, a sudden uproar of laughter erupted from outside the hall. The assembled guests rose in unison, and Ye Xuan turned to see Ye Xuan striding in, his aura pulsating with vigor, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a ferocious tiger. However, Ye Xuan was not alone. He was accompanied by Xiao Chengfeng, with Liu Yunxi and the leader of the Qinglan sect trailing behind. How did the Qinglan sect manage to align themselves with Ye Xuan? Su Xian shot a glance at Ye Xuan, equally astonished. As Xiao Chengfeng and his entourage passed by Ye Xuan, their disdainful gazes were unmistakable. With Liu Yunxi wearing a smug expression, having garnered Chiho's favor, they believed the Zixiao sect could no longer rise in the North Domain. Everyone please. Do not stand. Take your seats, Ye Xuan proclaimed as he reached the main seat in the grand hall. However, just as Su Ziyun and Ye Xuan were about to settle on the outer side of the North Domain Lord's table, the voice of the Qinglan sect leader suddenly pierced the air. Chi-Ho, it seems there are individuals within this hall who lack the qualifications to take a seat. Her voice was sharp and resonated throughout the hall. Who? Chi-Ho was momentarily taken aback. Him. Ye Xuan of the Zixiao sect. The Qinglan sect leader pointed at Ye Xuan, sneering. Among the younger generation present, all are distinguished talents from the Huangzhou region. Yet this individual is merely of mortal physique. With a base cultivation, how can he sit with us? This was an affront to the prodigies. Upon hearing her words, the crowd turned their gazes towards Ye Xuan, all frowning in disapproval. There seemed to be some validity to the Qinglan sect leader's statement. Chi-Ho furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan felt an overwhelmingly powerful consciousness locking onto him, as though it sought to penetrate his very essence. Yet, how could the Nine-Thunder calamity body be discerned by him? Even with a nirvana realm cultivation, it was beyond his capability. Thus, Ye Xuan inexplicably withdrew his gaze. His heart filled with perplexity. For Ye Xuan, in the face of his scrutiny, displayed no signs of fear whatsoever. Such composure could only belong to an extraordinary being. He felt he could not fathom this individual. His master was indeed correct. He was unworthy of being here. At this moment, Liu Yunxi scoffed. She had no desire to share the same hall with Ye Xuan, fearing that idle chatter might reach the ears of Chi-Ho, which would leave her with no explanation. In this instant, Ye Xuan hesitated. Xiao Chengfeng was someone specifically entrusted to be cared for by Master Ji, and he could not afford to offend him. What is the meaning of this? Yet before Ye Xuan could respond, Nangong Fei suddenly exclaimed, her eyes wide. The celestial banquet is meant for the esteemed disciples of first-rate sects, who says we must evaluate talent and cultivation. Ye Xuan is indeed a holy son. Do you have the authority to dictate otherwise? Besides, if we speak of unworthiness, it would be the holy sons and daughters of second-rate sects entering that would be the most awkward, wouldn't it? At her words, the crowd in the grand hall fell into stunned silence. Fei be quiet. The Lord of Nangong shot a glare at Nangong Fei. Liu Yunxi trembled with indignation. She found herself momentarily restrained by Nangong Fei's status. Enough, enough, it is merely a banquet. Let us take our seats. Ye Xuan, feeling overwhelmed, repeatedly gestured for calm among the crowd. However, Xiao Chengfeng and his companions were seated at a position even higher than that of the Ling Tian sword sect, clearly indicating their preferential treatment. Why hasn't T.G. Fenglu arrived? Once seated, Ye Xuan suddenly furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the Ling Tian sword sect. Oh, in response to Lord Ho, Fenglu is meeting an esteemed guest and will be delayed. I hope you will not hold it against him. The leader of the Ling Tian sword sect promptly rose and clasped his hands in salute. A guest, Ye Xuan's expression shifted slightly, and he let out a cold chuckle, choosing not to inquire further. As the banquet commenced, the dishes and drinks were served, and Ye Xuan offered courteous opening remarks, prompting all to drink heartily. Lord Qi, such a gathering of prodigies would be rather dull if we merely drank. Xiao Chengfeng, filled with confidence, set down his cup. His complexion flushed as he spoke. Oh, Brother Chengfeng, what do you wish to play? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. Since we are all holy sons, why not let him and me compete right here in this hall? Xiao Chengfeng rose, pointing at Ye Xuan at the end of the hall. He had endured long enough. He could not wait until tomorrow. Today, he intended to publicly cripple Ye Xuan. Chapter 24. The Stone of Inquiry. Who truly is the Dragon of Huangzhou? Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Ye Xuan. Clearly, with two sects of the North region present at this celestial banquet, a storm was destined to brew. Nangong Fei, too, gazed at Ye Xuan with great curiosity. In truth, her earlier defense of Ye Xuan was not solely out of righteousness. There was an inexplicable familiarity she felt towards him, difficult to articulate. Now, she was eager to see how this seemingly ordinary individual would respond. At the forefront of the gathering, Ye Xuan slowly set down his wine cup. Before Ye Xuan could rise, Ye Xuan raised his hand and chuckled. Tomorrow marks the sect's grand assembly. Today is merely a banquet. It would be unwise to disturb the harmony. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Zixiao sect. And as an old acquaintance of Su Ziyun, he recognized that the current situation at the Marquis's residence might lead others to accuse him of leveraging his influence. How about this? I acquired a wind of steel in my youth, capable of assessing one's comprehension. If the esteemed talents find it uninteresting, they may come and give it a try. No need for martial prowess, and all cultivation levels are welcome. We can ascertain strengths and weaknesses. What say you? The wind of steel? Upon hearing this, the assembled talents immediately expressed their intrigue. Could it be that they too would have the opportunity to partake? Oh, the Marquis possesses such a treasure. We are most curious. The city lord of the eastern domain raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Ye Xuan laughed heartily, then raised his hand to summon a stone stele, which landed with a resounding thud in the center of the great hall. At this moment, Ye Xuan also lifted his gaze towards the stele, noting its imposing height of 9 feet, width of 3 feet, and thickness of 2 feet. Its surface bore the marks of time, as though it had been tempered by countless martial techniques. Furthermore, its unique material concealed intricate runic inscriptions within, suggesting it was a relic from an ancient sect's training grounds. This is the Winda stele. Esteemed talents may approach and give it a try. Simply comprehend, and the runes upon it will manifest. The more runes that appear, the greater one's martial comprehension. Comprehension is, after all, a vital aspect of a cultivator's innate talent. As Ye Xuan's voice faded, the prominent figures of the sects rose eagerly, ready to test their mettle. I shall go first. At that moment, the holy son of Baya Mountain, Chengfeng, was the first to step forward, approaching the stele with determination. As the holy son of the body refinement sect in the wilderness province, Chengfeng was not particularly distinguished in terms of comprehension. Thus he preferred to confront this challenge head-on to avoid embarrassment later. He placed his hand upon the stele, his thoughts penetrating its surface, yet after several breaths, the stele remained unresponsive. Chengfeng, your brute strength is commendable, but perhaps it would be wise to refrain from embarrassing yourself further, scoffed Liu Yunxi, the holy son of the cloud viewing pavilion, with his hands clasped behind his back. Silence. Chengfeng's face flushed crimson. As he summoned his spiritual energy, a mountain-like phantom flickered behind him, and he delivered a powerful punch directly against the stele. Buzz. The stele emitted a vibrating hum, and a handful of runes materialized upon its surface, albeit dimly. Chengfeng, it seems your comprehension still requires refinement, Ye Xuan remarked, his brow furrowed. I understand. Chengfeng sulkily returned to his seat, feeling defeated in the realm of comprehension. I shall take my turn. Liu Yunxi, clad in a flowing white robe and holding a feather duster, approached the stele. He first examined its weathered surface carefully before placing his hand upon it. However, like Chengfeng before him, he too experienced no reaction after several breaths. Humph, and you criticize me? You're no different. Chengfeng chuckled, feeling somewhat relieved. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to form on Liu Yunxi's forehead. He hadn't anticipated the Winda stele would prove so formidable. The mottled traces on its surface seemed to conceal profound mysteries, and to comprehend them felt akin to navigating a vast ocean. Thus, despite Liu Yunxi's fervent efforts, he ultimately managed to manifest only a single rune upon the stele. A complete rune is quite impressive. The saint son of the Yuzhou temple truly lives up to his reputation. Ye Xuan chuckled. I feel ashamed, senior, Liu Yunxi said, cupping his hands in respect as he stepped back. Though slightly embarrassed, his performance surpassed that of Chengfeng. With his senior absent, I shall take my turn. At this moment, the saintess Wen Yuyan of the Lintian sword sect rose gracefully and stepped forward. Among the various sects, the saint sons generally outshine the saintesses. Yet as the foremost sect of the 4 domains, the Lintian sword sect's Wen Yuyan's talents are undoubtedly on par with any saint son. Dressed in a flowing pink gown, with exquisite beauty and exceptional grace, she approached the stone tablet and placed her delicate hand upon it, commencing her comprehension. The assembly within the hall turned their attention to this renowned prodigy of the 4 domains, eagerly anticipating her results. Indeed, Wen Yuyan required only 9 breaths to make the tablet tremble, as 2 radiant runes, resembling peach blossoms, gradually emerged. In a shorter span of time, she conjured more runes. Her insight astonished the entire assembly. Indeed, she is the paragon of the Lintian sword sect, deserving of the title of the foremost saintess of the 4 domains. Truly remarkable. Ye Xuan clapped his hands, lavishly expressing his admiration. You flatter me, my lord, Wen Yuyan replied, retracting her hand and glancing towards the direction of the Zixiao sect. Regretting the absence of a certain individual today, for otherwise, she would surely have sought to measure her prowess against theirs. The crowd paused, realizing that Wen Yuyan referred to the saintess Chu Wan'er of the Zixiao sect. 2 years prior, Chu Wan'er single-handedly vanquished the Lintian sword sect in Tianxian City, leading to Wen Yuyan's defeat. Only the saint son Ji Fenglu managed to achieve a stalemate against Chu Wan'er. This had long been a thorn in Wen Yuyan's heart. There will be an opportunity. Su Ziyun sipped her fine wine, offering a faint smile. Wen Yuyan shook her head and returned to her seat. The Zixiao sect was currently unable to maintain its position as a first-rate sect, and thus had no qualifications to engage with them. Yet, this scene left Liu Yunxi feeling quite vexed. How could anyone mention Chu Wan'er when she was not even present? Moreover, had it not been for the delayed acquisition of the Yuangang pill, Wen Yuyan might not have surpassed her. What justified her status as the foremost saintess of the four domains? She was unconvinced. Hee, Brother Chengfeng, you are the true dragon of the Yuzhou, shall we see? At this moment, Ye Xuan suddenly turned his gaze towards Xiao Chengfeng, conveniently disregarding the Zixiao sect. Xiao Chengfeng was indeed a protege of Master Ji. And though his talent and cultivation may not rival Ji Fengliu's, his comprehension should be exceptionally high. Now was the perfect opportunity for him to once again establish his reputation and bolster his standing. If Xiao Chengfeng succeeded, Master Ji would undoubtedly reward him. Me? Xiao Chengfeng was taken aback. Having witnessed the accomplishments of Wen Yuyin and the others, he felt a pang of anxiety. This tablet of inquiry seemed exceedingly challenging. Brother Chengfeng, you must be more formidable than they are. Liu Yunxi laughed, linking her arm through his. Having broken the record at the 100 Refinements Tower, Xiao Chengfeng knew that this tablet posed no insurmountable challenge. Yet, with the assembly's eyes upon him, he found himself unable to retreat and had no choice but to rise. He approached the stone tablet, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized it for a moment before pressing his hand upon its surface. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 6 breaths. After 6 breaths, the stone tablet remained utterly unresponsive. As the crowd observed, they exchanged bewildered glances. Was Xiao Chengfeng truly lacking in comprehension? How then did he break the record of 100 trials? At that moment, Liu Yunxi was equally perplexed. This was unexpected. Ye Xuan also furrowed his brow. With such mediocre talent and understanding, what was it that Master Ji saw in him? Buzz. At the 8th breath, the stone tablet finally trembled. Soon after, 2 faint blue sword-shaped runes materialized from it. In 8 breaths, 2 runes appeared, which was slightly superior to Wen Yuyin's performance. Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback, and realization dawned upon him. Surely, Xiao Chengfeng was merely hiding his true abilities. Otherwise, if his comprehension was truly extraordinary, wouldn't the upcoming sect conference lose all suspense? Indeed, that must be the case. How amusing. However, at that moment, a sudden derisive laugh pierced through the silence of the grand hall, particularly jarring. The crowd turned to find that the source of the mocking laughter was none other than Ye Xuan. A true dragon? More like a mere insect. Ye Xuan, what right do you have to laugh? Xiao Chengfeng was infuriated. Regardless of his shortcomings, he was still the one with the best results. How dare this waste of space laugh at him? Liu Yunxi contemplated rising to defend Xiao Chengfeng, but just then, a chilling scoff echoed throughout the hall. He may not have the right, but what of me? The crowd was momentarily stunned, then beheld Ji Fengliu, clad in blue, descending into the hall. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his starry gaze sweeping over Xiao Chengfeng, filled with disdain. Xiao Chengfeng felt a sudden jolt of fear. Ji Fengliu, a dominating figure across 4 domains, still made him feel uneasy in his presence. You merely broke a record from a year ago. Do you truly consider yourself the true dragon of the wasteland? Ji Fengliu sneered. He had just learned that his record had been surpassed, and that Shiho had referred to him as the true dragon. How could he tolerate such an affront? With that, he stepped directly to the stone tablet, raising his hand to place it upon its surface. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Buzz. In an instant, as the crowd gaped in astonishment, the stone tablet shook violently, and streams of light began to emerge, ultimately coalescing into 3 sword-shaped runes, shimmering brilliantly. 3 breaths, 3 runes. In comparison to Xiao Chengfeng, he was worlds apart. For a moment, both Xiao Chengfeng and Liu Yunxi were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated Ji Fengliu's comprehension to be so extraordinary. At this moment, Ji Fengliu withdrew his hand from the stone tablet and turned coldly to gaze at Xiao Chengfeng. If there were to be a true dragon in the wasteland, it could only be me. After declaring this, Ji Fengliu disregarded Ye Xuan's expression and, with a flick of his sleeve, turned to leave. Only the echoes of his voice lingered in the grand hall. Ji Fengliu was indeed arrogant. Yet, his arrogance was backed by undeniable talent. 3 breaths, 3 runes. In terms of both innate talent and comprehension, he far surpassed his peers in the wasteland. Just as Ji Fengliu was about to exit the hall, Ye Xuan, seated at the forefront near the entrance, suddenly spoke up. A true dragon? You are not worthy. Chapter 25. Ye Xuan takes action, dual cultivation with Wan'er. Ji Fengliu's foot, poised to step out, abruptly halted. He cast a sidelong glance at Ye Xuan, his starry eyes narrowing. Who are you? This individual was entirely unfamiliar to him. Ye Xuan set down his wine cup and stood, stretching languidly. I am Ye Xuan, the holy son of the Zixiao sect. The mention of the Zixiao sect and its holy son elicited a scornful expression from Ji Fengliu, who scrutinized Ye Xuan with a dismissive gaze before turning to exit the hall. To him, Ye Xuan was merely a fool with a body-refining cultivation, unworthy of his attention. Ji Fengliu is rather arrogant. At that moment, the master of the hall, Ye Xuan, let out a cold snort. Ji Fenglu had not shown the slightest respect, clearly disregarding him as a nobleman. Furthermore, to refer to himself as a true dragon was a direct insult to Xiao Chengfeng and himself. Such ignorance of rank. However, before the master of the Lintian sword sect could rise to clarify, everyone witnessed Ye Xuan striding towards the monument of inquiry. What could this possibly mean? Liu Yunxi and Xiao Chengfeng were momentarily taken aback. Nan Gongfei watched with keen interest. Could it be that this sole holy son of the mortal body in the four domains sought to compare insights? Buzz. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Ye Xuan approached the monument of inquiry and raised his hand. As he brushed his fingers across the surface of the stone, intricate patterns erupted in resplendent brilliance. The monument of inquiry trembled violently, resonating throughout the grand hall and startling the entire marquis's residence. Ji Fenglu, who had descended the stone steps, abruptly halted, frowning as he gazed back into the hall. Inside, the assembly was rendered speechless. For at that moment, the monument of inquiry shimmered with flowing runes, akin to celestial flowers cascading down, a spectacle of auspicious colors. Ultimately, countless fragments of runes converged into 9 complete golden symbols, their radiance illuminating the hall like blazing torches. In a single breath, 9 symbols appeared? What sorcery is this? Even Ye Xuan was left dumbstruck. He had previously brought the monument to the Yunque Academy, and to manifest 7 symbols in a breath was already exceedingly rare. Yet 9 symbols in a single breath. He had never witnessed such a marvel. Could it be that the monument was malfunctioning? Xiao Chengfeng was equally bewildered, standing beside the stone, staring at Ye Xuan as if in a daze. True dragon? Huh? Ye Xuan scoffed, then turned, striding away with a proud gait. This gathering of the marquis's residence had lost its allure. Ye Xuan, recovering from his shock. Xiao Chengfeng was consumed by a mix of shame and fury. He had endured Ji Fenglu's humiliation, but why should this Ye Xuan, with his mortal body talent, also insult him? What of your insights? Without innate talent and cultivation, you remain unqualified to contend with me. Will you dare to take the stage tomorrow? Yet Ye Xuan, already departing, offered only his back, dismissing the challenge altogether. As he stepped outside the hall, he brushed past Ji Fenglu. Ye Xuan, I shall remember your name. Ji Fenglu's pupils constricted, his voice icy. Remember my name? That shall be your fortune. Ye Xuan replied with a faint smile, his sleeves billowing as he departed. As the night deepened and the moon shone bright, it was time to return and attend to important matters with Wan'er. Watching Ye Xuan's retreating figure, Ji Fenglu laughed in rage. In this desolate state, how could there be someone even more arrogant than himself? Farewell, Marquis Qi. Until Su Ziyun also left, Ye Xuan finally regained his composure. He hurried to the stele of inquiry, yet his expression changed dramatically in an instant. My lord, do not be deceived for even a moment. It must be that the stele is malfunctioning. Liu Yunxi exclaimed as she approached. This banquet hosted by the Marquis allowed Ye Xuan to put on a show, causing her great distress. Indeed, the stele is definitely malfunctioning. Ye Xuan frowned. At that moment, he discovered that the stone tablet had become completely smooth, devoid of any blemishes. What is going on here? My lord, a guest has arrived. The voice of the steward echoed from outside the hall. What guest? Can't you see that I am busy? Ye Xuan waved his hand impatiently. My lord. However, the steward walked directly into the hall and whispered a few words in Ye Xuan's ear. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's expression suddenly shifted. The genius of the Xian clan from Yunque Academy has arrived? Indeed, just arrived, waiting for you, my lord. The steward nodded. Very well. I shall go at once. Ye Xuan replied, then turned to Xiao Chengfeng, saying, My dear brother, you may return. I have an esteemed guest to attend to. All right. Xiao Chengfeng, feeling rather troubled, was not inclined to continue attending the banquet. Meanwhile, Liu Yunxi precisely caught the words spoken by Ye Xuan. Yunque Academy. Genius of the Xian clan? My lord, what is the name of that genius you just mentioned? She quickly inquired. Xianzhou. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, then promptly clasped his hands towards the crowd in the hall, stating, Esteemed guests, I must take my leave. Please, continue enjoying yourselves. With that, he hurriedly departed the hall alongside the steward. Xianzhou? Liu Yunxi pondered, confused. Isn't it Xianyi? Could it be that they are not the same person? No, that is not right. But soon, Liu Yunxi's expression brightened with realization. Day and night, Xianyi is indeed Xianzhou. The name. Surely the genius of the Xian clan would not use their true name while traveling. Upon this thought, Liu Yunxi felt a surge of excitement. She knew that the prodigy of the Xian clan could not so easily perish within the secret realm. And now, with Xianzhou arriving in Tianxian City, was her opportunity not once again within reach? She must seize the moment to excel. Perhaps there would be a chance to approach the genius of the Xian clan. Yunxi, what is the matter with you? Xiao Chengfeng noticed Liu Yunxi's change and inquired. It's nothing, nothing at all, Liu Yunxi replied with a charming smile. Yet internally, she had already devised a dual contingency plan. If she could align herself with the genius of the Xian clan, it would be ideal. If not, she could still consider marrying Xiao Chengfeng. Meanwhile, the other city lords and sect leaders in the hall had also caught wind of Ye Xuan's mention of the genius from the Xian clan. This meant that Yunke Academy would indeed participate in the upcoming sect conference. If that were the case, the performance of the disciples would be of utmost importance. Thus, no one felt inclined to remain seated. They all stood and left in haste. After Ye Xuan returned to the inn, he made a beeline for Wan'er's room. Brother Ye Xuan, Wan'er, lying on the bed, beamed with joy upon his arrival. Are you feeling better? Ye Xuan approached the bedside to assess Chu Wan'er's condition. The effects of the peach talisman were still evident, healing Wan'er's meridians, allowing her to appear less frail. I feel truly much better. Chu Wan'er nodded earnestly, her petite face flushing with embarrassment as she said, I shall attend to brother Ye Xuan's rest. At that moment, Ye Xuan noticed that Wan'er was clad only in delicate, sheer fabric, her fair skin and exquisite curves laid bare, igniting a fervor within him. He understood Wan'er's concerns, and it was time to return her the imperial blood. No need. I shall serve Wan'er, he replied with a charming smile, then raised his hand to cast a barrier within the room before swiftly closing the distance between them. The night was tranquil, and the warmth of spring enveloped them. As Ye Xuan and Chu Wan'er became one, the small tower within Ye Xuan awakened instantly, releasing a drop of azure blood that shimmered with brilliant light, merging into Chu Wan'er's being. This was the blood of the eternal sovereign. Once the imperial blood entered her body, Chu Wan'er's damaged foundation and meridians were rejuvenated as if bathed in a gentle spring breeze, rapidly healing and restoring. At the same time, the portion of the Nine-Thunder Tribulation's power sealed within the tower surged into Ye Xuan. In an instant, both of them radiated a dazzling holy light, entwined in a cocoon. The small tower floated into the air, completely isolating the fluctuations. Meanwhile, outside Tianxian City, towering tribulation clouds gathered. Beneath the stormy sky, Liu Yunxi hovered alone, arms outstretched to welcome the incoming thunder. Upon returning to her base, she consumed a Yuan Gang pill. The terrifying energy of the high-grade Yuan Gang pill enabled her to directly break through and summon lightning. As the thunder descended and the tribulation clouds dissipated, Liu Yunxi slowly floated down from the sky. At that moment, facing the ecstatic cultivators of the Qinglan sect below, she cast a cold smile towards Tianxian City. Not only had she successfully transcended the tribulation to become a celestial realm cultivator, but her innate talent had also just transformed into a spiritual body. Even the exotic fire awakened within her had advanced to the second rank. Such talent was indeed rare, even in the eastern region. Ye Xuan, Chu Wan'er, tomorrow, I shall make you aware of what it truly means to be born of noble lineage. Chapter 26. The conference begins. Alchemy competition, second rank exotic fire. Until midnight, the exhausted Wan'er finally succumbed to sleep in Ye Xuan's embrace. Yet, even in slumber, a blissful smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan felt invigorated. Within his dantian, a thunderous rune pierced through his energy sea, signifying the true activation of his Nine-Thunder Tribulation body. When the Nine-Thunder runes manifested, it marked the genuine emergence of the Nine-Thunder Tribulation immortal body. However, Ye Xuan suddenly noticed that a blue imperial radiance coiled around this rune in his dantian. This was unprecedented. No, this is the power of longevity. Ye Xuan's heart skipped a beat. For the blue imperial radiance was undeniably the essence of the eternal sovereign's blood. Ha ha ha, indeed. The voice of the small tower resonated in Ye Xuan's mind. This is the essence of why you must cultivate alongside the imperial daughters. Though the Nine-Thunder Tribulation body is an immortal physique, its overwhelming nature renders it incompatible with the heavenly way. Thus, it must be fused with imperial blood to contend against the heavens. This is merely the power of the eternal sovereign's bloodline. You will grow increasingly stronger. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan could not help but take a deep breath. It turns out that the marriage arrangement made by my father was not for the imperial lineage, but rather for his own benefit. Thus, once I fully cultivate my Nine-Thunder Tribulation body, I shall undoubtedly attain the path to become an emperor. Moreover, the women who have engaged in dual cultivation with you will not be without their own advantages. What Wan'er has received is not merely the drop of blood she previously offered, but rather a trace of divine essence infused with imperial blood. The small tower added, this is indeed the best scenario. Ye Xuan nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Otherwise, he would have felt as though Wan'er were merely a vessel. Subsequently, Ye Xuan also discovered that after successfully engaging in dual cultivation with Wan'er, The flow of time within the small tower had increased from double to tenfold. This was precisely what Ye Xuan needed most at present. However, having already reached the pinnacle of the spirit sea, he found no further need for cultivation, as he could summon the heavenly tribulation to ascend to the celestial realm at any moment. Therefore, this night, he belonged solely to Wan'er. He tightened his embrace around the enchanting maiden, inhaling her fragrant scent as he drifted into slumber. The next morning, when Ye Xuan opened his eyes, he was greeted by the radiant visage of Wan'er, who was propped up on her chin, gazing at him. "Ah, brother Ye Xuan, you are awake," Wan'er exclaimed. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Still calling me brother?" Ye Xuan smiled affectionately, playfully pinching her nose as he inquired. "Husband." Wan'er, overwhelmed with shyness, sweetly uttered the term, then leaped into Ye Xuan's arms. This title she had envisioned since the moment in the celestial realm had finally come to fruition. She had, at last, become Ye Xuan's wife. "Ye Xuan, Wan'er, have you risen?" Just as Ye Xuan was preparing to cherish the moment with Wan'er, a voice from outside the room suddenly interrupted them. We're up. Wan'er quickly extricated herself from Ye Xuan's embrace, hurriedly dressing her husband. Ye Xuan could only smile wryly, having forgotten that today was the day of the sect conference. Shortly, the two stepped out of the room. "Ahem, I assure you, I did not intend to intrude upon your intimate moment." Su Ziyan coughed lightly before adopting a serious tone. "Last night, two significant events transpired." "Oh, significant events?" Ye Xuan and Wan'er exchanged glances, chuckling. "What significant events?" "A prodigy from the Cloud K Academy has descended upon the Tianxian city to personally preside over this sect conference," Su Ziyan affirmed. "Cloud K Academy? Who is it?" Wan'er was taken aback, her mind immediately conjuring the name Ye Xuan. She had not anticipated that Ye Xuan would arrive so swiftly. Xianzhou. But Su Ziyan then uttered a name that was unfamiliar to Wan'er. Xianzhou? Ye Xuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing the name. Could it be such a coincidence? Previously, he had indeed heard from Nangong Fei about a prodigy of the Xianzhou who was cultivating within the Cloud K Academy. Could it be this very person? Indeed, the Xianzhou is the foremost clan of the Imperial dynasty, and this time they are presiding over the sect conference, even temporarily altering the rules. Prior to the martial competition at the sect conference, they have added an alchemical competition, allowing disciples from all 4 domains to participate. The victor, while it may not affect the sect rankings, will receive substantial support in elixirs and weaponry from the Cloud K Academy. Su Ziyan elaborated. Though the matter of artifacts may be dismissed, she is well aware of Ye Xuan's extraordinary prowess in alchemy, which is sufficient to vie for the title of champion. When that time comes, the Xiao sect shall no longer be in one of medicinal pills. Comparing alchemy to artifact crafting, Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering if this was not merely a reward being bestowed upon the Xiao sect. What a benevolent soul Xianzhou is. Furthermore, Su Ziyan pursed her lips and stated earnestly, "Last night, Liu Yunxi transcended the tribulation and ascended to the celestial gang realm. Thus, both Qinglan sect and Lintian sword sect boast a dual celestial gang lineage." Oh, what of it? However, neither Ye Xuan nor Chu Wan'er exhibited any reactions to this news. It hardly constitutes a significant event. What does Liu Yunxi's ascension to the celestial gang matter? She is still destined to serve as a stepping stone. Ye Xuan, however, was not inclined to wait any longer. Before the martial competition commenced, he aimed to secure the titles of champion in both artifact crafting and alchemy. In Tianxian City, the Alchemy Association and Artifact Association were both established by the Daqian dynasty, each possessing its own edifice within the city. The Alchemy Association was presided over by alchemists dispatched from the Yunx Academy, who routinely evaluated the ranks of alchemists. Almost all celestial gang pills originated from their expertise, making them exceedingly rare. On this day, prior to the commencement of the martial competition, cultivators from various sects congregated before the 2 association edifices. The champions of alchemy and artifact crafting not only bring unparalleled glory to their sects, but also vie for the resources and support from the Yunx Academy, a prize none could afford to overlook. Especially the Lintian sword sect, the foremost sect across the 4 domains. At this moment, the esteemed saintess of the Lintian sword sect, Wen Yuyan, stood proudly at the forefront of the gathering, her demeanor exuding an air of cold aloofness. She possessed an innate first-grade extraordinary fire, and the Wen family was renowned in the realm of alchemy. Therefore, she was resolute in her pursuit of the championship title in this alchemy competition. She simply must secure it. In the wild continent, whether in alchemy or martial arts, the Lintian sword sect must remain unparalleled. "Master, wager all the spirit stones on me," declared Liu Yunxi with a chilling smile among the disciples of the Qinglan sect. "Yunxi, do you intend to contest for the championship?" Both the sect leader of Qinglan and Xiao Chengfeng were taken aback. Who could be unaware that Wen Yuyan was the frontrunner for this alchemy championship? Trust me. Yet Liu Yunxi exuded utmost confidence, promptly producing all her spirit stones to place bets at the designated betting area nearby. During each sect assembly, the merchant guilds in Tianxian City would establish betting markets. This time, they had opened 3 markets, preparing to reap substantial profits. Naturally, Wen Yuyan was the favorite to win the championship in this alchemy competition. After placing her bets, Liu Yunxi strode confidently into the Alchemy Association alongside a host of other talented sect members. "Are you waiting for someone?" asked Nangong Fei, observing Lin Charan scanning the crowd. "Yes, I am waiting for Ye Xuan," Lin Charan nodded. "Ye Xuan?" Nangong Fei furrowed her brow and remarked, "I have indeed heard about your Baiqiao Danxing. But please do not tell me that those pills were concocted by him." The Baiqiao Danxing was selling top-grade essence-nourishing pills, which are not within the capabilities of an ordinary alchemist. "Is Miss Lin waiting for me?" Yet before Lin Charan could respond, the voice of Ye Xuan resonated from behind. She turned abruptly to find Ye Xuan approaching, hand in hand with Chu Wan'er. "Ah, Sister Wan'er." Lin Charan was overjoyed and rushed forward. Chu Wan'er also stepped up, embracing her. Ever since Wan'er entered seclusion, she had not seen Lin Charan, and naturally, as best friends, they were delighted. "I knew you would come." After exchanging a few words, Lin Charan turned her gaze toward Ye Xuan. "Of course." Ye Xuan nodded, then smiled, saying, "Miss Lin has placed all her bets on me. And Miss Nangong, I assure you, you'll become immensely wealthy." With a chuckle, Ye Xuan made his way toward the alchemy conference. "What is happening?" Nangong Fei was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Lin Charan. The latter smiled mysteriously and whispered a few words in her ear. Nangong Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. The superior essence gathering pill, second-rank exotic fire, and that ancient secret realm Xianyi. It's Ye Xuan? The series of revelations left Nangong Fei in a daze for a while. What are we waiting for? Today, I shall become the wealthiest woman in the 4 domains. Inside the alchemy conference, Ye Xuan was the last disciple to enter for the alchemy competition. After the event manager recorded Ye Xuan's identity, he handed him a token. "Room Xian number 1. Let us know what pill you wish to refine, and the materials will be delivered shortly." The manager asked without raising his head. "No need. Furthermore, the materials I require are not available at the conference." Ye Xuan chuckled lightly and proceeded to the designated alchemy room. At that moment, the manager finally raised his eyes, frowning at Ye Xuan's retreating figure. What a brash individual for someone at the body refinement realm. If it weren't for the regulations above, I would have expelled him already. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the alchemy conference, the white-haired president, Mu Bai, along with several alchemy masters, watched the luminous screens before them, expressing their astonishment. "I must say, this girl from the Lin Tian sword sect possesses remarkable alchemy skills. Indeed, with a first-rank exotic fire and such deft techniques, she is a promising talent." The masters admired Wen Yuyan, who was in room Tian number 1. "Wait, is that a second-rank exotic fire?" Suddenly, a Dan master exclaimed, and everyone turned their attention to the site. To their astonishment, in the D number 1 alchemist's room, 2 layers of flames had indeed been summoned. A second-rank exotic fire had never appeared in the sects of the wilderness state before. "It's Liu Yunxi, the saintess of the Qinglan sect." A Dan master referred to a record, confirming Liu Yunxi's identity. Thus, it remained uncertain who would emerge as the champion of this alchemy competition. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished that this competition held such suspense. Buzz. At that moment, Mu Bai, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, releasing an overwhelming aura of the peak of the myriad phenomena realm within the room. The Dan masters were taken aback, looking at Mu Bai, whose eyes gleamed like copper bells, filled with confusion. What has gotten into the president? He wasn't this agitated when the second-rank exotic fire appeared earlier. "Bring up the array image of the alchemist from room Xian number 1, quickly." Room Xian number 1. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. The rooms were arranged according to the disciples' ranks, so what was so remarkable about room Xian number 1? Despite their doubts, they proceeded to display the alchemist's image on the array. Hiss! As the alchemists beheld the fiery scene before them, they were utterly astounded. The room fell silent, as if enveloped in a tranquil valley, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. A third-grade extraordinary flame. Huh. To think that within the 4 domains of the wild state, such a phenomenon has emerged. After a considerable pause, the president Mu Bai, in a fit of frenzy, suddenly roared with excitement. In this moment, amidst the shimmering light of the formation, there existed a third-layer extraordinary flame, suspended in midair. This singular flame was the only one of its kind throughout the entire wild state. Even Mu Bai's own Mu Li flame was merely a top-tier second-grade flame. Such an extraordinary flame could be deemed a rarity, not just in the wild state, but even within the esteemed Cloud Palace Academy. Undoubtedly, this was a prodigy. However, The third-grade flame exhibited a fierce dominance, intertwined with thunder, making it exceedingly difficult to control and seemingly ill-suited for alchemy, more appropriate for forging instead. Yet, before the alchemist could finish his thought, he was silenced by a cold glare from President Mu Bai. Humph, and what of its dominance? Although this youth's cultivation may be modest, with such a flame, I would spare no effort to nurture him. He is the budding talent of our Heavenly Mystical Alchemy Association. Mu Bai snorted. Despite the fact that the thunderous flame appeared more suited for forging, he could not let it slip away. Suddenly, something struck him. Look at this individual. He is capable of perfectly controlling the flames. What could he be planning? Is that the Heavenly Thunder Seed? But in the next moment, the alchemist gazed in awe at the formation's light screen, exclaiming in astonishment. Mu Bai's pupils narrowed in realization, as the third-grade flame danced between the fingers of the young prodigy, becoming exceptionally docile. After the extraordinary flame entered the cauldron, the young man produced a fruit interwoven with thunderous radiance and tossed it into the alchemical furnace. As the leader of the Alchemy Association, he could not possibly be unfamiliar with this treasure, the Heavenly Thunder Seed. How could this be? Was it not a mysterious artifact of the Cloud Palace Academy? Designated as the ultimate reward within the 100 Refinements Tower's purgatory mode? Could it be another one? Absolutely impossible. Though the Heavenly Thunder Seed is merely a heavenly-grade treasure, its rarity is unparalleled. Not even in the central region has a second one ever appeared. In an instant, the gathered crowd erupted into a flurry of speculation. All previous assumptions shattered. They turned their gazes toward President Mu Bai, whose expression grew increasingly grave and astonished. Mu Bai opened his mouth, his eyes fixed intently on the light screen. At this moment, only one possibility remained, that this Heavenly Thunder Seed was indeed the one from within the 100 Refinements Tower. Could this person have cleared the purgatory mode of the 100 Refinements Tower? His spiritual consciousness, though he appeared merely to possess body refinement cultivation, his ability to manipulate extraordinary flames with such finesse indicated an exceptionally powerful spiritual consciousness. And since the talent of the soul is notoriously difficult to detect, he had been mistaken for an ordinary body practitioner. However, Mu Bai quickly found a perfect explanation. Regardless, everything witnessed today must be kept secret. Should anyone dare to divulge this, they would face my ruthless wrath. The overwhelming aura of Mu Bai, at the pinnacle of the myriad phenomena, enveloped the room, leaving everyone breathless. Though Ye Xuan lacked a martial physique, his spiritual consciousness and alchemical talent were extraordinary. If discovered, it would spell trouble for the Heavenly Mystical Alchemy Association. Understood. A multitude of alchemists dared not utter a single dissenting word, bowing repeatedly in deference. At this moment, within the confines of the first alchemical chamber, Ye Xuan carefully placed several herbs acquired from the secret realm into the alchemical furnace and began to channel his unique flame to commence the refining process. His cultivation had now reached the threshold of the half-step celestial realm, with his divine consciousness rivaling that of the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Coupled with the third-grade extraordinary flame he had gained through his advancement, he was even capable of refining quasi-spiritual grade elixirs. Thus, he endeavored to utilize the Heavenly Thunder Seed to concoct a thunder elixir, aimed at aiding sect leader Chu Wan'er in restoring her foundational essence. Previously, in her relentless efforts to heal Wan'er, Chu Wan'er had sacrificed her own foundation, causing her cultivation to plummet from the late stage of the manifestation realm to its early stage. It can be said that had it not been for Chu Wan'er, Wan'er might not have endured for 3 years. Though Chu Wan'er had never expressed concern nor mentioned it, Ye Xuan had always kept it in his heart. Now that he possessed the capability, and with the Heavenly Thunder Seed at hand, he was not one to be stingy. The Heavenly Thunder Seed had diminished in utility for Ye Xuan. Thus he utilized his unique alchemical prowess to extract the fragrant essence from the furnace in merely 1 hour. Rise. With a commanding shout, the furnace could no longer withstand the pressure and melted instantaneously, releasing a thunder elixir encased in a cocoon of lightning that soared into the heavens. Descend. Ye Xuan extended his hand, grasping the elixir formed from the thunderous flames firmly. After several breaths, the elixir's agitation finally subsided. Ye Xuan brought it before him, opening his palm to reveal a pill adorned with violet lightning patterns, levitating gracefully. At this moment, the elixir no longer exuded an overwhelming force. Although it retained its thunderous essence, the sound was gentle, infused with an exceedingly vibrant life force. The Xiao sect was fundamentally established upon the principles of thunder, and Chu Wan'er's innate talent also belonged to the thunder category. This elixir would not only mend her injuries, but could potentially elevate her innate abilities further. Should fortune favor her, it might even facilitate a breakthrough into the nirvana realm. Time was ample, and he was ready to depart. However, as Ye Xuan opened the door to the alchemical chamber, He was met by the sight of an elderly man with white hair standing outside, rubbing his hands together with a foolish grin. "Ah, esteemed elder. President Bai Mu of the Heavenly Profound Alchemy Association." Bai Mu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and quickly smiled. "What brings you here, President Bai?" Ye Xuan inquired, furrowing his brows. "May I have the honor of tasting your elixir, young friend? It would greatly assist in establishing the rankings." Bai Mu chuckled awkwardly, gesturing towards the elixir in Ye Xuan's hand. "Certainly." Ye Xuan nodded and handed over the thunder elixir. Surely, the president would not resort to coercion. Yet, the moment Bai Mu grasped the thunder elixir, his body began to tremble. For not only had he never encountered such a pill, its quality was astonishingly comparable to that of spiritual-grade elixirs. The prowess of this individual's alchemical skills exceeded all his previous expectations. Initially, he had assumed Ye Xuan was merely talented, but the reality was far from it. However, he had not heard of any alchemical lineage within the Xiao sect. "My young friend, what is the name of this elixir?" After fondling it for a moment, Bai Mu finally inquired. "This elixir is my original creation. I shall name it the Xiao Thunder Elixir." Ye Xuan contemplated, deciding to honor the Xiao sect with its title. "You created it yourself?" Bai Mu was momentarily taken aback. Such a young junior, capable of independently creating this spirit-level elixir? "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Yet Ye Xuan, with a dismissive attitude, retrieved the elixir and prepared to depart. "Where are you in such a hurry to go, my young friend? Why not come and have a chat with me?" Mu Bai hastily interjected. To the Artifact Association, Ye Xuan replied without turning back. Having completed his alchemical work, the remainder of his time would naturally be spent pursuing the pinnacle of artifact crafting. The Artifact Association? What business do you have there? Bai Mu was taken aback. Could it be that this youth also possesses the talent for crafting artifacts? No, wait, the Artifact Association? Dear friend, please reconsider. Bai Mu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. If that extraordinary fire talent were to be known by those old curmudgeons at the Artifact Association, what would happen? However, before Bai could chase after him, Ye Xuan had already exited the Alchemy Association, striding away. In the end, you were still expelled, weren't you? Outside the Alchemy Association, Xiao Chengfeng observed Ye Xuan's hurried departure with a sneer. Ye Xuan, you think you're worthy of participating in the alchemy competition? Truly laughable. You finished so quickly? Nan Gongfei questioned, puzzled as she watched Ye Xuan approach. After all, there was still half the allotted time remaining before the competition commenced. Indeed, Ye Xuan nodded, then handed over the storage bag containing the Xiao Thunder Pill to the sect master of Xiao. Upon receiving the bag and glancing inside, the latter's expression transformed in astonishment. Ye Xuan, is this truly your creation? After a moment of dazed silence, Su Xian finally regained her composure. Though she had never seen this thunder pill before, she could sense the pure thunderous energy within, realizing that its quality had reached the spirit level. A tremendous boon for her foundation. Of course, Ye Xuan affirmed with a nod. What exactly did you concoct? Can you truly secure the title of alchemy champion? At this moment, Nan Gongfei questioned with intrigue, as she had wagered her entire private fortune in this competition. Not just the title, but Ye Xuan replied with a mysterious smile. Would you like to continue profiting? Of course. What do you have in mind? Nan Gongfei eagerly nodded. To the Artifact Association. Ye Xuan shrugged, then led Chu Wan'er and the others directly towards the Artifact Association across the way. The Artifact Association? Could it be that he emerged early to participate in the artifact competition? He can craft artifacts? Nan Gongfei turned to Lin Chuan, seeking clarity. I cannot say, but I have never heard of someone excelling in both alchemy and artifact crafting. Lin Chuan furrowed her brow. If that were the case, Ye Xuan would indeed be remarkably extraordinary. No matter, I'll go ask my father for access to his treasure trove. Nan Gongfei's eyes flickered with determination, ultimately deciding to take a gamble. Shortly thereafter, Ye Xuan entered the Grand Hall of the Artifact Association. At that moment, the overseer was already packing up to leave. Ye Xuan, holy son of Xiao sect, here to participate in the artifact competition. Ye Xuan's voice reverberated throughout the hall, momentarily startling the overseer. The artifact competition? You only arrive now, when half the time has already passed. Half the time is sufficient. Ye Xuan raised his hand, brandishing his identification token. You, a mere mortal, think to craft anything? The overseer was infuriated, yet before he could finish his retort, he was cowed by Ye Xuan's suddenly frosty gaze. At that moment, it felt as though he were staring into the eyes of an enraged dragon. The soul trembled uncontrollably, as if driven by an unseen force. And he handed a token to Ye Xuan. It was not until Ye Xuan departed with the token that the steward regained his senses, only to find himself drenched in cold sweat. Upon arriving at the artifact crafting room, Ye Xuan extracted the thunderwood and the sword hilt obtained from the ancient coffin in the secret realm. Until now, He had never possessed a weapon of his own, however. With the thunderwood in hand, which, while not as precious as the thunder seed, was nonetheless an excellent crafting material of the heavenly tier, comparable to celestial gold meteorite. Ye Xuan cast the entire thunderwood into the great cauldron, summoning 3 layers of thunderous flames. Instantly, the temperature within the crafting room surged dramatically. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Artifact Association, several masters had begun drafting a ranking list. Unlike the pill competition, the number of craftsmen across the 4 realms was already scarce, with high entry thresholds. Thus the rankings had been determined from the very beginning. The talent of Ji Fenglu in the art of crafting was evident. His top-grade unique fire, the wind erosion flame, was extraordinarily domineering, rivaling even second-tier unique fires. Indeed, moreover, the materials he had prepared this time were all of heavenly superior grade. Once the artifact was completed, it would undoubtedly be classified as a superior heavenly artifact. Let South just place him at the top. There's no need for us to remain here. It's meaningless. The masters exchanged glances, ready to inscribe Ji Fenglu's name in the foremost position. Wait. Just then, the door to the top-floor room burst open with a thunderous crash. A robust figure charged in, bare-chested, with dark red hair resembling blazing flames. In my absence, who permitted you to rank him at the top? He raised his hand, and with a terrifying, violent aura, he sent several masters of the association sprawling. Chairman, you've emerged from seclusion? The crowd was bewildered. For the president had been in seclusion for 3 months, and now he not only emerged, but also forbade them from establishing the rankings. Chairman, Ji Fenglu has previously received your commendation. Is there an issue with designating him as the leader in the art of crafting? One person asked, rising from the ground. Looking aggrieved. Of course there's an issue. A significant one. The chairman snorted coldly and immediately activated the array, projecting the scene from Ye Xuan's crafting room onto the screen. Open your eyes and see what this is. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their confused gazes towards the screen. But in the next moment, they were all left dumbfounded. Chapter 28. Liu Yunxi was stunned. The champion of the pill competition is Ye Xuan. 3rd tier unique fire. Thunderwood. Ye Xuan of the Xiao sect? When did he arrive? How is this possible? They remained in shock for a considerable time before exclamations filled the air. The 3rd tier unique fire was enough to dominate the wilderness state, surpassing Ji Fenglu's wind erosion flame by 2 tiers. Yet, such a terrifying unique fire had appeared within Ye Xuan of the Xiao sect. Moreover, the material Ye Xuan prepared was thunderwood. If the crafting succeeded, it would undoubtedly overshadow Ji Fenglu. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on everyone's brows. Fortunately, we did not finalize the rankings in advance. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. From this moment on, none of you are allowed to leave the Artifact Association by even a step. This news must be sealed. The imposing president let out a cold snort, and then grinned with pride, saying, Old Ghost Bai Mu, you never expected this, did you? From today, our Qi Association shall rise. Let us see if you still dare to challenge us. President, Bai Mu has barged in. Before his laughter could fade, a voice called from outside. Bai Mu, stop him. The president of the Qi Association furrowed his brow, secretly wondering how this old monster had such an acute sense of smell. Mo Feng, can you stop him? At that moment, Bai Mu stormed in with great vigor. What do you mean? Do you think the Qi Association is your backyard, to enter as you please? Mo Feng fumed, discreetly shutting the barrier of the array. Haha. Do not conceal it. I have long known that Ye Xuan possesses 3rd-grade rare fire. Bai Mu sneered, simultaneously sealing the door to the room. I am here to take someone. What? You knew already. Mo Feng was taken aback, his eyes wide like copper bells, and then he retorted. So what if you know? Since Ye Xuan came to our Dan Association first, he is naturally our disciple. I shall wait here today. You will not take him. What did you say? He went to the Dan Association? Mo Feng was alarmed, raising an eyebrow. How can I believe that? He is a weaponsmith. Why would he go to your Dan Association? You wouldn't be causing trouble on purpose, would you? Nonsense. He refined a spirit-grade pill in just 1 hour. And he is already the front-runner for the pill competition. Bai Mu scoffed. 1 hour, spirit-grade pill? He knows pill crafting? Mo Feng was utterly astonished upon hearing this. If that is the case, does it mean that this Ye Xuan from the Xiao sect is a dual genius in both weaponry and alchemy? He quickly activated the array barrier again. At that moment, in the workshop where Ye Xuan was, the thunderwood had transformed into a puddle of liquid, and within the great cauldron, Ye Xuan was using the fire to forge the sword mold. In an instant, Mo Feng and Bai Mu exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly grave. The terrifying talent of this young man could no longer be assessed by ordinary standards. Bai Mu, with his white sleeves raised, scattered alchemical powder to put everyone else in the room into a deep slumber. Old Mo, this child is extraordinary. Neither the Dan Association nor the Qi Association can monopolize him. Let us join forces and make the Tianxian Dan Association and the Qi Association renowned throughout the imperial capital. Bai Mu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Agreed." Mo Feng nodded, and then the two rushed out of the room to wait outside Ye Xuan's door. Until he emerged, no one was permitted to interrupt. An hour later, in the workshop, Ye Xuan withdrew the fiery brush formed from the thunder flames from the sword body. Buzz! In an instant, runes crackled with lightning as they flickered across the sword's surface. The entire sword trembled incessantly, its fierce brilliance seemingly poised to split the void. "Ha, splendid." Ye Xuan retracted the rare fire, grasping the ancient sword hilt. The power of the Nine-Thunder tribulations surged within, instantly suppressing the restless energy inside. Although he could not yet activate the power of the ancient sword hilt, this sword was already satisfactory to Ye Xuan. Then, he picked up the long sword, ready to push the door open. However, Ye Xuan was taken aback to find two figures standing outside, one clad in black and the other in white, both grinning foolishly at him. "President Bai?" Ye Xuan frowned. "President Bai what?" "I am the president of the Instrument Association, Mo Feng. Might I have a glimpse of your sword?" Mo Feng anxiously rubbed his hands, positioning himself in front of Bai Mu. Ye Xuan nodded and handed over the sword in his possession. Upon receiving it, Mo Feng found himself momentarily frozen in place. After a lengthy pause, Bai Mu finally inquired, "Is there really a need to examine it?" "Indeed, there is no need." Mo Feng, as if awakening from a dream, trembled with excitement, repeatedly caressing the blade and exclaiming, "In my lifetime of crafting instruments, I have never encountered such an exquisite celestial sword. This sword rivals the common royal artifacts and can be hailed as the finest sword of the heavenly tier. The Extreme Thunder Sword, what a splendid name." He admired the characters inscribed upon the blade. "Humph, do you need to mention it? I could have discerned that myself." Bai Mu, however, could hardly contain her impatience and quickly turned to Ye Xuan, saying, "Ye Xuan, since you were the first to participate in the alchemy competition, you must first join the Alchemy Association. You should also become a member of our Instrument Association. This sword sheath, which I acquired years ago from a secret realm, can enhance your sword's power by 30% when drawn. It is a gift for you." Mo Feng also chimed in, revealing an ancient ebony sword sheath and presenting it to Ye Xuan. This alchemy furnace was bestowed upon me by my master back in the day, and it is of the spiritual tier. It is yours as well." Bai Mu, refusing to be outdone, produced a dark, ornate furnace and unceremoniously stuffed it into Ye Xuan's arms. At this moment, Ye Xuan was utterly bewildered by the overwhelming enthusiasm of the two presidents. "So, joining the Instrument and Alchemy Associations is all that is required?" he inquired. "That is indeed the case. It is essential." Bai Mu and Mo Feng nearly spoke in unison, pulling out a jade token from their belongings. "All you need to do is register your name." Meanwhile, at the Alchemy Association, the bell signaling the end of the competition rang. Ling Tian, standing beside Xiao Chengfeng, glanced at Lin Chuan and scoffed, "Chuan, you truly are reckless. Wagering your entire fortune on Ye Xuan. How pitiful for your Lin family, destined to plunge into the abyss once more, rather than worrying about me. Shouldn't you be concerned about yourself? Are you not afraid of losing everything while betting?" Yet, Lin Chuan merely laughed dismissively. Ha, I assure you, I shall not lose." Ling Tian cackled. He had previously bribed an elder from the Alchemy Association, learning that Liu Yunxi had already acquired a second-tier extraordinary fire. Although he could no longer contact the elder afterward, he remained confident that Liu Yunxi would emerge as the dark horse and seize the championship of the alchemy competition. Thus, he spared no expense, betting all his assets on this gamble. Today, he aimed for substantial profit. Lin Chuan shook her head, choosing not to waste any more words. The results were about to be announced. At that moment, with a cheer from Xiao Chengfeng, all eyes turned toward the Alchemy Association. The disciples from the Lin Tian Sword Sect and the Qinglan Sect were all aflame with excitement, believing that their respective saintesses would secure the championship. The outstanding talents participating in the alchemy competition began to emerge from the Alchemy Association. The first to step out was Wen Yuyan, widely regarded as the undisputed favorite for the championship. Yet, as she raised her gaze toward the grand leaderboard behind her, her brows furrowed in disbelief. At that moment, her name astonishingly occupied the third position. Not only had she failed to claim the championship, but she was also not even second. In that instant, all those gathered before the Alchemy Association, eagerly awaiting the results, stood dumbfounded. The rankings are vastly different from their previous expectations. The widely acknowledged top talent of the alchemical world, Wen Yuyan, has surprisingly lost to a competitor. Moreover, the second-place dark horse is one thing, but the top spot is claimed by a name that is quite unfamiliar to many. At this moment, the spirited Liu Yunxi steps out from the alchemical conference. Upon witnessing the despondent Wen Yuyin and the stunned cultivators from various sects, an overwhelming sense of triumph swells within her. Securing the first place is indeed enough to astonish the entire assembly. This is precisely the reaction she desired. In the realm of alchemy in the wilderness region, who stands at the pinnacle? It is none other than Liu Yunxi, the true phoenix. With her hands clasped behind her back and her chin held high, her haughty voice resonated across the alchemical square. However, she soon realized that everyone was staring at her as if she were a fool, including the cultivators from the Qinglan sect. This reaction was not what she anticipated. They should be expressing awe. Liu Yunxi, you must be out of your mind. Perhaps you should turn around and see who holds the top position. Lin Sharon shook her head with a sneer, her tone dripping with disdain. The rankings? Who else would dare to compete with Wen Yuyin for the top spot? Confused, Liu Yunxi turned to gaze at the radiant ranking board above her. But in the next moment, her pupils constricted violently, and her body trembled in shock. No, this is impossible. At this very moment, the name Ye Xuan from the Zixiao sect shone brightly at the very top of the rankings. It was blinding. Ye Xuan, the champion of the alchemical competition? Chapter 29, Dual Champions. Liu Yunxi challenges Chu Wan'er. Suddenly, those who had regained their composure before the alchemical conference erupted into a fervor. This time, the competition has unveiled two dark horses. Initially, Liu Yunxi surpassing Wen Yuyin was already astonishing. Little did they expect that Ye Xuan from the Zixiao sect would be even stronger. Yet, many had never even heard of Ye Xuan's name prior to this. It cannot be. How could Ye Xuan be the champion? He must have cheated. At this moment, Liu Ruoxi, finally regaining her senses, shouted with a contorted expression. She could not accept this outcome. How could Ye Xuan possibly rank above her? Moreover, her public remarks had now turned her into a laughingstock. What face does she have left? Liu Yunxi, are you still unconvinced? You are unaware, aren't you? The high-grade essence-gathering pill from the Baijiao Alchemy Association was crafted by Ye Xuan. This is the second time you have lost to Ye Xuan. Lin Sharon seized the moment to deliver a sharp blow. What did you say? Liu Yunxi's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. If the high-grade essence-gathering pill originated from Ye Xuan, does that not imply that Ye Xuan possesses second-grade exotic fire? He cannot cultivate yet possesses exotic fire. Why did no one mention this sooner? Meanwhile, prior to the equipment conference, heir, that was all of your father's secret stash. You wagered it on Ye Xuan? Lamented the city lord of Tianyun, Nangong Shou, amidst the crowd. Indeed, what is the matter? Are you unwilling to part with it? Nangong Fei shrugged nonchalantly. You are truly insane. Who doesn't he know that the champion of this equipment competition is already a sure win for Jifeng Liu? Who could even contend with him? Who would dare to challenge him? That was your father's secret stash. Aren't you worried about it? Nangong Shou covered his face. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for your father to accumulate these spirit stones behind your mother's back? Alas, father, do not linger any longer. Bet on Ye Xuan, 1 to 20. If he wins, the victory shall be yours, but I shall have no part in it. Nangong Fei waved his hand. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the luminous screen of the leaderboard that gradually materialized before the Qi Association. Win? How could he possibly triumph over Jifeng Liu? At that moment, Nangong Shou suddenly noticed the sharp intake of breath from those around him, and he instinctively followed their gaze towards the Qi Association. In the next instant, he was struck as if by lightning. The leaderboard had appeared, revealing that Jifeng Liu, the holy son of the Lin Tian sword sect, had been relegated to second place, while the foremost position was unmistakably held by Ye Xuan of the Zixiao sect. Am I seeing this correctly? Nangong Shou rubbed his eyes vigorously. Indeed, Ye Xuan emerged victorious. I have never lost a bet. He is truly formidable. Nangong Fei remarked with a smile, arms crossed. Ye Xuan is the embodiment of Xianyi. This sect conference is indeed growing increasingly intriguing. Ha ha ha, I have struck gold. This time, I have truly reaped a bountiful reward. Nangong Shou danced with joy as he rushed to the betting table to collect his spirit stones. At that moment, Jifeng Liu, the holy son of the sword sect, emerged, grasping a newly forged silver sword that shimmered with light. He glanced at the leaderboard, furrowing his brow slightly, yet maintaining his composure. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Ye Xuan as he exited the Qi Association. Their eyes met, but Ye Xuan merely offered a faint smile before diverting his gaze, heading directly towards the main venue alongside Chu Wan'er. Having already secured victories in both the alchemy and weaponry competitions, the Zixiao sect was poised to receive support from the Yunke Academy. Senior brother, Feng Liu, what transpired? At that moment, Wen Yuyin and the leader of the Lin Tian sword sect approached them. They had been preoccupied at the alchemy conference, trusting that the weaponry competition would yield a favorable outcome, never anticipating Jifeng Liu's defeat. It is known that Jifeng Liu's craftsmanship had garnered praise and guidance from both the Yunke Academy and the head of the Qi Association, How could he possibly lose? The extreme thunder sword? Yet Ji Fenglu regarded the weapon crafted by Ye Xuan displayed on the leaderboard and muttered under his breath. It matters not. A loss in the weaponry competition is merely a loss, for the sword sect still possesses a champion. After a considerable pause, Ji Fenglu finally managed a faint smile. It's merely weapon forging. I am not overly concerned. Senior brother, I too have lost the title of champion in the alchemy competition. However, Wen Yuyan pursed her lips, expressing her disappointment. In an instant, Ji Fenglu's gaze turned frigid. Who claimed the title? Ye Xuan, Wen Yuyan replied, lowering her head. Ye Xuan. Ji Fenglu was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Hadn't Ye Xuan just secured the championship in the weaponry competition? Could it be that he possessed some sort of duplication technique? Fenglu, it seems that Ye Xuan must have employed some method. He participated in the alchemy competition first, completing his elixirs in merely an hour before arriving at the Qi Association for the weaponry contest. The leader of the Lin Tian sword sect furrowed his brow, suspecting that Ye Xuan might have engaged in some form of cheating. Are you suggesting that he utilized half the time to best me in the craft of weaponry? Ji Fenglu's pupils constricted, and the previously impassive expression on his face finally exhibited a noticeable shift. He could accept his defeat in craftsmanship, yet he could hardly tolerate being utterly overshadowed. In the central square of Tianxian City, the main venue of the Huangzhou Sect Conference was now overflowing with attendees. As the most grandiose event in the wasteland, nearly all the forces from the 4 domains gathered, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators encircling the square. However, upon the announcement of the conclusion of the alchemy and artifact competitions, a wave of bewilderment surged through the assembly. On a towering platform 1,000 feet high, a young man clad in platinum armor sat regally in the central seat, surrounded by beautiful attendants and armored guards, whose cultivation level surpassed even the realm of the myriad phenomena. Meanwhile, the ruler of the wasteland, domain Lord Ye Xuan, had no choice but to sit humbly at the lower end. At that moment, an elder approached the young man and whispered a few words in his ear, causing the young man's previously half-closed eyes to suddenly snap open. What did you say? Fenglu lost. To whom? The young man inquired with confusion. Replying to the young master, it was a holy son from the northern domain, named Ye Xuan. The elder responded. Moreover, this individual not only triumphed over young Master Ji, but also claimed the top position in the alchemy competition. The elder added, What? You mean to say? This person has claimed both titles? The young man's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of anger momentarily flashing in his cold eyes. If so, the resources that the Cloud Pavilion Academy allocated to the Ling Tian sword sect would have been seized. Haha, Lord Qi, I never imagined that in this seemingly small wasteland, there would be so many intriguing individuals. The young man then turned to Ye Xuan, a smile on his lips that did not reach his eyes. Oh, young Master Xinzhou, I too have just learned of this. Ye Xuan replied, his expression reflecting his deep frustration. He was aware that the sect of Xiao Chengfeng was aiming to replace the Zixiao sect as a first-rate sect. Yet now the Zixiao sect was gaining momentum one after another. Yesterday, before the Dao Steel, Ye Xuan had already astonished the entire assembly. Today, he had single-handedly claimed 2 titles. A sense of foreboding crept over him. How could he possibly explain today as failure of Xiao Chengfeng to Master Ji? You'd better remain uninformed. The young man snorted coldly, closing his eyes once more. At this moment, cultivators from the top-tier sects began to enter the venue. As a first-rate sect, the Ling Tian sword sect, the Yunxian Pavilion, Baiyue Mountain, and the Zixiao sect all took their seats on the second high platform. Below them were dozens of second-rate sects from the 4 domains. Thus, when the disciples of the Qinglan sect entered and took their seats, they had to look up to see the Zixiao sect. Ultimately, second-rate sects were destined to be subordinate. Liu Yunxi sat beside Xiao Chengfeng, her expression as dark as a cold pool. Although she had triumphed over Wen Yuyan to become second in the alchemy competition, it had brought her nothing but humiliation. The sight of Ye Xuan and Chu Wan'er seated together on the second high platform was like a thorn in her side. Yunxi, I will avenge you. Soon, we shall ascend to the second high platform, and then they will have to look up at us. Xiao Chengfeng's face was tense, his teeth clenched in rage. At that moment, Ye Xuan on the highest platform slowly rose. Ahem, now that the cultivators from the northern domain have gathered, the sect conference shall commence. As the bell for the conference resonated throughout the heavens and earth, the entire venue fell into a sudden silence. Before we begin, I would like to introduce to all fellow cultivators that this Wasteland Sect Conference will be presided over by the esteemed First Chief of the Cloud Pavilion Academy, young Master Xinzhou. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's announcement, the young man seated in the central position merely opened his eyes briefly, waved his hand, and resumed his meditative repose. Even so, I do not wish to utter a single word. This scene left Ye Xuan feeling quite embarrassed. How could the Xinzhou, merely the chief of the academy, be so arrogant? At the banquet of the Zixiao sect, Ye Xuan furrowed his brow and inquired, how could Ye Xuan, the lord of the wilderness, be treated with such disdain? It is solely due to his surname, Xian. Yet, beside him, the sect leader Su Ziyun merely responded with 5 words. Indeed, it is simply because that individual bears the surname Xian. The Xian clan, the foremost of the noble families, commands respect even from the youngest of its members, let alone this Xinzhou, a direct descendant of the Xian lineage, who could easily compel even Ye Xuan to show deference. Liu Yunxi's gaze sharpened, yet she still could not discern the appearance of Xinzhou. Cough, cough, in that case, I shall announce the rewards for this sect conference. In this grand assembly, all the holy sons and daughters of the first-rate sects shall directly obtain the status of students in the academy, gaining entry to the Yunke Academy for cultivation. Furthermore, among the competition of the first-rate sects, the strongest holy son or daughter shall be awarded the true inheritance title from Yunke Academy. Ye Xuan's voice resonated throughout the entire plaza, causing a great uproar in the vast space after a brief silence. Every cultivator from the sects displayed a dramatic change in expression. Holy sons and daughters from first-rate sects may directly become students of the academy? Wen Yuyan and others immediately turned their gaze to Ji Fenglu. The most formidable prodigies from the 4 sects could attain the true inheritance of the academy. This is an honor that has never been seen in the history of the wilderness. Yet, Ji Fenglu merely smiled faintly. He had learned this news the day prior. Although he appeared unfazed, he was resolute in claiming victory in this martial competition. On the 3rd platform, Xiao Chengfeng and Liu Yunxi trembled with excitement. There is not a single disciple from any sect who does not aspire to cultivate at Yunke Academy, which stands as one of the 3 highest sanctuaries of cultivation in the Daqian Empire, aside from the Guozijian. Previously, only the strongest prodigies from the 4 domains could vie for student status through rigorous examinations. Now, the threshold has been lowered. Is this not their opportunity? Thus, Liu Yunxi could hardly contain herself any longer. She rose and called out to the 2nd high platform. Chu Wan'er of the Zixiao sect, come down for a battle. Chapter 30. Ye Xian's eruption, shocking the entire venue. Liu Yunxi has awaited this day for far too long. Today, she intends to prove herself before the various sects of the wilderness. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, all eyes converged upon the Zixiao sect. Within the 4 domains, 3 first-rate sects maintain their solid status, and none would dare to challenge them. Yet the northern domain is different. Everyone understands that in this sect conference, aside from the competition among first-rate sects, the battle between Qinglan sect and Zixiao sect is the main attraction. Furthermore, the Zixiao sect, which should have faded into obscurity, has lost its first-rate standing. Yet today its holy son Ye Xuan has astonishingly claimed both top honors in the alchemy and weaponry competitions, shocking the entire Tianxian city. This has added a touch of suspense to an otherwise predetermined contest. In truth, the rivalry between these 2 sects was already devoid of suspense. The Qinglan sect is currently a double Tian gang. Indeed, the leading sect of the northern domain will change hands today. Yet, even with Ye Xuan's dual championships, the Zixiao sect has gained considerable glory. Yet ultimately, it is the path of the instrument and the martial prowess that determines the rivalry among sects. At this moment, seated at the Zixiao sect, Chu Wan'er merely scoffed softly. You dare challenge me? Her hair cascaded down, and her mesmerizing eyes glanced down from the high platform. Chu Wan'er, what are you still pretending to be? Liu Yunxi declared fiercely. Today, I shall prove that I am the foremost saintess of the northern domain. Liu Yunxi was thoroughly incensed by Chu Wan'er's disdainful gaze. Today, I shall grant you an opportunity. With that, Chu Wan'er rose gracefully from the high platform, her lotus steps treading upon the void, descending to the platform below. Humph, what a display! Upon seeing Chu Wan'er descend, Liu Yunxi felt a surge of joy within her heart. Immediately, she unleashed her full aura, manifesting both her celestial gangs and spiritual ethereal form. Boom! In an instant, towering clouds materialized above her head, radiating brilliance and creating a tempestuous tide of energy. Isn't Liu Yunxi supposed to be of the treasure physique? Yet now she appears to wield the might of a spiritual body. This Liu Saintess indeed has hidden talents. The innate prowess of her spiritual body was undeniably on par with Chu Wan'er. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Chu Wan'er had fully healed from her injuries sustained 2 years ago. In that moment, the spectators gasped at Liu Yunxi's imposing aura. Sensing the overwhelming anticipation for the battle, there seems to be no doubt about the outcome of this fight. Lin Chuan remarked to Nan Gongfei, who was munching on a spirit fruit. Although Liu Yunxi has ascended to the celestial gangs, she is by no means a match for Sister Wan'er. Lin Chuan smiled without a hint of anxiety. Oh, Nan Gongfei appeared somewhat skeptical. You are still too weak. Just then, Chu Wan'er, who had descended onto the platform, raised her delicate hand. Buzz. In an instant, her imperial blood stirred, causing her dantian to tremble violently, and the celestial gang's aura erupted forth. Behind her, an ancient tree phantom flickered, exuding an overwhelming pressure that instantly suppressed the aura emanating from Liu Yunxi. No, this does not seem like an ordinary spiritual body. At that moment, the leaders of the various sects on the second highest platform gasped in astonishment. The ancient tree phantom above Chu Wan'er's head radiated holy light, and strands of Tao rhythm permeated the air, an aura so grand that it far surpassed Liu Yunxi's spiritual body. This is a quasi-deity? The holy son of the Xiao sect, Chu Wan'er, possesses the talent of a quasi-deity. At this moment, the expressions of the members of the Lingtian sword sect shifted subtly. Previously, the most formidable prodigy of the four domains, Ye Xuan, was recognized as possessing the ultimate spiritual body. However, it seems that this title of supreme talent must now be relinquished to Chu Wan'er. Ye Xuan and Wen Yuyan exchanged solemn glances, recalling the scene from 2 years prior when Chu Wan'er single-handedly challenged the sword sect. Even the formidable Ye Xuan could not prevail against her. Following that, Chu Wan'er's foundation had been damaged, her cultivation stagnated, and her reputation faded into obscurity. Little did they expect that the once dominant Chu Wan'er not only returned but seemed to have grown even stronger. Ye Xuan clenched his hand tightly within his sleeve. Today, seizing the title of champion in the martial competition would not be as effortless as he had thought. On the highest platform, Xianzhou opened his eyes. His gaze fixated on Chu Wan'er's graceful silhouette. The Zhuandao body, quite intriguing. Old ancestor, please inquire about this woman's information. Yes. Behind Xianzhou, the figure in black nodded, and then vanished into thin air. The Zhuandao body? This is impossible. At this moment, on the platform, Liu Yunxi felt the immense pressure exerted by Chu Wan'er, causing her delicate face to contort with distress. Her talent had clearly ascended to the spiritual body stage, and she had entered the Tian Gang realm. Yet why was she still suppressed by Chu Wan'er? I shall not concede to you. Overwhelmed by shame and indignation, Liu Yunxi's visage twisted further. She levitated, summoning her sword, her fingers rapidly forming seals. The Tian Gang Dharma image augmented the brilliance of her spiritual body, manifesting into 9 streaks of azure sword energy, slicing directly towards Chu Wan'er. Liu Yunxi practiced Taoist techniques, and this flowing cloud sword formation was one of the secret arts passed down within the Qinglan sect. Though its power was not overwhelming, it excelled in its relentless continuity. As soon as Liu Yunxi struck, she unleashed her most formidable Taoist technique, overestimating her abilities. Yet, the figure enveloped in the luminous aura of the Zhuandao body, Chu Wan'er, merely chuckled lightly, raising her delicate hand. In an instant, the ancient branches behind her surged forth, transforming into a 100-foot-long whip that descended with great force. The whip, surrounded by azure light, traversed the void. Crack, crack. The moment Liu Yunxi's flowing cloud sword energy made contact with the whip, it shattered consecutively, unable to withstand even a fraction of the impact. No, this cannot be. Only when her 9 azure sword energies were obliterated, and the whip was already upon her, did Liu Yunxi finally exclaim in shock. She had never anticipated that Chu Wan'er's combat prowess was so formidable. Yet, in the final moment, she gathered all her remaining energy to form a cloud shield in front of her, desperately attempting to defend herself. Boom. But the whip struck down with overwhelming force, shattering the cloud shield, and Liu Yunxi was sent flying off the platform as if struck by a heavy blow. Hiss! In an instant, as the clouds and debris scattered from the platform, the various sect cultivators from the wilderness region collectively gasped in astonishment. Who could have imagined that this highly anticipated battle would conclude in such a manner? Liu Yunxi of the Qinglan sect had fallen in a single move, utterly crushed. Yunxi. At this moment, as Liu Yunxi tumbled heavily outside the platform, Xiao Chengfeng and the others rushed over with urgency. However, by then, Liu Yunxi was already bloodied in her azure attire, her delicate face pale to the extreme. With just one strike, she had been severely injured by Chu Wan'er. A single blow was all it took to incapacitate her. On the platform, Chu Wan'er slowly retracted her outstretched hand, her tone indifferent, as if the formidable whip that had just been wielded was as casual as a mere flick of the sleeve. Yet, these 4 words fell upon Liu Yunxi's ears like a dagger, piercing her heart with humiliation. She cast a glance towards Ye Xuan on the high platform. Yet he did not spare her a single glance. An endless wave of shame nearly overwhelmed Liu Yunxi. Brother Chengfeng, avenge me. Liu Yunxi wept tears of blood, her teeth gnashing in fury. Yunxi, do not worry. I shall take care of everything. At this moment, Xiao Chengfeng was filled with an intense fury. Whether for Liu Yunxi or to gain entry into the Young Academy, he was determined to defeat Chu Wan'er. Just watch, as I crush all disciples of the Xiao sect. With that, Xiao Chengfeng entrusted Liu Yunxi to the sect leader's care and soared directly onto the platform. Buzz. A long sword was drawn, its ethereal brilliance gleaming, encircling the blade, with the tip pointed directly at Chu Wan'er. Your opponent is me. Yet, in the face of the furious Xiao Chengfeng, Chu Wan'er merely scoffed disdainfully before turning to return to the second high platform. Your opponent is not me. Xiao Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback at her words. What do you mean? If not you, then who? The various sect cultivators present exchanged bewildered glances. Not Chu Wan'er. Is there not only her as a celestial realm disciple in the entire Xiao sect? Who else can contend with Xiao Chengfeng? It is I. Just as all the cultivators were filled with confusion, a voice suddenly resonated throughout the arena from the second high platform. Swish. All gazes converged sharply. However, when the crowd beheld the speaker rising, they were left utterly astonished. Even Liu Yunxi widened her eyes in disbelief. For the challenger was none other than Ye Xuan, who had just risen from his seat in the Xiao sect. Ye Xuan would represent the Xiao sect in battle? Was he out of his mind? After a moment of silence, the arena erupted into a cacophony. Ye Xuan shook his head. Who was Xiao Chengfeng? He was the favored one of Master Ji. Previously, Xiao Chengfeng had merely concealed his prowess. Despite Ye Xuan's commendable understanding and his dual mastery of alchemy and weaponry, facing Xiao Chengfeng, defeat was inevitable. How intriguing. Xianzhou, resting his chin on his hand, gazed at the lowly Ye Xuan below with growing interest. He could not fathom what confidence this individual possessed to dare challenge a celestial realm cultivator. Clearly, Chu Wan'er was sufficient. Ji Fenglu furrowed his brow. He simply could not comprehend the Xiao sect's decision. In his mind, Chu Wan'er could undoubtedly crush Xiao Chengfeng. This was it. The Qinglan sect was destined to become a laughingstock. However, Nangong Fei and Lin Charan exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of pity for Xiao Chengfeng. Do you truly believe this Ye Xuan can win? Nangong Shou remarked with a frown. Yet, Lin Charan and her companion merely smiled in silence. Having experienced the trials of the secret realm, they were acutely aware of Ye Xuan's formidable nature. Brother Chengfeng, incapacitate him. At this moment, seated at the Qinglan sect, Liu Yunxi's eyes blazed crimson as she hissed softly. She could not allow Ye Xuan to make a fool of her. Ye Xuan, are you here to seek death? Yet, even without Liu Yunxi's words, Xiao Chengfeng would not spare Ye Xuan. The humiliation at the banquet of the home manor must be avenged in blood. Death. Ye, have never known what that word means. Ye Xuan, step by step, descended from the high platform. A mere mortal dares to seek attention at this stage? A mere wave of my hand could bring about your demise. Buzz. As his voice fell, Xiao Chengfeng's aura surged, a tempest sweeping across the arena, barreling towards Ye Xuan. Who was he? The celestial realm holy son, the foremost of the 100 Refinements Tower, a brother to Chi Ho. Only Ji Fenglu was worthy to be his opponent. You are akin to an ant. Yet at that moment, as Ye Xuan stepped onto the arena, his shoulders shook violently, and his aura erupted explosively. The radiant essence surrounding him surged forth, instantly dispersing the incoming tempest. What? In an instant, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone exchanged astonished glances, their hearts filled with disbelief. How could Ye Xuan have concealed his cultivation? He was not a mere mortal incapable of cultivation.